Good morning and welcome to the Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta on the Sydney International Regatta Centre waters here today, the 27th of January 2023. So for many people, first time they'll be back racing at this venue. Welcome, and we're looking forward to a wonderful race season, kicking off with the regatta today. First of all, I welcome you here today to Darug country, to the lands and waters of the Wallumedegal and Wangal clans of the Eora Nation. Wallumedegal meaning snapper fish. I acknowledge these traditional custodians of this land and their connections to the land and waters on which we meet and row today, to their elders past, present and emerging. I extend this respect to other First Nations people here today. We're going to start racing today at 7:30 with the Para single scull, and then we will move to the under 16s and under 17s. First the women's under 16 single scull, and then the men's under 17 single scull, and then moving on to the women's under 17 single scull. Some of our races will be straight finals, and some of them will be heats, where there is a progression of the first across the line to another round. And as we go through the races, we'll let you know what's going to happen in each of the races. We'll let you know who's racing, what lane they're in, what club they're representing, and how the progression works through to the next round. If you've got any questions, you can always come and see us here in the finish tower. And if as a result of what you learned from this regatta, you decide that you would like to get more involved, we would always welcome volunteers at Rowing New South Wales to come and join in and help us with the timing and looking after things generally at the regatta. On the water now, heading in front of the grandstand, is the first of our races, race number 1, the Para single scull being raced over 500 metres. Our rower is Jennifer Emerson. She represents Community Rowing, which is a club that specialises in para rowing, people with impairments. Jennifer is coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. There are 3 categories in para rowing: PR1, where you can use 1 muscle group; PR2, where you can use 2 arms and shoulders and your trunk; and PR3, where you can use your legs, your arms and your trunk. And during the day we'll have people representing all 3 of those categories. There's also a sector for those with intellectual impairments. And Jennifer now approaching the finish line in our first race of the day. And she's across the line safely, so congratulations Jennifer Emerson from Community Rowing Club, our winner of the 500-metre para single scull. Our next race will be raced over a distance of 1,000 metres and is also the para single scull. In lane 3, representing Community Rowing Club, James Johnson. In lane 4, representing Community Rowing Club, Stephen Lawler. And in lane 6, representing Lake Macquarie, Lisa Greisel. The Community Rowing Club scullers are coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Lisa is coached by Jeremy Smith. Next to the grandstand and the finish tower, we have a big screen, and on the big screen you can see the rowers from the cameras around the grounds. And if you've got a smartphone with you, you can also go to the Rowing New South Wales website and tune into the live stream. The address for the Rowing New South Wales website is rowingnsw.asn.au. Beautiful conditions out here for our rowers. Let's have a look at the weather today, because it's certainly hot and sticky already, and it is going to get hotter, especially this afternoon, getting up to about 35 degrees. The weather will be humid. There's a little bit of a breeze, and hopefully that'll offset some of that humidity. We do suggest you think long and hard about hydration. There are water bubblers around the grounds, but there's also the Lakeside Cafe behind the grandstand. that have Powerade and water, which will certainly help with hydration, especially athletes and coaches. Please don't forget your sunscreen, your hats, and your sunnies, because you're certainly going to need them today. I'm joined here in the commentary box this morning by Stuart John, a para rower himself, who's from Canberra. Good morning, Stuart.
Good morning, Lizzie. Fantastic to be up here for the Small Boats Regatta. I think it's the first time I've been up for this particular regatta.
It's a wonderful regatta, but it's very long. We try and cram everything into one day.
I have seen that. I'll be on again this afternoon, so I think it might be a long time before I walk in through the front door back in Canberra tonight. But no, very much looking forward to this. I know that we've got a really big contingent who've come up from Canberra from all of our clubs.
Wonderful. Loving seeing that. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've all the people up from Canberra, and then I've seen that we've got people from South Australia, Queensland, Victoria. Yep. So a lot of people really warming up for New South Wales Championships in a couple of weeks.
Exactly right. So they're on the course and able to just figure out their routines and figure out the course if they've not raced here before. That's right.
Absolutely.
Sorry, I was going to say, so one of the reasons it's so important to prepare for the New South Wales Regatta is because that's a selection event. This is also a selection event for our state team. So people racing here today, especially youth under 21, are sort of putting their best foot forward and showing the selectors what they can do. Now, our leader in this race is Lisa Greisel, talking of representation. So Lisa has represented New South Wales in the para single scull at both Masters, which is a 1,000 metre distance race, and in the Open, which is a 2,000 metre race. Lisa nominated for the national team. Remember, we had that chat a couple of years ago. She nominated after that. She's been doing really well in all of the selection events so far, and actually was invited to the national time trial in December and the national para camp in January. She is chasing after a place in the para double, which were at the World Championships this year, which is the qualifying event for the Paralympics next year. She's going really well. We wish her well. So this is a hit out over 1,000 metres because she wants to represent in the Masters single at the Masters, if she can, later on this year. And she's going really well. Nice wake-up race.
Yeah, look, chatting to Lisa a little bit earlier on yesterday, and yeah, for this one, you can see that she's not rating particularly highly, but it's a nice little warm-up race for her before the 2,000 metre race coming up at about 10 o'clock today. So just really focusing on getting that technique right, getting those good long strokes in. Caught up with Lisa a couple of times down in Canberra for the para camp as we just see her come up towards the finish line and cross over in first place. And it was fantastic to see, you know, all the big names of the para rowing in the Rowing Australia building out on Lake Burley Griffin, you know, getting used to the conditions down there, a little bit different. And yeah, I mean, it's always fantastic to see a lot of paras all in one space. And I know for Rebecca Jones and I, you know, this regatta is a perfect opportunity to be able to come up and to race other paras, which we don't get back home.
Yeah, precisely. Now, second across the line is Stephen Lawler from Community Rowing Club, and third across the line will be James Johnson, also from Community Rowing Club. So we're talking about having lots of para rowers in one place. Of course, this club is all about para rowers. That fantastic team of coaches there, they kicked off at Balmain Rowing Club with Balmain Para Rowing and now have their own boat shed and have formed the Community Rowing Club, which is fantastic. Yeah. No, I do agree with you. I think it's there's been such a growth in para rowing, as there has in any sport for those who have impairments, and it's loads of fun, but it's also encouraged, I think, a lot of para rowers to enter able-bodied racing too, and to just keep having that fun and extending their sense of community. But it sounded like the camp was wonderful. And you say about big names, you know, I've been involved in para rowing for a long time now, and what I've noticed is the names do change a lot over 4 years. So it's a hard sport. You train hard, you train long hours, and the racing can be quite brutal if you have an impairment as well. So we've had a big shift. So those who I took to the Paralympics, Tom Birtwistle is overseas, James Talbot is having a break for a year, so is Alex Viney, I think she's having a bit of a break. Nikki Ayres has been concentrating on retraining as a midwife, I believe. And then other people in the squad, some people like Ben Gibson don't row anymore. Alex Wulleman's having a year off. I think Nick Neals has decided to focus on other things. So the people, Jess Gallagher is continuing, which is good. And then we have new names like Susanna Lutz coming in. the other girl from Victoria, whose name I can't remember, and a couple of new guys. So all very exciting. And Lisa and Jed Altschwager, who was there through the last cycle, is also with this new Paralympic event, the PR3 double. That's a new lease of life for him and something to really pitch for. So everything to go for, really, in para. New head coach, new Chad King. Lovely to see him back on the scene again. New lead coach in James Loveday, who's working on the talent, who's come across from Great Britain and has a wealth of experience. So, yeah, it's all happening in para rowing. It's very exciting. Lots of new people.
Absolutely. It's also all happening in Heat 1 of the women's under-16 single sculls. First, second and third through to the final, with the rest being eliminated. In lane 1 from St Paul's Grammar, Elizabeth Drayton, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 2 from Glebe, Chloe Hitchens, coached by Milan Parker and Susanna McMahon. In lane 3 from Nepean, Sophia Whitelaw, coached by Daniel Waddell. Lane 4 from Leichhardt, Grace Connery, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Lane 5 from Glebe, Sabrina Kochska, coached by Susanna McMahon. Lane 6 from Redlands, Sonia Pollock, coached by Lucy Mason. Lane 7 from Nepean, Emily Boys, coached by Daniel Waddell. And in lane 8 from Glebe, Patricia Boland, coached by Milan Parker.
And it looks as though Grace Connery, who's fairly new to rowing, is having a really good row out here in lane number 4, representing Leichhardt. Leichhardt, Isaac Shepherd is heading up a squad there, and Des Moines have the same. I think a couple of clubs do, where they are young people who want to row really seriously but don't want to row at the really elite level. And then those groups open up and include these young under-16s who can row either for school or for clubs. So she's going pretty well, but moving through her is Sabrina Koskar, who I think rows for Ascombe as well, coached by Susanna McMahon. Sabrina's had a really good second half of this 1,000 metre race, and she's now managed to get a length over Grace Connery. And we've got a good finish coming from Emily Boys of Nepean Rowing Club here. It's probably just realised the race is shorter than she thought it was. And Chloe Hitchens from Glebe on the far side will come in 4th. Now, I did say we would say what the progression is. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 are going to go through to the final. Oh, and number 8 has gone for a swim on the line. So I'm not sure whether she managed to get her bows over the Patricia Boland. She did. She just managed to cross the finish line before she did that. And she came 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. So maybe she decided I'll go for a swim since I'm not going to the final.
Well, look, it's nice and warm out there, so I don't think she'll be on her own for going for a swim.
That's true. Be a good way to cool down. And actually, just a reminder, there's plenty of showers around, so if you are an athlete going out to race, it's sometimes when it gets hotter, great idea to just jump in the shower and go out cool and wet. First 4 across the line. First, Sabrina Koskar. Second, Grace Connery. Third, Emily Boys. 4th, Chloe Hitchens. So those 4 progress through to the A final, and the remainder are eliminated.
Moving on to heat number 2 of the women's under-16 single sculls. Again, first, second, third and 4th through to the final, with the rest eliminated. In lane 1 from Leichhardt, Lily Bennett, coached by Isaac Shepherd. Lane 2 from Glebe, Kelly Clifton, coached by Susanna McMahon. In lane 3 from Redlands, Isabella Crennan, coached by Ingrid Holthuer. In lane 4 from Nepean, Jessica Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5 from Glebe, Stella Moore, coached by Milan Parker. In lane 6 from Nepean, Vitti Young, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 7 from Newcastle Grammar, Heidi McKenzie. And in lane 8 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Sienna McKenzie.
Yeah, great to see the schools from Newcastle and Hunter Valley coming down and joining in the regatta. I must say they travel down here really frequently. So it's been lovely to see them join in, and we've got some real talent coming through from those schools.
It is one of the locals, though, that is in the lead. It looks like Nepean's Vitti Young has opened up a nice little lead there, coming up towards the 500 metre mark. Back a little bit further to Sienna McKenzie from Hunter Valley Grammar over in lane 8. And then not much between the rest of our field. So we've got Jessica Harris from Nepean also doing quite well, sitting in 3rd place at the moment, just ahead of Kelly Clifton from Glebe, Stella Moore also from Glebe, and then back a little bit further to Heidi McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar, Lily Bennett from Leichhardt, and Isabella Crennan from Redlands. So a leader at the moment, still Nepean's Vitti Young, as we come up towards the last 250 metres. She is starting to get under a little bit of pressure, though, from Hunter Valley Grammar's Sienna McKenzie. So it'll be interesting to see how this one turns out. Just with regards to some of the times, in the para single scull, Lisa Greisel not rating particularly highly, didn't look like she was putting much in at all, but a 4 minutes 22 in the 1,000 metres. And then in the last race, the winning time was 4 minutes 28. So some quick times coming out of the paras. And again, it'll be interesting to see how we go here. Still Viti Young from Nepean out in front, though, into the last 200 metres or so.
There's a lovely little breeze coming in. I can't figure out what it's doing, but thank God for a breeze.
It's a swirly breeze.
It is, isn't it? I was thinking it was crosshead, but it is a bit swirly, you're right. Doesn't seem to be affecting the rowers at all, though. The conditions look fantastic.
I'm looking forward to getting out in some of these. If it stays flat like this...
You're going to enjoy it, yeah.
Maybe not so much the heat after being in Canberra. Thank goodness I'm from the tropics. Out in front, though, Viti Young from Nepean. She's led from start to finish. She's getting under a little bit of pressure now from Sienna McKenzie from Hunter Valley Grammar, as well as the other Nepean sculler in Jessica Harris. So that's our 1, 2, 3. And then Kelly Clifton from Glebe sitting up there as well. So they're probably our first 4 to go through ahead of Lily Bennett, Isabella Crennan, Stella Moore and Heidi McKenzie. Into the final few strokes now. Viti Young has led from start to finish. She's starting to get pulled in though, and I think we're going to have a photo. Hunter Valley Grammar, Sienna McKenzie absolutely flew over the last few strokes. Viti Young was out in front, and I suspect that it may be Sienna McKenzie. It's got photo up on the finish. So at the moment, the first 4, they're going through, and that is Viti Young, Sienna McKenzie, Kelly Clifton, and Jessica Harris. It's got photo next to all 4 of them. Viti Young was leading from start to finish, but Lizzie, I think she just got pipped on the line.
I think she might have done as well. Certainly from here in the very top of the finish tower where we commentators sit, it certainly looked to me as though on that last stroke she managed to... Nepean's Viti Young managed to just get her nose in front, so we'll wait. Sorry, Sienna McKenzie from Hunter Valley. So we'll wait and see what the judges say, and we'll bring you. It was a provisional time of 4:33. That compares with 4:28 in the first round. So not dissimilar times, but as we said, the first 4 progressing through to the final, and we know who those 4 are. The remainder eliminated. Our next race is going to be raced over the distance of 2,000 metres. Now, that's the length of this race course, and for those of you who are new to rowing, and there will be quite a few watching under 16 and under 17 who will be, that's our Olympic and Paralympic distance, and it's also the distance we race at World Championships. In rowing, we have World Championships every single year. I know in fact, many sports don't have an annual World Championship, so we're very lucky. And we have separate World Championships for under 23s, juniors, which is under 19 in rowing, and the seniors, which includes able-bodied and para-athletes. So 3 separate World Championships, I think that's it. And then we have a World Championships in coastal rowing, and we have a World Championships in indoor rowing, which are our 2 other sports, I suppose you'd say, within the one area of rowing. And within rowing itself, we have 2 disciplines. One is called sweep, which is where you only have 1 oar, and both hands are on that 1 oar, and sculling, which is where you have an oar or a blade in each hand. So what we're watching at the moment is sculling. So 2,000 metres, which is a long way away, and beautiful view, though, from here of our umpires actually heading back up the course.
So just to confirm, Lizzie, we have got the final placings for that second heat of the women's under-16 single sculls. Sienna McKenzie, as we suspected, 0.13 of a second over Viti Young from Nepean. So a big finish there from the Hunter Valley Grammar student. So 0.13 between first and second, another 2.85 seconds back to third, Kelly Clifton from Glebe, who in turn finished 0.22 of a second ahead of Jessica Harris from Nepean. So the both Nepean rowers, they're going to be fired up. They've just missed by a bow ball on both of them.
Which just goes to show what great work they are doing at Nepean Rowing Club, don't they? There's a great squad there, headed up by Daniel Waddell. So if you are here or listening in and you're from the Penrith area and thinking about where should I go rowing, can't recommend Nepean Rowing Club highly enough. There's Penrith Rowing Club as well, but Nepean Rowing Club, a good squad there of under 16 and under 17 women.
Now, mentioning before, Lizzie, about the New South Wales Championships, that's in a couple of weeks' time. So they are looking to get a lot of volunteers for the New South Wales Championships. Alico Tully, the new events and volunteers coordinator, so she's really looking to fill up the volunteer ranks, and obviously the more people that they've got, the easier it is for absolutely everybody. So they're looking for people to help out with the boat driving, timekeeping, commentating, photography and film, and also the bow numbers. Check out the Rowing New South Wales website and fill out the form to nominate today. Penrith City Council have come on board to support Rowing New South Wales to host the 2023 New South Wales Rowing Championships.
They're wonderful, Penrith City Council, so supportive of rowing. But when you actually think about the amount of visits that people coming and attending the regattas make to this area, it's really not surprising. So we do pump in an awful lot of money to the economy of Penrith. We love Penrith. We're so lucky we have not just this wonderful facility and this Olympic standard course, but we also, which by the way is used by lots of other sports as well, but we also have the river, which is beautiful, the Nepean River, and that's where our Women's National Training Centre is based, the top 25 women in the country, and 3 coaches and a team of staff, physiology, biomechanics, nutrition, physiotherapy, strength and conditioning, a doctor's based there as well, top facility, and producing wonderful results on the world stage. Those athletes are here today, as are some of the top athletes from the institutes of sport around the country. So yeah, we bring in a lot with such an active rowing community, and we really appreciate the support from Penrith City Council.
Very much looking forward to seeing the women's NTC athletes out there later on today. We've got them in the singles, we've got them in the pairs, and also a few double sculls as well.
Yeah.
So I know that as a member of ANU, I know a lot of our women are very excited about being able to row up against them.
Yeah, yeah, it's so important.
You know, we've got some of the best ones coming who've come up from the ACT. I think Sophie Gerapetridis and Kara Grushkowiak are in a double
they're
together.
Here as well. Wonderful.
They're in a double together, so that one
Quality.
is going to be a very good double, I think.
Yes.
So we'll get to see those
question.
later on this afternoon. So some really mouth-watering races coming up here for this small boats regatta.
There certainly are. The first one will be the men's elite single scull, where we've got people from across the country racing at 8:41 and 8:46, and then the women's elite single scull at 8:51 and 8:56. The men's elite pair, so that's the sweep discipline I was talking about, at 9:01 and 9:06, and the women's elite pair at 9:11 and 9:16 and 9:21. And then we go back to state teams with men's under 21 single scull, because that's an important race for them to do.
And if you're wondering where the men's NTC are, we actually had them at a rowing ACT regatta last weekend. They came down, competed in the men's A-grade single sculls, so that was a fantastic little bit of racing. We got to see them. We see them out on Lake Burley Griffin every morning training, but to see them actually in the regattas was...
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Look,
it's great for them because they get a chance to practice and rehearse what they need to do over a race distance, but it's really wonderful for all of our rowers who aren't in those national training centres to have a race against somebody of world-class standard, and to be able to see people who really have devoted so much time, they've dedicated themselves to rowing, and they're having a good crack for 4, 8, 12 years. Yeah,
absolutely.
Somebody like Eric Horry, it's been over 12 years now. So we're missing him here today from the para races. So Eric Horry, our PR1, 5-time world champion, 3-time silver medalist at the Paralympics. He's moved back to the Gold Coast after 10 years of being in Canberra and Sydney, and having a lovely time up there, now training with the Queensland Academy of Sport. And I obviously wouldn't have the same race opportunities as here, but yeah, having a great time. He absolutely loves it. His Gold Coast is home, and they've moved back home, and they're really happy. So good luck to him. And if he's listening in today, hello, Eric. We miss you, of course, but we're really glad you're so happy and that things are going so well. And go on to Paris.
And on the topic of all things Gold Coasters, that men's A-grade with the NTC that I was speaking about, Cormac Kennedy Leverett, who's training out of the ACT Academy of Sport, finished second in that men's A-grade event that we had last weekend. Right. So he has started to put down a couple of markers himself. That's so
really good.
Again, 2 weeks' time, New South Wales Championships, I think we're going to see some...
I'm pretty sure he was at an American university, so he will have given up his place in order to train and get in now, ready for the Paris Olympics, so good for him. Hey, we have a start list up for the first of the men's under 17 single sculls. In lane 1, we've got Dylan Lee from Leichhardt Rowing Club, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 2, Miles Nicholas from St. Augustine's, coached by Bjarni Ungemach and Judith Ungemach. In lane 3, we've got Ethan Beggs from Redlands School, coached by Tash Richardson. In lane 4, Riley Dale from Canberra Rowing Club, coached by Tom Hayes. In lane 5, Vaughan Henderson from Hunter Valley Grammar School. In lane 6, Angus McInnes from Redlands, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 7, another Canberra sculler, Harrison Braithwaite, coached by Tom Hayes. And in lane 8, from Newcastle Grammar, Ronan Brown. And if you're looking at the live streaming, either on the big screen by the finish tower or on your phones, you'll see beautiful shot there of the scullers all lined up on the start line. And you can see the aligner is aligning the bow balls, because if you aligned the other end of the boat, you wouldn't necessarily have an even line coming across the finish line. So we look at the bow balls at the start and at the finish. Bow ball being a legal requirement of any rowing boat, because it would be bloody catastrophic if you didn't have something dissipating that force as you hit. Oh, change of commentator. Welcome, Michael McRae, to the commentary seat.
Thank you, Lizzie, and good morning. Thank you to Stuart John for jumping in momentarily. It's great to be back out here on the course today. As you've mentioned, it's a fantastic morning for rowing, single sculling in particular. As you've mentioned, race 5, which is the first heat of the men's under-17 single scull is underway. It's a 1-2-3 progression to the final, and the remainder will be eliminated.
Brutal.
Yes.
Brutal. Especially if you get knocked out at 8 o'clock in the morning. That's really brutal.
That would be horrible. Yes. So obviously, this is an under-17 aged event, Lizzie. So many scullers in their first 2,000 metre Olympic/Paralympic distance event. So I can see that there's some steering difficulty just from a couple of our scullers in the middle lanes down towards the start. And I suppose to be expected when you're still just working things out over that distance. And boy, oh, it's a long way to go when you're 17 years old. So, you know, kudos to each of our scullers out here this morning giving it a crack. So. Hard to say at the moment, Lizzie. I do think it might be the Hunter Valley Grammar sculler, Vaughan Henderson, with an advantage at the moment. Hunter Valley, of course, in those distinctive horizontal lines across their zoot suits. Yes, and I do think that's right. As the boys approach the 500 metre marker in a couple of short seconds, I assume.
It's such a different sport, isn't it? There's so many sports that you do, especially when you're young, which are quick and there's lots of adrenaline, or it's very strategic and you need to know your position on the field and what you're going to contribute to a team. Whereas in rowing, you're basically racing yourself, I always feel. Absolutely. You're trying to do the same thing over and over and over again and be really consistent throughout the 2,000 metres. And that's not something that comes naturally, so it's something you have to learn. So yeah, these under-17s, probably still quite early in their rowing careers, just figuring that one out. But hey, it really suits some people. I know I loved it when I found rowing.
And it is so different to some of those other sports that are popular when you're going through school. It's a team sport in addition to being a truly single individual sport as well, in the sense that you do have that fight with yourself throughout a 2,000 metre race. Yeah, and some of our scullers looking like they're making some strides towards that goal today.
And if you're relatively inexperienced, certainly in the sport of rowing, developing that consistency with your technique, your physical application and your mindset really throughout the entire course is it's a learning game, but teaches you some great skills that are quite useful later in life, like resilience and planning ahead and dare I say staying in your lane. Not just physically but mentally. So one of the things we did do a call out earlier and say, if you're interested in volunteering to help behind the scenes at these regattas, we'd absolutely love to hear from you. One of the jobs is to sit in the little huts that you can see all the way down the road beside the course. And basically, as each rower comes across the line on the other side of the course, to press a button that then sends a time or a signal through to us here in the finish tower, so we can see how people are progressing, basically what time they do to the 500 metre mark, the 1,000 metre mark, the 1,500 metre mark, and then here at the finish. Now, at the finish, we have people sitting in the finish tower, and of course, we absolutely have to have them in order to judge the order in which people cross the line. But having people in the timing huts down the course is incredibly useful for people to be able to work out their strategies, their strengths, their weaknesses, and also for us commentators and you spectators to see how people are progressing, and especially at the end when it gets quite exciting. So you don't need any experience at all to sit in a timing hut. We will teach you how to do it and try and buddy you up with somebody experienced as well. So if it's something you fancy having a go at, maybe you're out here all day because your offspring are racing or your partner's racing, then please come and go to bay number 1 in the boat sheds, or come to the finish tower and ask for Alico. Or just find somebody from Rowing New South Wales and let them know you're interested in volunteering, or go onto the website and fill the form in, the rowingnewsouthwales.asn.au website. We'd love to have you as part of our team. So as we come up now, they've come through the marker for the last 250 metres, and it's been Angus McKinn's for ages, just managing to take a lead, and second was, I think, Riley Dale, is that right?
I think it might have been Vaughan Henderson from Hunter Valley Grammar. He was in the lead for most of the first half of that race, but has been pipped by Angus McInnes of Redlands, and he is finishing strongly. Also finishing strongly is Miles Nicholas from St Augustine's in lane 2, coached by Bjarni and Judith Ungermark, and he is really lifting to the line, but Angus McInnes from Redlands in lane 6 has responded, and he will hold on to progress. Miles Nicholas will also progress. He's placed second, and also Vaughan Henderson will go through as well. The remainder of our scullers will be eliminated from the event. Fourth place in lane 7, Harrison Braithwaite from Canberra, followed by Dylan Lee from Leichhardt Rowing Club, and then by Riley Dale, also from Canberra. We have a couple of scullers remaining. Those include Ronan Brown of Newcastle Grammar and also Ethan Beggs of Redlands.
Provisional time for that first heat of the men's under 17 single scull, 8 minutes 16.36 seconds. That was Angus McKinns from Redlands. The margin 1.76 back to second placed Miles Nicholas of St Augustine's and third place Vaughan Henderson of Hunter Valley. Those three progress through directly to the final and the remainder are eliminated. Fourth, Harrison Baithwaite, Canberra. Fifth, Dylan Lee, Leichhardt. Sixth, Riley Dale, Canberra. Seventh, Ronan Brown, Newcastle Grammar. And eighth, Ethan Beggs of Redlands. In our second heat of the men's under 17 single scull, which is now in progress, we have Garvin Hayes of Canberra in lane 1, Oliver Cook of Redlands in lane 2, Lucas Burton of Newcastle Grammar in lane 3, Max Tancred of St Augustine's in lane 4, Thomas Harnett of Glebe in lane 5, Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 6. Hero Phillips of Redlands in lane 7 has scratched. In lane 8, Jasper Richards of Leichhardt Rowing Club. So just to shout out coaches, especially at schools, please note there is no marshal at the bridge when you come through from the warm-up lake to the racing lake. There is no marshal at the bridge. Please instruct your athletes to go straight through and up to the start, and they should be there 5 minutes before the start of their race. So call out to all coaches. No marshal at the bridge where you come through from the warm-up lake. So athletes, please go through the bridge and up to the start to be on the start 5 minutes before your race. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. And now into the closing stages of race number 6, the second heat of the men's under 17 scull, and it appears to the status quo has been maintained, and Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 6, I believe, remains in the ascendancy. He's looking really strong, a country mile ahead of the rest of the pack, and he's looking really strong, maintaining a relatively high rate of striking as he comes into the Red Boys, which is the final 100 metres of the race. I think in second place at this time is Garvin Hayes of Canberra. And yeah, but some distance between our top 3 place getters in this heat. But no doubt about Luke Purdy. He crosses the line in first place. The first qualifier from this second heat. Yeah, unofficially 7:53, that's not bad. So Garvin Hayes of Canberra Rowing Club in second place. And Max Tancred of St Augustine's will cross in third. And those will be our 3 qualifiers for the final. We've still got a couple of scullers remaining. So in lane 3, it's Lucas Burton from Newcastle Grammar, and then also in lane 5, Thomas Harnett from Glebe. And both of these scullers just receiving some gentle support from the grandstand as they come into the final couple of strokes. Well done to Lucas Burton of Newcastle Grammar and also to Thomas Harnett from Glebe, and they're just taking their final couple of strokes. Well done. Leichhardt Rowing Club's Jasper Richards in lane 8 will be the next athlete to cross the line. He just looks across to the grandstand just to see precisely how many strokes do I have to go. Congratulations, Jasper, and also to Oliver Cook of Redlands in the distinctive vertical yellow and blue stripes. And that completes the field for the second heat of the men's under 17 single scull. Race 7 is the third heat and it's underway, so I will run through the names before we turn our attention to the the competition lake. In lane 1, representing Mossman, William Robertson, coached by Kieran Kabelke. We have a scratching in lane 2 from Redlands. In lane 3, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Edward Baker. In lane 4, representing Glebe, is Carter Clifton, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 5, representing Nepean Rowing Club, Angus George, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 6, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Riley Elliott, coached by Tom Hayes. In lane 7, representing Newcastle Grammar, Mitchell Chung. And finally, in lane 8, representing St Augustine's, Jason Cow, coached by Bjarni Ungemark and Judith Ungemark.
So yeah, you were quite right. The first heat was won in a time of 8 minutes 16. Second heat was won in a very fast time of 7 minutes 53.99. So it'll be interesting to see what this third heat does. As you said, the first 3 progressed through to a 9-lane final. And looks as though it'll be quite close for the minor placings, but if Luke Purdy continues with a speed like that, he looks like he's on for a win in the men's under-17 single scull. Very exciting.
7:53 in the under-17 single scull is nothing to scoff at. So, no, fantastic qualifying time there. It looks as though, Lizzie, it'll be a bit closer in this heat, in this third and final heat, I think.
Yeah, a lot closer, isn't it? It does look as though, again, St Augustine's have got a pretty good competitor there in Jason Cow, coached by Bjarni and Judith Ungemark. It's doing pretty well. So lane 8 is the lane closest to the grandstand and the path. Lane 1 is the far side, and lane 1's doing pretty well too. Our Mossman sculler, William Robertson, coached by Kieran Kabelke. So presumably then, since Kieran is the coach of the Northern Beaches Secondary College, that's the school. So great to see athletes who are part of both the school rowing program and a club rowing program. You get the best of both worlds, lots of fun. And then we've got those 3 in the middle, haven't we? So there's a pretty good lead there from Carter Clifton, quite a talented athlete. He came and had a go at coastal rowing the other day, and he's got a younger sister who rows for Glebe too.
Yeah, Carter's been around the block a couple of times now, and he's certainly had the support of Glebe Rowing Club throughout his career, and he's going really well in this heat of the men's under-17 single scull, and he's lifting towards the line. But certainly it does appear as though it's the Cow from St Augustine's who will retain the lead. Clifton's just pushing up on Robertson from Mossman, but I don't think he's going to run out of time to take second place. So certainly lane 8, St Augustine's in first place. Second will go to Robertson from Mossman, and third place to Clifton from Glebe. So that's 1, 2 and 3. Fourth place was Nepean, Angus George. Fifth place was lane 6, Canberra, Riley Elliott. Seventh place, Mitchell Chung from Newcastle Grammar. Just 1 sculler to go. In lane 3, Edward Baker from Newcastle Grammar.
And provisional time there. Whoops, sorry, I'm at the wrong bit of my computer.
8:21.
8:21, so very similar to the previous heats. Luke Purdy looking good for that under-17 scull, though I was watching Jason Cow there. He looked as though he was sitting quite nicely in lane number 1, could see everybody to the right of him.
Of course, it's a long day for our scullers who are backing it up in a final later in the day. Of course, it's good to get the heat out of the way early in the program, and hopefully our scullers will just go off and cool down, as you've suggested, Lizzie. Take a cold shower, get off your feet, have plenty to eat and drink before getting out again, probably in the heat of the day.
Yeah, I haven't looked to see when their final is. So, but just reconfirming then, Heat 3, a win for St Augustine's Jason Cow, second William Robertson of Mossman, and third was Glebe Rowing Club's Carter Clifton. Those 3 progressed through to the final. Now eliminated, fourth place Nepean Angus George, Canberra Riley Elliott, next Newcastle Grammar Mitchell Chung, and Newcastle Grammar Edward Baker. Right, we're moving now to the women's under-17 single scull, where we have 2 heats, and therefore the progression is the first 4 to the final and the remainder eliminated. In lane 1, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dieu. In lane 2, representing Redlands School, Sophie Yu, coached by Ingrid Holther. In lane 3, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Josephine Egan, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle Mackenzie. In lane 5 from Redlands, Annabelle Huang, coached by Ghislaine Hertog. In lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club, Poppy Hartsley, coached by Susanna McMahon. And in lane 7 from Newcastle, Charlotte Holford, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. So that's Newcastle Rowing Club. And then we were to have Michaela Sanger-Larsen from Redlands in lane 8, but she has scratched.
Thank you, Lizzie. And just as our scullers in race 8 are coming down towards the grandstand, we should note that the finals are both for both of these events, for the men's and women's under 17 single sculls events, are at 10:25 and 10:30 a.m. respectively. So not a whole lot of a turnaround time, but of course a skill to to develop for these scullers and working out their on and off water race routines. Of course, it's important to be organised and to have your ducks in a line on race day. So this would be a good chance for our scullers to practice.
So just a reminder again, as the scullers get onto the water, there is no marshal at the bridge, as there sometimes is for regattas. So when you are ready to come onto the competition lake, please progress through the bridge and on up to the start to be in the starting area more than 5 minutes before your start time. Well, I'd say 10 minutes because you need time to attach, don't you? And if you're not that experienced, it takes a little bit of time.
That's right. And thank you to our officials for pointing that out. It's just a second nature just to wait for someone to wave you through up at that competition lake. So please don't sit there and wait. Please go right through to the competition lake and progress towards the starting blocks 5 minutes before the start time.
So I don't know, it looks as though we might have an early leader there with Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley Grammar School across in lane 2 on the far side from where I'm sitting here looking at through my binoculars. She looks as though she's had a pretty good start.
Has to be said, Lizzie, a couple of strong performances from Hunter Valley Grammar already this morning in this under 17 single scull category, both in the men's and women's events.
And you know, you have to turn up switched on, ready to race, even if it is early, don't you? Because you've only got one chance at this one.
That's right.
The first 4 through to the final, otherwise, bye-bye. Put the boat back on the trailer.
And presumably some of our scullers from the Hunter Valley Grammar School have travelled down this morning, unless they stayed the night over. But certainly a good performance coming in from our Hunter Valley Grammar School representatives. It does appear as though, it is Isabel Yardley who remains in the lead, and at the 1,000-metre mark, she had a 3-second lead over her next competitor.
So we've got a mixture of clubs and schools in this one. I'd mentioned Nepean Rowing Club and having a strong junior programme just across on the river. Our other local club, of course, is Penrith Rowing Club, and we've got Zoe Weissner here in lane 5. She's coached by Daryl Young, who runs the junior squad there. And it looks like she's going pretty well. We have a couple of competitors in this one race from Sydney Rowing Club as well, who of course have a really strong women's squad and junior squad, led by Lachlan Carter and now supported by Felix Dieu, who of course was the head coach at Hunter Valley Grammar School a few years ago, before spending some time at Molesey Boat Club with Phil Bourguignon. I know Phil's here today. Hello, Phil. Later on in the day, we're going to see some of his elite athletes from Queensland, from the University of Queensland Racing.
Yes.
Yeah. Great to see him back in this country again, though. Yeah, we've had a good return of like John Keogh, who's heading up the Women's National Training Centre, coming back from Canada and the GB. We've had Chad King come back from GB in France. We've doing the para rowing. Paul Thompson, our high performance director, coming back from China, and before that, Great Britain. Felix and Phil coming back from Molesey. Yeah, it's good to see those coaches.
Solid
back in this
repatriation program.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there's lots of exciting things going on in rowing, so why would you not? Wouldn't want to miss out. So still a good showing there from Zoe Armstrong of Hunter Valley Grammar School across in lane 2. But then really there's not much distance between them all, but in the middle of the course here we've got what looks like Zoe Weissner from Penrith doing all right. The 2 Sydney Rowing Club athletes, of course. And through the 500 metre mark safely now, all of them. And this is where those who are really determined to get through to the next round start to turn the screw, as Tom Westgarth from the Women's National Training Centre would say.
Yeah, just hold your hand on the stove and just hold it there.
I like that one.
Something that Matthias Ungermark taught me. Of course, some of his athletes will be racing today in the UTS Haberfield colours and also the St Augustine's colours. So we look forward to that a little bit later on in the program.
I've just realised I've been calling the wrong names there. It's Isabel Yardley from Sydney Rowing Club that's out in the lead. Sorry, I was looking at the next heat ahead of myself there. And it's Josephine Egan from Leichhardt, who's in this last part of the race doing pretty well indeed. And then in the lane right next to her from Newcastle Grammar School, Annabelle Mackenzie. So they look like our top 3, but I think there's a pretty fast finish coming there from, can't work out who that is.
I think that might be...
Dark top.
Could be Poppy Hartley from Glebe.
Maybe she's not wearing a Glebe zootie. I think she's forgotten to take her t-shirt off. I think you're right. I think it is Poppy Hartley.
In any event, it does look as though Isabel Yardley isn't going to be challenged for this fastest qualifying position from this first heat. So I think she's going to take out this heat under not much pressure. Second place, it does look as though it'll go to Josephine Egan from Leichhardt Rowing Club in that distinctive yellow boat. Third place at the moment, Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar. And our fourth and final qualifier from Glebe Rowing Club, Poppy Hartley in lane 6. So we've called that correctly, Lizzie. And just to complete this race in lane 5, Annabelle Huang from Redlands is coming over the line, to be followed by Charlotte Holford from Newcastle and also Sophie Yu from Redlands.
So as our last competitor crosses the line in the first heat of the women's under-17 single scull, we can confirm that through to the A final are Isabel Yardley from Sydney Rowing Club, Josephine Egan from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar School, and Poppy Hartley from Glebe. Coming in 5th, Annabelle Huang from Redlands, 6th, Charlotte Holford from Newcastle, and 7th, Sophie Yu from Redlands. The winning time, 9 minutes, 23.45 seconds. The second heat of the women's under-17 single scull is in progress, and again, the first 4 will progress through to the final. In lane 2, Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley Grammar School. In lane 3, Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 4, Asha Olsen from Newcastle. In lane 5, Zoe Weissner from Penrith. In lane 6, Jemima Hugman from Redlands. In lane 7, Grace Bennett from Sydney Rowing Club. And in lane 8, Kira Attard from Redlands School. So it looks to me as though Georgina Stevenson, despite me calling Zoe Armstrong in the previous race, Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club has got quite a significant lead on the remainder of the field. And then it looks as though it's back to the second Sydney sculler, Grace Bennett. in lane 7. So Georgina's on the far side in lane 3 and Grace on the near side to you guys in lane 7.
Yeah, I think that's right. We've got a scratching from Lily Wainberg from Redlands in lane 1. So it is Armstrong of Sydney Rowing Club. Stevenson of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3, that's right, in the lead.
Now, some of the reason that it's these results are important and it's great for athletes to get out there and show how they can perform is that we have a shadow state team for under 17s. And so we have our proper pathways 8. We have our youth 8, which is under 21s, and they race at the national championships on the final day in the interstate regatta. But then we have an under 19 pathway 8 that races at the junior trials in April, and a shadow squad of under 17s. So Georgina Stevenson looks to me like she'd be a prime candidate for that shadow squad, and even knocking on the door of the proper pathway 8. So really exciting to see talent like that. And hopefully see her at state champs and national champs later on, which of course are in Perth this year. We get to go on a road trip.
That's right. Yeah, some of the university-aged athletes in the community were lucky enough to go over to Champion Lakes, and we've warmed it up for you all.
Thank you. Yes, the university championships. So we've got four people through to the A final from this. Georgina Stevenson's already qualified, and she'll be joined by her clubmate Grace Bennett of Sydney Rowing Club. Fantastic result from that squad there of Lachlan Carter and Felix Dures. At the moment in third place, Zoe Armstrong from Hunter Valley, but a really fast finish from Jemima Hugman of Redlands. Can she get across the line? She can, I think. So probably a photo finish, but Redlands and Hunter Valley through to the final. Just missing out Asher Olsen from Newcastle and from Redlands, Kira Attard.
Yeah, really close finish there for that third, fourth place, Lizzie. Both of those scullers will qualify, thankfully, and they will receive the reward for their effort, I should say. Just to finish this race in lane 5, it'll be Zoe Weissner from Penrith Rowing Club, who crosses the line there. And just before we get carried away too much, race 10 is bearing down upon the finish line rapidly. It's the first heat of the men's under 19 double scull. The first heat, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression. And in the lead, unless I'm mistaken, that's a lane 4 crew comprised of Darcy James and Jessie Rosen from Marist College and the ACT High Performance Program. Now, these young guys have impressed me when they've been out here the past couple of events I've been at. Of course, it does appear as though they're under the guidance of the ACT High Performance Program. I think Dave Romano is still running that program down out of the boat shed down there in Yarralumla. So a fantastic showing from them. So they'll take first place. In second place, it'll be from Mossman Rowing Club, Oscar Skeel Gamborg and Dion Hansen, coached by Kieran Kabelke. And third and fourth will be close again. Redlands up against Glebe. Redlands take it. That's Finn Woodward and Patrick Walker in third place. And in fourth place, Jasper Dawson Damer and William Wright in lane 1. Fifth place will go to Canberra Rowing Club, Angus Scott and Austin Benny, coached by Alison Chin. Sixth place will go to another Mossman crew. That's Owen Balharry and Sam Merry. And as we said before, it's like these young gentlemen will also be students of the Northern Beaches Secondary School. And finally, in lane 3, to complete this race, Will Stedman and Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar. Looks as though we didn't have a start from the Lake Macquarie Composite crew in lane 8.
Which is a great shame, because I was really looking forward to that. Tom McGee and Pat Stanley. Pretty good scullers there. So I thought I saw another. Yeah, there's another composite hopefully in this next race from them.
Yes.
So winner of that one, Darcy James, Jessie Rosen from Marist College in the ACT High Performance Program, 7 minutes, 0.28. And the margin back to the second place getter was 9.71. So that crew from Marist College, I know Jessie Rosen trains like crazy, and he's come and done a few time trials.
That's a really fast time for an under 17 double scull.
There we go.
Yeah.
So second, Mossman, Shiel Gamborg and Hansen. Third, Redlands, Woodward and Walker. And fourth, Glebe, Dawson, Damer and Wright. They progress through to the final. Just missing out, Scott and Benny from Canberra. Balharry and Merry from Mossman, and Stedman and Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar School.
Final to take place at 10:36, Lizzie.
Thank you. 10:36, so not long to go, really. Our second heat of the men's under-19 double scull is now in progress, and again the first 4 will progress through to the final, and the rest will put the boat back on the trailer. In lane 1, a composite of Tane Potts from UTS and Caelan Routley from the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, coached by Amos Noon from Lake Macquarie and Judith Ungemach from UTS. In lane 2, from the Hunter Valley Grammar School, Harrison Nichols and Hayden William. Harrison, by the way, is also a para-athlete, so he'll be racing later in the para-single. In lane 3, from Newcastle Grammar School, Kobe Young and Gabriel Leichman. In lane 4, from Glebe Rowing Club, Edward Williams and Carson Prout, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 5, from Redlands School, Daniel Close and Angus McKinns, coached by Guy Morgan. Gosh, Angus has done a quick turnaround to get back there out of his single. In lane 6, from Mossman Rowing Club, Kobe Reeves and Harry Coddington, coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 7 from Redlands School, Matthew Fry and William Natilli, coached by Tash Richardson. And in lane 8, from Capital Lakes Rowing Club of the ACT, Luke Jallier and Elliot Jallier, coached by David Bagnall.
Family affair down at Capital Lakes by the sounds of things.
With an excellent coach, very experienced, was the first coach of Luke Letcher.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, so does a great
Luke
job down
Letcher
there.
hailing from Capital Lakes, I think, or is it Black Mountain?
I think he was Black Mountain originally, but on the, what is he on, Athletes Commission, Board of Rowing Australia,
Yes,
I think. Yeah,
yes.
doing a great job now that he's not rowing anymore.
Well, the ACT, rowing ACT, I should
Yeah,
say. Yeah,
excellent. So good to see athletes come back in so
Yeah.
close after the end of their rowing career, because
Yeah.
they've really
And-
got relevant experience
and really valuable.
insight.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it looks as though that's the crew that's in the lead, I think, actually. Luke and Elliot Jallier from Capital Lakes, coached by David Bagnall. They're in the lane closest to you on the grandstand. Then looks as though pretty strong showing from Daniel Close and Angus McKinns of Redlands, so obviously doing the single hasn't slowed Angus down too much. And then across to the far side where we have, we believe, lane 1's Lake Macquarie composite of Tane Potts from UTS and Caelan Routley from Lake Macquarie. Yeah, it is that composite, yep.
Yeah, and Caelan Routley's really gone from strength to strength as well. I think he, and I'd happy to be corrected, hails from Hunter Valley Grammar, or is Newcastle Grammar, yes.
Yeah, that's correct, but I think there's a group of 3 or 4 boys who've decided not to do the school program, just to do the club program under Amos, so rowing as Lake Macquarie in this regatta. And I think is Tane St. Augustine? Can't remember.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So St. Augustine's. Many of these St. Augustine's boys will probably race under the UTS colours today, but some, of course, will just race for St. Augustine's.
No, I think it's great. And if you're putting up your hand for state selection, then and national selection maybe, these look pretty good, this double. So what we're looking at here when we say pretty good is the angle of the blades. What kind of angle they get at the catch, at the finish, nice long strokes, whether they're managing to keep the blade under the water from the catch through to the finish, and whether the angles of the 2 blades stay the same throughout, whether the legs and bodies are moving at the same time. It's really important for both of you to do the same thing at the same time.
I dare say, Lizzie, that Lake Macquarie composite's stolen the lead
I think it did.
from Capital Lakes. So
Excellent race,
lane 1, Lake Macquarie composite in first place. Second place to Capital Lakes. Third place was Hunter Valley Grammar. Fourth place was Redlands. So that's your qualifying. Those are your qualifiers, I should say. Lake Macquarie, Capital Lakes, Hunter Valley Grammar, and Newcastle Grammar. Or Redlands, I should say.
Redlands, and another Redlands crew coming across now, Fry and Natilli. A really good finish from them. They don't qualify for the final, but that's looking good for the rest of the season. 6th will be the Glebe Rowing Club, Edward Williams and Carson Prout. Mossman Rowing Club's Kobe Reeves and Harry Coddington cross the line in 7th. And our final competitors, Kobe Young and Gary Leichman from Newcastle Grammar, will place 8th. So that's the second heat, and the time for that winning Lake Macquarie was 7 minutes 16.02. So 16 seconds slower than the winners of the previous heat. So we're staying with under 19s, but we're moving to the women's under 19 double scull now. So 2 people in this boat, each of them have a blade in each hand, so 4 blades in total, lots to manage there. We have a race with 5 crews. The first 4 will progress through to the final, so the pressure is on now to see what, first of all, to get into the final, and secondly, to get the best possible lane by finishing further up the pecking order. In lane 3, we've got Redlands, represented by Georgia Verschoor and Katarina Kroll, coached by Lucy Mason. In lane 4, from Sydney University Boat Club, Charlotte Botha and Chloe Driver. In lane 5, from Hunter Valley Grammar School, Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton. In lane 6, from Glebe Rowing Club, Portia Koskar and Audrey Abe-Wikrima, coached by Susanna McMahon. And in lane 7, from Queenwood School, Zoe James and Phoebe Campbell, coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle.
Thank you, Liz, and I think I can already see that it's that Sydney University crew, Charlotte Botha and Chloe Driver, are in the lead. Even though they're a long way away yet from the grandstand, does appear as though that crew is in the ascendancy. I think those 2 girls hailing from Queenwood originally?
Queenwood School for Girls, so I would imagine they are also coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. And Alfie Young, of course, who's the director of the Queenwood programme and the coach at Sydney Uni Boat Club. So they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. This race is being conducted over 2,000 metres, so the Olympic and Paralympic distance. And that does mean, to go into the minutiae of it, that that's a held start. So what that means is some of our volunteers are actually down there at the far end of the course, holding on to the boats, and you can actually see that from time to time on our live stream. When you see the boats on the start line, if you have a look to the left, you'll see that there's somebody lying down on the pontoon there holding on to the stern of their boat and working through radio with the aligner to make sure all the bow balls are lined up in a straight line. And then when we get to the finish judges are watching those bow balls come across the line. Nice strong showing there from our Sydney University Boat Club crew in lane 4. They've crossed through the 500 metre to go mark and they're powering their way down, and they've now created a gap between themselves and Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 5, so on one side of them, and the Redlands crew of Georgia Verschoor and Katarina Kroll on the other side of them, lane 3.
And it's worth noting that the progression in this event is 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final at 10:41 a.m. There are only 5 boats in this race, so only 1 crew will miss out. So that, you would imagine, takes some of the pressure off our crews out in the lead. So on that basis, it would appear as though that crew in Sydney, in the Sydney University colours in lane 4, have just taken their rate of striking down a bit.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Keep the power up, but give yourself lots of recovery time. I've just had a quick squiz at the second heat, and there's only 5 crews in that one as well. So, but this is good. At least you get a preliminary race.
That's right. Yeah. So a rather generous progression. Yeah.
And it looks as though our crew sitting in second position, the Hunter Valley Grammar School crew, look fairly relaxed about things as well. Yeah, Botha and Driver, they've really impressed. They've done some of the time trials during the winter series, and they've really impressed with how they've progressed through the season so far.
Both in the single scull, I assume.
Yeah. New school year, so.
So they're both still in the school program, are they?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there'll be ones to watch coming throughout the rest of the season. Second place in lane 5 is Hunter Valley Grammar, Dennis and Thornton. In third place, it'll be Redlands, Georgia Verschoor and Katarina Kroll. Fourth place will go to the Queenwood proper crew, Zoe James and Phoebe Campbell. And then fifth place will go to Portia Koskar and Audrey Abe-Wikrima from Glebe in lane 6.
The winning time for that Sydney University crew, although it's not really representative of what they can do, winning time was 8 minutes 13.63 seconds. 8:18.84, so another 5 seconds back to the Hunter Valley Grammar School crew and a further 8 seconds back to our third placed Redlands crew, fourth Queenwood and fifth Glebe now eliminated from the event.
Fantastic, and race 13 is of course underway. It's the second heat of the women's under-19 double scull. As we've mentioned, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression through to the final at 10:41 a.m. And the remaining crew, I should say, is eliminated. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boats on the course. So in lane 3, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Jemima Mackenzie and Myfina Bland. In lane 4, representing Queenwood, Alexandra O'Brien and Imogen Gray, coached by Kieron Glynn and Ray Boyle. In lane 5, representing Redlands, Briar Carter and Alice Bennett, coached by Uzes Beaton. In lane 6, representing Lake Macquarie, Alice McCready and Isabel Mitef. And finally, in lane 7, representing, well, it's a Kinross Wallaroi composite crew, Imogen Lang from Canberra Rowing Club and Lucy Searle from Kinross Wallaroi. And I think, Lizzie, it is that crew, that composite crew in lane 7, who have a significant advantage over the rest of the field. Lucy Searle, of course, doing plenty of good work in the single scull in the Kinross Wallaroi colours.
Yes, indeed, and Imogen Lang, I would imagine that the connection here is Sarah Cook.
Yeah, not an unfair line to draw, I think, that connection.
Yeah, having been the head coach there at Kinross Wallaroi School and based now in Canberra, and a really excellent junior coach, particularly always having her eye out for having taken the junior women's double to overseas, always on the lookout now for good partners for each other, and it looks a pretty neat double actually. So Imogen Lang and Lucy Searle powering through to the finish now. So unlike the Sydney Uni crew, they're not bothering to conserve energy. They're just having a bit of a practice building it up into the finish line to ensure their place, and they'll have a fastest time as well. And then that Queenwood crew, they're following the same tactics as the Sydney University crew in that they're just conserving energy, happy enough just to get through to the final. We'd imagine that they'll be doing other events as well.
Yeah. So that final to take place in exactly 2 hours' time, so not a heap of time to rest up, but yeah, and those girls just congratulating one another. So well done, Imogen and Lucy, in that Kinross Wallaroi composite boat. In second place coming through now, yeah, it's that Queenwood crew, Lizzie, O'Brien and Gray.
And then we have a real battle going on, so if you're from either of these two clubs, they need you to cheer them on. Redlands, Brian Carter and Alice Bennett are tussling with Lake Macquarie's Alice McCready and Isabel Mitef. So I think Redlands have done a massive push as they came into the last 100 metres, and that push has managed to lift their boat speed. They've now got 3/4 of a boat length over Lake Macquarie. Lake Macquarie, I think they've just realised that's going to put them in a very close in lanes as well. But Redlands will get the better lane. They've finished in third, finishing in fourth, but progressing through to the final, the Lake Macquarie crew. And fifth will be our crew from Newcastle Grammar of Jemima Mackenzie and Miff Bland. And just confirming the times for you. So that second heat, the Kinross Wallaroi Club crew won in a time of 7:51.44, so that's significantly faster than the 8:13 that was done by Sydney University before, but a very different race.
Yes.
And again, lifting it to the end.
Yes.
8:10 for the Queenwood crew, so that's a good time too. Alex O'Brien and Imi Gray, and then Redlands 8:42. And Lake Macquarie 8:44.
Great.
All right,
well, Lizzie,
on to the big stuff now.
excitingly, we have the men's elite single sculls on the course. Of course, so much to talk about for this event. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression through to the A final, and the rest through to the B final. Yeah. The A final is at 10:48. The B final is at 10:53. And some fantastic calibre of scullers on the course at the moment.
Starting with lane 1.
Our very own.
Our very own co-colleague, Peter Waldersee from the commentary team. I asked him, I said to him, I understand you're racing, so let's just talk about when we're both going to be on the commentary team. And he went, yeah, I'm doing the men's elite single scull. What? So here he is in lane 1, our very own Peter Waldersee, representing UTS and coached by Elliot Shatcliffe-Bertonetti. So he's across on the far side. And then we have the lovely Marcus Britt from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Tom Lorridge in lane 2. In lane 3, Marcus Delamata, who also from UTS.
Another Rowing New South Wales own.
Exactly,
Yeah.
Rowing New South Wales, part of the team behind the team, but also, of course, making his way in his illustrious international career as
Indeed.
a coastal single
Yes.
sculler. So we were having a bit of a giggle last night about how will he go on flat water in a fine boat. So good luck to him. We've got Alex Nichol from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And sorry, I should say that's also Marcus, and both of the Marcuses are also NSWIS athletes. Alex Rossi from Western Australia Rowing Club, and I'm sure
And
he'd be in the
WACE,
WACE program.
yes.
Yeah. Sean Murphy from UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport program. Of course, our well-renowned lightweight, who's moved across from Mossman Rowing Club with his coach, Matthias Ungemach, and now also being coached by Tim McLaren, which will
Absolutely.
be joyful for him. Yeah. We have Miles McQuillan from Swan River in lane 7, and Jack Armitage from Commercial in lane 8. Jack is coached by Stephen Pozzi.
Yeah, and there certainly is a trailer down from Brisbane today. Saw that on the socials last night, so a well-represented contingent of Northerners down for the New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. So,
Great
look,
to
coming
see
through the
here.
1,000 metre, look how exciting is that. Looks as though it's Marcus Delamata with a gee, that's close, isn't it? Delamata, Nichol, Rossi, Murphy, Armitage in that order through the 1,000 metres, but there's just nothing in it, is there, Lizzie?
Nothing at all. And then Jack Armitage sitting just less than a boat's length behind that top 4. Marcus Britt, another boat length behind him. Peter Waldersee, length and a half behind him. And neck and neck with Miles McQuillan's on the other side of the course. So, geez, really close.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really good race to watch in the final 500 metres. Of course, Delamata, such a strong competitor, Marcus is. He really gets really fired up and really into the sport, so it'll be really good to watch.
And I applaud him because he's also,
Yeah.
he does such a lot of work here at the Regatta
He does,
and
yeah.
at Rowing New South Wales. So to be out here all day yesterday, getting everything ready for the Regatta, and now out there on the course giving it everything, good for him.
Yeah,
You're only
fierce
young
competitor.
once.
Yeah, that's right. Alex Nichol, of course, next to him, seasoned competitor.
Absolutely. And also, interestingly, doing some work with the Institute of Sport because he's studying sport management. So, again, somebody, this is what our Pathways athletes are doing there, juggling university work and their rowing. So it's a heavy life load.
Yeah, it's not easy at all. Alex Rossi, of course, a lovely chap from the Western Australia, of course, he represented Australia in the quad,
Right.
the under-23 quad,
Right.
last year, alongside Marcus Delamata, actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's a heavyweight sculler, but he is on the smaller side of things. Speaking of the smaller side of things, Sean Murphy pushing up and has overtaken Rossi and Nichol, is currently in second place behind Marcus Delamata, also of UTS. So I think Sean Murphy making that move just in the last 100 metres or so by the looks of things.
Having a really good push through into that last 500. I'm just glad there are 4 spots. Although here on the near side, Jack Armitage from Commercial looks like he's having a really good middle patch and also pushing hard coming into that last 500. But I don't know. I think that that leading 4 will remain the leading 4. What's happening over there on the near side? Is it Marcus Britt? He looks like he's going pretty well too. But Marcus Delamata from UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport is first to the 250 metres to go mark. Sean Murphy stays just a smidgen ahead of Alex Rossi. So that's UTS ahead of Western Australia Rowing Club, just ahead of Alex Nichol from Sydney Rowing Club. But anything could happen in that last 100 metres, and they're coming up to it right now. Marcus Delamato keeping a really close eye on his other competitors. Sean Murphy, as always, lifting his rate of striking. Man, this man can sprint. He's such a good cyclist as well.
He must be up in the high 30s now, at least. Alex Rossi also lifting his rate of striking. Getting his bow ball in front of Alex Nichol, but it is Marcus Delamato who remains in the lead, and he is responding to the late push from his compatriot Sean Murphy. Murphy is lifting, also as Rossi, probably up into the low 40s now goes Sean Murphy, and Marcus Delamato just looks across. I think he's done enough, but Sean Murphy finishing really strong, looking fantastic. So that'll be your finishing order, ladies and gentlemen. Marcus Delamato from UTS, Sean Murphy, Alex Rossi, Alex Nichol, followed by Jack Armitage from Commercial in lane 8, then Marcus Britt from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 2. And Max McQuillan from Swan River to cross next, followed by Peter Waldersee from UTS.
And in terms of time, Marcus Delamato, a provisional time of 7 minutes, 9.77 seconds. Sean Murphy, 7 minutes, 10.77 seconds. So 1 second exactly between them. There are further 1.94 of a second, so 7:12.71 to Alex Rossi, and Alex Nichol, 7:14.66. So that margin was a further 1.95. Nothing between them. The second heat is in progress now in the men's elite single scull, with Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport in lane 1. Kieran Riak from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 2, coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Blaine Heseltine, coached by Gus Rodero. In lane 4, from the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Programme, Hamish Harding. In lane 5, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Kane Grant. In lane 6, from UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Harry Curtin. In lane 7, from Swan River and the West Australian Institute of Sport Programme, Johnson Daubney. And in lane 8, from UTS, Mitch Blackmore-Cram.
Fantastic, and plenty to talk about again in this race, Lizzie. A very high calibre of athlete. Of course, Kieran Riak has been around the block a couple of times now. Multiple New South Wales representative, I should say, in both the Youth 8 squad and also in the Youth 8 proper, I think.
Yes, indeed. I was talking to him the other day about remembering, because he was originally at St Augustine's and Mossman Rowing Club, and then moved across to Sydney University Boat Club, and was, as you say, was in the Pathway 8. But I remember his very first time at doing the introduction to Pathways, which was at UTS, actually. It was a great day.
Does look as though it's in the lead at the moment is Blaine Heseltine of the University of Queensland in lane 3.
Another seasoned
a lightweight and an incumbent national champion in the men's lightweight quad with yours truly. Alongside a couple of great men. But no, Blaine Heseltine is one of those athletes we've spoken about in the past, Lizzie, who's taken a fair bit of time off, having come out of the blocks really hard in the under 23s, represented Australia, and has taken a couple of years off to focus on his career, but he's back and with a vengeance, competing really strongly, is Blaine.
A lightweight, though.
That's right.
Yeah. So that's where you compare him with somebody like Kieran, and Hamish Harding is a lightweight next to him, so he's going pretty well.
Hamish, of course, competing alongside Harry Curtin there, who's doing really well.
Doing really well. So we've got 3 lightweights here, and then Johnson Daubney from Swan River. It looks as though he'll be the 4th across the line, doesn't he, in lane 7, representing Swan River and the West Australian Institute of Sport. So it looks our order, doesn't it? Blaine Heseltine leading. Hamish Harding sitting in 2nd, Harry Curtin in 3rd, and Johnson Daubney in 4th at the moment. But
I would certainly be keeping an eye on Hamish Harding.
Yeah, well,
yes. Very, very strong finisher. But of course, this is the heat, so they're just going to go 1, 2, 3, and 4, you would imagine. So Hamish Harding, of course, recent Australian representative in the
single.
In the single, the double and single, but Harry Curtin as well. Look, I mean, there's nothing that... the sky's the limit for this young man. He's a fantastic athlete, a true gentleman as well. So keep an eye remember the name, Harry Curtin, who crosses the line in 3rd place, and the final qualifier will be lane 7, Johnson Daubney from Swan River.
5th will be Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club. 6th will be Kieran Riak from Sydney University. 7th will be Mitch Blackmore-Cram from UTS. And 8th will be Kane Grant from the Melbourne University Boat Club programme. So the first 4 progressed through to the A final at 10:48. Blaine Heseltine's time was 7:08.99, so about a second faster than our previous winner, Marcus Delamata. Hamish Harding, 2.35 behind him, so 7:11.31. Then a margin of 3.85 back to Harry Curtin and 2.9 back to Johnson Daubney. Race number 16 on our programme is the first of 2 heats in the women's elite single scull. So here we have again our national team representatives and our up-and-coming pathways athletes. In lane 2, representing the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Liza Marie Lutz. In lane 3, representing Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre, Rowena Meredith. In lane 4, representing Swan River and the West Australian Institute of Sport programme, Leah Franklin. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club and the National Training Centre, Harriet Hudson. In lane 6, from Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre, Tara Rigney. In lane 7, from UTS and the National Training Centre, Laura Gourley. And in lane 8, from the ANU, Catherine Kahn.
Fantastic, thank you, Lizzie. And once again, a really high calibre of racing that we can expect from the Women's Elite Single Scull. Of course, multiple members of the Women's National Training Centre, and in particular, we've got Tara Rigney on the course. Recent, well, I suppose the
single
most...
sculler and
that's
bronze,
right.
silver medalist at
Yes.
the World Championships
Yes.
as well, yeah.
Yeah,
And I think
that's
she said she's only doing the single scull today, so this will be a great hit out for her, obviously. Racing alongside, from the world level quad, Harriet Hudson and Rowena Meredith in lanes 4, 5 and 3 respectively, and Laura Gourley, under 23 sculler, in lane 7 on the other side of her.
Yeah, Laura Gourley, of course, up and coming sculler in the women's program, the Rowing Australia, I guess, program more generally. Recently moved out to Penrith to partake in the Hancock Prospecting National Training Centre program at here in Penrith, and she's going from strength to strength as well, having come from UTS.
Yep, and her coach as well has joined the National Training Centre, Hallie Chapman, so that's great to see as well, that scholarship, I think they call program, that Hallie is on, which is called Gen 32. So a program across all sports, really encouraging coaches and their development as we hit that runway into Brisbane 2032, where we host a home Olympics. They're coming up to the last 250 metre mark, and there's a real battle going on between Tara Rigney and Harriet Hudson in the middle of the course there, and then across to Rowena Meredith and slightly back to Laura Gourley. So they are our 4 leaders at the moment. Only 4 progress through to the A final at 10:58. The remainder are going to go through to a B final. So Tara looking pretty relaxed and under control. She's actually just started to raise the rate of striking now. Big, powerful strokes coming from Harriet Hudson and also from Rowena Meredith.
Yeah, just under a little bit of pressure is Tara Rigney from Harriet Hudson in that sky blue Sydney Rowing Club Zudi to her right. And Hudson raising her rate of striking as well, just to put a little bit of pressure on Rigney, who was, I think, the World Rowing Athlete of the Month or something a couple of months ago. So
we should say Tara was in the double scull for the Olympics. Harriet and Rowena, our other leaders, were in the quad and got a bronze medal. That was Tara's, I think it was all of them, their first Olympics, wasn't it? But yeah, Tara, who really, really wants to represent in the single in Paris in 2024 at the Olympics, taking out our first heat of the Women's Elite Scull, Harriet Hudson second, Rowena Meredith third, and Laura Gourley fourth, all from the National Training Centre. Fifth will be Leah Franklin from the West Australian Institute of Sport and the Swan River Rowing Club, coached by Mark Beer over there. and a fantastic both sweep and sculling. So she's a great athlete and really just moving out of the pathway into the senior levels, so going well there. Sixth across the line will be Catherine Kahn from the ANU. She looks a very determined athlete, so good work for her there. And then it's back to Liza Marie Lutz from the QAS program under Phil Bourguignon. Our second heat is now in progress. They're at about 250 metres, and Nikki Greenland from Sydney University Boat Club is in lane 2. Cara Greskoviak, good to see her back, representing Canberra Rowing Club, a seasoned competitor and in the national team, but is concentrating on work these days. But still just such a fantastic competitor. Ria Thompson from the University of Queensland and the National Training Centre, another member of our Olympic bronze medal winning quad, is in lane 4. Amanda Bateman from Melbourne University and the National Training Centre is in lane 5. She was Tara's doubles partner at the Olympics. Caitlin Cronin from the University of Queensland and the National Training Centre and the quad is in lane 6. And then Bonnie Andrews, an up-and-coming lightweight from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding, is in lane 7. Ella Menzies from the Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Tom Lorridge, is in lane 8. Again, first 4 through to the final A, and the rest through to the final B. A final is at 10:58, and the B final is at 11:03. So yeah, Bonnie Andrews, also a national team representative way back at the juniors in 2013. So I know she's pushing now in the lightweight category, so who knows, might be 10 years between representation. But trucking along pretty nicely against these Olympic level professionals, Caitlin Cronin in lane 6, Amanda Bateman in lane 5, and Ria Thompson in lane 4.
Of course, Caitlin Cronin and Ria Thompson from the quad.
The quad,
2000 and from Tokyo, I should say.
What a great race that was.
Yeah.
Still, it was just, that wasn't, what do they call it? The golden hour.
Yeah,
when we
that's
won,
right.
Yeah, 2 golds and 2 bronzes in the space of an hour. Fantastic. Yeah, and Caitlin's taken some time off, and she's been doing, you know, I follow her on Strava. That's how you get. That's
right.
how you get all our information, isn't it? That she does a lot of cycling.
Yeah, and I think Ria did as well. To be honest, she moved back to Brisbane.
Yes.
Yep. To Brisbane, and did some time up there with in the University of Queensland colours, and of course is back down here in Penrith now with the training centre. So
yes. Yeah. Yeah, so she's going nicely there. So the people that aren't in the National Training Centre that we need to watch, on the far side, in the dark blue of Canberra, Cara Greskoviak, as we say, a previous national team member and a very talented sculler.
Oh, yeah.
Ria Thompson just sitting ahead of her now, lower rate of striking. But as they come into the last 250, keeping a careful eye on her and watching that push. And then we've got also Ella Menzies from Sydney University Boat Club going pretty well in lane 8. It looks as though we've got somebody missing. Is it Amanda Bateman? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, could be.
I think we're missing Amanda Bateman from lane 5.
So Greskoviak in lane 3 really putting some duress on Ria Thompson in lane 4. But of course it's a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression, so nothing on the line as such in this race. And yeah, Thompson just lifting the rate again to respond. in that distinctive yellow boat.
So she had 4 seconds on her at the 1,000-metre mark, but it's certainly not 4 seconds now. So well done, Cara. Nice race, nicely timed
And
to
Cara's
get a good lane.
going to come second, I think.
I think she is.
Yeah.
And
So,
Caitlin will be third.
so Ria Thompson first, Cara Groskowiak second, Caitlin Cronin third. Fourth place will go to Ella Metzinez from Sydney University Boat Club.
Then across to Nikki Greenland of Sydney University Boat Club, and then back to our lightweight Bonnie Andrews of the ANU. So across the line there now in a time of 7:49.48 provisionally, and that compares with Tara Rigney's time of 7:48.26, and 7:49.32 was Harriet Hudson. So it's going to be a good race in the
Mouth-watering final setting up.
Come back again at 10:58, folks.
That's right. All right, so moving right along, race 18, the men's elite pair, the first heat of the men's elite pair, Lizzie, is on the course. It's a 1-2-3 for progression through to the final, plus the next fastest crew. Which is I suppose, an irregular way of doing it.
But it's so interesting you say that. So I'm doing commentary these days for paddle, for sprint canoe,
Right,
and that's exactly what they do. So they'll take the first 4 and then the fastest 5th place person.
Just to fill
progress
up
through
that
to the A
last
final.
place.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? So I was out here last weekend at the Sprint Canoe Championships, and folks, we think we've got a big race when we've got 9 lanes. They have 11.
Yeah.
They use the security lanes, the safety lanes on the side.
Yeah, fair enough.
So it's pretty full on.
Yeah.
Now this is a little different. We don't have our men's National Training Centre elite sweep people here. So this elite pair is domestic level, I suppose you would call it, and institute level. In lane 3, we've got Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh from the Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Tom Lorridge. Both of those have represented Lachlan at junior level in the Cox 4 and Devlin Walsh at under 21 level. In lane 4, we have a composite of Angus McCasker from Canned Rowing Club and Tom Coates from Commercial Rowing Club of Queensland, coached by Stephen Posey and Scott Rowe. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Beau Fleming and Luke Walker. In lane 6 from the Sydney University Boat Club, Matt Smith and Josh Hewitt, coached by Don McLaughlin. And in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Torrin Olsen and Matt Rowe. Matthew Rowe, who hails from the UK, and Torrin, who was an Institute of Sport scholarship holder the last couple of years and an under-23 sculler. And they look to be going pretty well in lane 7 against the leaders across in lane 1 of Miles and Walsh from Sydney University Boat Club.
Yep, that looks to be the case, Lizzie. Of course, Miles and Walsh are 2 examples of, they're both fine gentlemen, of course, but 2 guys who have taken, I suppose, a step back to varying degrees from high-level elite training.
Yes.
And have come back to, I suppose, into the fold recently and jumped in the pair and doing really well.
Yeah, which is great to see. Lachlan Miles, the partner of Tara Rigney. And I think also they both went to Henley for the first time last year and realised there is such a wealth of rowing to do outside of elite rowing. There's so much fun to be had. There's so many regattas around the world, and Henley Royal Regatta is just amazing. So they did okay in the 4, but didn't do as well as they wanted to, and I think that's whet their whistle, whet their appetite to go back and do more, and such a great alternative to going for national team selection when, as we know, it's highly competitive, especially the year before the Olympics.
And it's a great thing about rowing. It is an amateur sport in the true sense of the word.
Yes.
And, both of these guys work. Lachlan, I think, works for CBRE. Doing commercial real estate. So look, he's gone away, he's studied, he's come back to the sport, so really great to see, and he's a great bloke as well. So.
And he is indeed, and Devlin, who's the one of the presidents of Sydney University Boat Club, so that's a big workload on top of studying and working. But nice rowing there. They've taken their rate of striking down because they're confident that they're going to go through in first position to progress through to the final of the men's elite pair. Second, Torrin Olsen and Matt Rowe, another good pair. And joining them in the final will be Beau Fleming and Angus McCasker and Tom Coates, the composite there from Queensland, and Smith and Hewitt from Sydney University Boat Club. and then back to Fleming and Walker of Lake Macquarie. So just checking there if we've got a time. First across the line, Miles and Walsh from Sydney Uni in a time of 7 minutes, 13.02 of a second. So the final of this is at 11:08.
So Lizzie, just waiting for our final boat in that first heat to come across the line, but turning our attention now to race 19, which is the second heat of the men's elite pair. Of course, that 1, 2, 3, 4 progression plus the next fastest crew to qualify. In lane 2, it's a Mercantile UTS composite crew, George Finlayson from UTS and Jack Robertson from Mercantile, coached by Matthias Ungemark, Tim McLaren, Matthew Morgan and Tom Cregan. In lane 3,
I was
My
thinking
mistake.
that's a lot of coaches,
That's a
but I
lot
can
of
see what's
coaches.
happened now. Yeah, it's the Sydney Rowing Club crew, isn't it?
That's right. The Sydney Rowing Club crew is of course Matthew Morgan and Tom Cregan. My mistake. In lane 4, representing Cand and Swan River, Riley Rees-Turner and Dylan Rhodes, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, Declan Glendinning and William Downey. We've got a scratching from the Sydney University Boat Club crew, Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson, representing Cand and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury in lane 7.
So we've got sort of an up-and-coming pairing, I think, in lane 5 of Declan Glendinning and William Downey. Both of them quite young, so I'm sure they're at least under 23, if not younger. So good to see them battling up with the big guys.
Yeah.
In the lead at the 1,000-metre mark is the crew from Cand and the QAS, it's Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury. Both of these crews are coached by Scott Rowe, but sitting in second position, the composite of Rees-Turner and Rhodes. So Swan River over there in Perth and Cand in Queensland, near Brisbane. So a composite there to just try and start finding some pairings, getting ready for the state championships coming up, which is a selection event.
Yeah. And of course, hot on their heels is that Mercantile composite crew. That's Finlayson and Robertson.
Yes, so George Finlayson over in the US for a number of years now, hasn't he? But he's back.
Well, he was in the US, and then he went to Cambridge, and now he's back.
Of course, yes.
So quite a decorated oarsman, and he's back home at UTS where he learnt, training under Tim McLaren, of course, and he's paired up with Jack Robertson, a Mercantile oarsman, and they both went to the National Training Centre trials, but of course are back out on the course today, but of course a very high level.
Yeah, and I think Jack Robertson was overseas as well.
Yeah, he was also at uni in
and that's
US.
It's a great pathway, I think, for a rower to go over to the US on scholarship and actually come back with your degree paid for, and then you can just concentrate on your rowing. How fantastic if you can manage doing it, as Rosie Popper said, you come back with no debt. However, you're balancing that with being at home and going to one of the fine institutions we have over here, because we have such great universities too. It's a great pair though, look at that. George Finlayson in the black and white stripes of UTS, black, white and teal stripes of UTS. Jack Robertson there in the red and white of the Mercantile Rowing Club of Melbourne. And they're going to easily take out this second heat of the men's elite pair to progress through to the A final at 11 o'clock. There's a bit of a battle going on now between the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Matthew Morgan and Tom Cregan, looking very relaxed and confident and sitting quarter of a boat length ahead of Rees-Turner and Rhodes. So they'll come second and third respectively, and fourth will be the Cand crew of Lord and Salisbury. Then just missing out on the final, Glendinning and Downey, but I don't think they'll be disappointed because they've had a good hit out there ahead of the underage events at the state champs.
And it might well be that they qualify in any event, because they may well be the next fastest crew. So we'll see what happens. Race 20 is on the course, Lizzie. It's still a distance from the grandstand up here, but it's the women's elite pair now. at the first heat, I should say, 1, 2, 3 through to the A final, and 4, 5, 6 through to the B final. So in lane 2, representing Swan River Rowing Club, Lola Quinn and Georgia Hughes. In lane 3, it's a Sydney Rowing Club composite crew, Taylor Caudle from the ANU and Isabel Ferrer from Sydney Rowing Club, and their coaches are Nigel Harding and Felix Dew. In lane 4, it's a Melbourne University composite crew, so Kat Wary from Mercantile and Lucy Steffen from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 5, it's a Sydney University composite crew, Paige Barr from Mercantile and Georgie Gleeson from a Sydney Uni Boat Club. In lane 6, it's an Adelaide composite and a National Training Centre crew, Bronwyn Cox from the University of Western Australia and Molly Goodman from Adelaide. In lane 7 from Melbourne University, Laura Foley and Eliza Gaffney, coached by Connor McConville. And finally, representing the University of Queensland, Phoebe Robinson, my apologies, and Lucy Hope. And their coach is Phil Bourguignon.
So we've got 3 heats of this women's elite pair, and that means only the first 3 will progress through to the A final. Because it's an elite event, we will have a B final, so the crews placing 4th, 5th and 6th will go through to the B final, and I guess if there's anybody else, they'll get eliminated from the event. The A final is at 11:13 and the B final at 11:18, and I'm sure it's going to be, with a number of entries like this, it's going to be an exciting race. And by the way, just going back to the men's elite pair, you were quite right. There was a massive difference between the times of the fastest finishing 5th place crew, and it definitely will be Glendinning and Downing.
I thought that they would probably make the final.
Which is good for them.
So
now,
unsurprisingly, Stefan and Wary in the lead in this race.
So half of our gold medal winning Olympic 4 and were very successful at under 23 level in this pairing as well, weren't they? Some pairs just click, don't they? So yes, representing Mercantile, Katrina Wherry in the bow seat, representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Lucen Steffi in the stroke seat. But both of them grew up honing their skills at school and club on the Yarra River in Melbourne, that hot spot for rowing. So fantastic, all the boat sheds in a row there on Boathouse Drive, a bit like the embankment at Putney in London.
Yeah, and of course us poor Welshmen have missed out on the Yarra 3 years in a row now, ahead of the Yarra.
Yes,
so
it's finally been cancelled, hasn't it?
That's
It's
right.
such a shame. Got moved from November to April, and now it's not happening.
Yeah, that's right. So,
So disappointing.
hopefully, fingers and toes crossed for a big kind of a homecoming to the Yarra River in November of this year, hopefully.
Yeah. So that was Katrina Wherry and Lucy Steffen there in lane 4 in the lead. To the side of them, lane 5. So as we get closer to you in the grandstand, Paige Barr and Georgie Gleeson. Sydney Mercantile, Paige Barr and Georgie Gleeson, Sydney Uni, but she is also Melbourne born and bred, and that's where she did her rowing, and is a member of the Victorian Institute of Sport program these days. So they're having a good race next to them, so they're up-and-comers. Then in lane 6, Bronwyn Cox, who returned to the National Training Centre last year. She did her rowing over in Perth at the University of WA. And Molly Goodman, saw her this morning actually, she's just come back to the NTC this season. She's had a bit of time away following the Olympics and racing in the Women's 8. And she's bought a house, had a job, made some real inroads into some big life goals, but is now back at the National Training Centre pursuing a place in the Paris 2024 Olympic team. And they're currently sitting in 3rd place. So at the moment, they look like they'll be the final crew to cross the line. Bronnie Cox, another fantastic pairs rower. Molly Goodman, I mean, mate, I'd have her in my boat any day. She's a real gutsy rower. Sitting in 4th at the moment, the under-23s, Laura Foley and Eliza Gaffney, and they are racing in Melbourne University Boat Club colours and doing pretty well, and they'll be going for a time so that they get a really good lane in the B final. So the way it works is the higher up the pecking order you come in the progression, the better the lane you get in the final, and by better we mean in the middle, where you can see everybody else.
Yeah. So into the final 50 metres or so, Lizzie, it's Wary and Stefan in lane 4 who are going to take out that first place, you would think. 2nd place looks as though it'll go to Barr and Gleeson in lane 5.
Nice rowing.
And 3rd place will go to Cox and Goodman in lane 6.
And then fourth across the line will be our Melbourne University Boat Club pair of Foley and Gaffney. They'll go into the B final in a good position. A good race, but I think the University of Queensland's Phoebe Robinson and Lucy Hope will take fifth position. And sixth will be Sydney Rowing Club and ANU's composite of Furrow and Caudle. Seventh, Lola Quinn and Georgia Hughes of Swan River in WA. Okay, our second heat of the women's elite pair is now in progress. Again, the first three through to the A final, the next three through to the B final. In lane 2, representing Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah de Ure and Sarah de Ure and Sarah Marriott, coached by Connor McConville. In lane 3, Jess Morrison from Mercantile and the National Training Centre, with Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle and the National Training Centre, who of course were our pair at the Olympics and half of our gold medal winning four. In lane 4, Lily Alton from the University of Queensland and Eleanor Price from Sydney University Boat Club, both of them now at the National Training Centre. In lane 5, a composite of Jamie Ford from Sydney University and Olympia Aldersea, who's moved from Adelaide Boat Club, to UTS. And again, they are both based at the NTC. In lane 6, from the University of Queensland, Issy Drew and Ellie Reedy, coached by Phil Bourguignon. In lane 7, a composite of Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University Boat Club and Rebecca Pretorius from Swan River, coached by Alfie Young. And in lane 8, from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport, Lauren Graham and Lexi Northdurft. Oh, she was commercial, so she's obviously moved to Sydney Rowing Club.
Right. I thought that was an N-Swiss crew as well. Just looking across, it's a very, very capable field on the course at the moment. Of course, Morrison and McIntyre. That's I think the stern pair of that four, that gold winning four.
And I know they had to change Tokyo. We're just lucky Tokyo, that we had we had an Olympics, didn't we, and a Paralympics. Yes. But really, because of the weather conditions, it all got a bit messed up. And so instead of racing the pair on one day and the four on the other day, they ended up having to do both races on the same day. And instead of winning, I really thought they could win gold in both events. I'm sure all of us thought they could, and we were all cheering them on, but they ended up in the B final of the women's pair.
Yes.
And of course took that out and had a fantastic row. But Jess Morrison, incredibly strong. She's a lawyer. Her partner is from the American Men's 8. Austin Hack. Yep. Lovely, lovely man, and we loved having him over here during the last Olympic cycle. But she's obviously back from the USA now, so looking forward to the international season. It's great to see her back, and they're such a classy pair, the two of them there. But I would imagine that they haven't had that many rows together, because it's only, the 28th of January, and Jess has just got back, and there's a real battle going on. Next to them, Lily Alton and Eleanor Price, really wanting to prove themselves in front of the coaches of the NTC. Jamie Ford and Olympia Aldersea looking pretty good there in lane 5, and then Sophia Whiteman and Lauren Graham and Lexi Northdurft. So both of them have been under 21 and under 23 rowers, and I think, and juniors as well. Lauren got a silver in the juniors, and I think Lexi might have medalled as well. So we've got pretty good group of people out there. But as they come through the 500, a little bit of a lift there from Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre, and they look to me as though they're squeezing into the lead during that 250-metre patch, and they're going to lead in over the last 250. Yeah,
certainly stamping their authority on this race, Morrison and McIntyre, and have a couple of boat lengths lead over. I think that's Ford and Aldersea, one lane to their left.
Yeah. We have a saying in the UK, class is permanent, form is temporary, and here we see class.
Yes.
That's a pretty good push coming from the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Lauren Graham and Lexi Northdurft, but unfortunately that's caused a little bit of a steering issue, and the fastest line is a straight line, and that ain't straight.
I think they're just straightening up now. Hopefully they can fix that up before the end. But of course a close battle as well going on between Lily Alton and Eleanor Price.
Ooh, yes.
And between Jamie Ford and Olympia Aldersea for that all-important third qualifying place. And they're going toe-to-toe. I think it's Ford and Aldersea who are marginally in the lead. in
here we
lane
go.
5.
Olympia Aldersey, such an experienced competitor.
So there go McIntyre and Morrison over the line in first place. Second place will go to Ford and Aldersey. Third place to Alton and Price. Fourth place will go to Graham and Nofdurft, who've really pushed through quite quickly in that final 100 metres. Fifth place to Melbourne University, and sixth place to the Swan River Composite crew, Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius. And finally, the University of Queensland boat will cross the line, Izzy Drew and Ellie Reedy.
And the time for that winning crew, Morrison and McIntyre, was 7 minutes 15.59. That was the second heat, and that compares with the previous heat, which was 7 minutes 16 for Kat Werry and Lucy Steffen. So it's going to be a really exciting final at 11:13. So make sure you come back for that, folks. And now we have the third heat. In lane 2, we have a composite between Ella Bramwell of Adelaide Rowing Club and Sarah Tisdall of the University of Queensland from SASI and the QAS respectively. In lane 3, a composite of Jess Scott of Cand Rowing Club and Maddie Williams of the University of Queensland Boat Club. In lane 4, a composite of Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club and Georgie Rowe of UTS, both of whom are Olympians and are from the National Training Centre. In lane 5, Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club is in a composite with Georgia Patton of West Australian Rowing Club. So we're keeping the Westies together there. And again, both of them are from the National Training Centre. In lane 6, a composite of Jean Mitchell from Melbourne University Boat Club and Mimi Tuddenham of Mercantile Rowing Club, Jean from the national senior team last year. And so they will be VIS athletes, I'm sure. And in lane 7 from Sydney University Boat Club, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd, coached by Alfie Young, and they are both in talent squad for the New South Wales Institute of Sport.
So through the 1500 metres mark now, it does look as though it's that crew in lane 4 from that UTS composite boat, Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe, in the lead with a narrow margin over Jackie Swick and Georgia Patton from the Western Australia Rowing Club composite crew and the National Training Centre. So those crews going head to head as they come into the final 500 metres, but certainly not a huge margin to the rest of the boats, so we should be in for a really exciting finish to this race.
Yeah, the 1,000-metre mark, it was 0.17 of a second between them, and then another 2.62 back to Bramwell and Sarah Tisdall, another person who went to the USA for her degree, and then progressed on, as did George Finlayson, to row in the boat race.
Yes.
I can't remember whether she was... I hate to confess this, whether she was Oxford or Cambridge, but she was at Harvard for her undergraduate, and she hails from Brisbane.
Yeah, well, either Oxford or Cambridge, one of those boats.
Cambridge. There you go. Cambridge Boat Club. Cambridge University, rather. That's pretty good. She must be a bit brainy to do Harvard and then Cambridge.
So Georgie Rowe and Sarah Hoare in lane 4 looking really strong out in the lead of this race. I probably got half a boat length's advantage over Swick and Patton from the West Australian crew in lane 5. They're pushing back up on them now. I don't think they're going to be under any kind of pressure though, or any kind of threat of losing their position. Lane 4 in first place, followed by Swick and Patton in second place, followed by The University of Queensland composite in 3rd place. 4th place goes to the Mercantile composite crew in lane 6. 5th place to Sydney University in lane 7. And 6th place to Bramwell and Tisdall of that University of Queensland composite crew and the Queensland Academy of Sport.
And the winning time for Georgie Rowe and Sarah Hoare in their pair was 7 minutes 18.22. That compares with 7:15 for Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre and 7:16 for Kat Werry and Lucy Steffen. But given that that's not an experienced pair, that's a pretty good time. 7:19.58 for Jackie Swick and Georgia Patton, and Ella Bramwell and Sarah Tisdall a respectable 7:20.49. So those are the 3 crews through to the A final at 11:13.
Yes.
And the remainder progressing through to the B final. Okay, we're going to have a quick change of commentator here. Welcome, Peter Waldersee. We were cheering you on in the men's elite single scull. How exciting.
Wow.
So I'll hand over now and I'll be back later.
Thank you, Lizzie, and welcome to Peter Waldersee. It's great to be back in the commentary tower with you, sir. Race 23 is on the course. It's the first heat of the men's under-21 single scull, so we are changing gears somewhat from the kind of top end of town elite racing in the men's and women's elite single sculls, and of course the men's and women's elite pairs. So this is the first heat of the men's under-21 single scull. The progression is 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the A final, and the rest through to the B final. I'll confirm for you in a moment what time the A final and the B final will take place at. But in lane 1, representing Nepean Rowing Club, is Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. In 2nd place, representing Sydney University Boat Club, is Sam Bristow, coached by Don McLaughlin. In 3rd place, representing Sydney Rowing Club, is Gordon Applecron. In 4th place, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Hugo Hobbs, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 5, representing Toowong, Darcy Water, coached by Mark Game. In lane 6, representing the University of Queensland, is Drew Waitman, coached by Randall Martin. In lane 7, representing Penrith, Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callahan. In lane 8, from Sydney University, Oscar Beregi, coached by Don McLaughlin. And finally, in lane 9, representing Tamar Rowing Club, Harry Birchmore. Good morning to you, Peter.
Good morning, Michael, and thank you very much, Lizzie. It's been a pleasure to listen to your soothing tones through the Regatta Park for this morning, and I'm very happy to be up here with Michael McRae. Now, Michael, this is looking like a good race here, the 21 single. It looks like it might be either that Toowong or University of Queensland crew that's out in front with a fairly good margin there at the 1,000. I think he's got a good boat length or two there.
I dare say, and this is just a quick fact and a quick speculation, that Drew Waitman in lane 6 from the University of Queensland might be a family relation to David Waitman, of course, an Australian Olympian in the 8 back in the early 2000s.
Could be. Could be. I'm not sure. Our fact checker has disappeared.
Yeah,
out of
that's
commentary
right.
tower,
Yeah, our authority in all things rowing, Lizzie Chapman, has gone. Anyway, we're happy to speculate.
We can assume he is. He's doing quite a good job here anyway, so he probably is. We can see there, it looks like Toowong's Darcy Water is leading there with a 1,000-metre mark time of 3 minutes and 30 seconds, just 5.5 seconds ahead of Drew Waitman. And then there's a nice gathering of scullers there, 0.45, 0.52, 1.79 seconds there, being the margins.
That's Hobbs, Bristow and Applecron from the first 2 from the Sydney University Boat Club and then Sydney Rowing Club. So we've got the 2 Queenslanders in the lead at this stage, followed by 3 locals. And of course, 1, 2, 3 and 4 will go through to the final. So it's that all-important fourth place that I guess the guys will be battling for now. So yeah, Applecron just on the outer at this point, but we'll see what happens. It's a long race, and they're coming through the 1,500 metres now. And Pete, you are right. It's Darcy Water from Toowong Rowing Club in lane 5.
Yep, it is a long way to come for these Queenslanders, these interstate rowers. So it does make sense that they're really going to put their all out, even in the heats. So we probably would expect this sort of result, these 2 Queenslanders. I know Toowong's been doing some very good things as of recent, same with the University of Queensland. Toowong with quite a good lightweight program, and I think the heavyweights are quite impressive as well. So a good amount of numbers, and I think they've got some good numbers up here for this regatta, Michael. So it's good to see these Toowong and University of Queensland crews coming up to our regatta. coming down. My apologies to our Regatta. And as well, we've got a Tasmanian sculler here from Tamar, Harry Birchmore, who's rowing out of UTS. Lovely young man and doing some good stuff here in New South Wales. The brother of Sam Birchmore, I believe. So
Yeah.
some good scullers here in our field. It
Fantastic.
looks like that Twong rower there, Darcy Water, is really dominant in this race. It looks like he's taken the rate down just a little bit, not too much. He's coming into that last 250 metres pretty convincingly, Michael.
Yeah, that's right.
Looks like he will be pressured just a little bit there from the sculler in lane 2 or 3, I believe. That looks like it would either be probably the Sydney University sculler Hugo Hobbs. And Hugo Hobbs has been doing some good stuff the last 2 or so years. We've seen his name around. Definitely a competent sculler, so he'll be not wanting to let that one go easily, even though he's looking pretty comfortable in this progression.
Yeah, but certainly no doubt about Darcy Water in the ascendancy in this race, hailing from St Lucia in Queensland on the Brown Snake. He's looking really comfortable out in the lead, and he will take out this first qualifying place for the men's under-21 single scull. And I think there won't be much doubt about those who will join him in the A final at 11:43. So Water in first. Second place will go to Waitman of UQ, followed by Bristow in lane 2, and then by Hobbs in lane 4. So those are your 4 qualifiers to the A final. First through to the B final is Gordon Applecron in lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, followed by Harold, that was close, Harold from Nepean in lane 1, and then by Oscar Berridge from Sydney University in lane 8. Harry Birchmore from Tamar crossing the line now. Of course, you mentioned Peter training out of the UTS Haberfield Boat Club. And then finally, to finish this race, in lane 7 is Liam Taylor from Penrith Rowing Club.
Yeah, some quick times being put down here, Michael, as well. That one finished in 7:16.89, I believe.
Yeah, it's a pretty handy time for a heat in an under-21 single scull race. So
yeah, 100%.
Darcy Water, remember the name?
Yeah, really leaving it out there, and I believe he's got a final in about an hour or two anyway. So it'll be interesting to see how much he left out there in the heat and how he goes coming into that final.
Yes, indeed. Race 24 underway, the second heat of the men's under-21 single scull, and similarly, this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 progression through to the A final, and the remainder will go through to the B final. The A and B finals are at 11:43 a.m. and 11:48 respectively, so just over 2 hours or so. So anyway, we'll run through the starting lineup. In lane 1, representing UTS Haberfield, Zinc Bosco, coached by Elliot Shackloth Bertonetti. In lane 2, representing Commercial Rowing Club, Harry Dixon, coached by Stephen Pozzi. We've got a scratching from Gabriel Carmody of Sydney Rowing Club in lane 3. In lane 4, from Sydney University, Edward Nutt, coached by Donald McLaughlin. In lane 5, from the University of Queensland, Harry Knott, coached by Randall Martin. In lane 6, representing Sydney University, Hamish Danks, also coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 7, also from SUBC, Leo Burkett Doyle. And finally, from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 8 is Nicholas Whalen.
Yeah, thanks, Michael, and some good representation here from the Sydney University scullers, all coached by Don McLaughlin, who's been doing a great job there at Sydney University for a number of years. Very, very nice man and a very good coach. So very good to see that sort of representation in both heats. So some good things coming out of the Sydney University shed there. We've got the UTS sculler Zinc Bosco as well, who is a little bit fresher to the sport from Newcastle, in fact, who's come down to UTS to give the elite rowing scene a try and doing quite well. But at this point in the race, Michael, as they're coming through to the last 250 metres, it looks like it will be the Sydney University sculler. I believe that will be Leo Burkett Doyle, who is in first place, just narrowly edging out the University of Queensland sculler Harry Knott. And I apologise, sorry, it's Hamish Danks there in first place. Hamish Danks has been doing some great things in the sport as well. So no surprise there as he takes his rate down. The University of Queensland sculler similarly taking their rate down.
So University of Queensland, as Lizzie and I were speaking about before, Peter, have just recently kind of reinvigorated their men's program with Randall Martin and Phil Bourguignon coming on board. So a really fantastic program coming out of that boat shed in St Lucia. Third place in this race will go to Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club. Fourth place will go to Edward Nutt from Sydney University Boat Club. Fifth, commercials, Harry Dixon, and then in lane 1, Zinc Bosco from UTS.
Yep, and that first 4 progression rate will mean that it's the two Sydney University scullers, University of Queensland and Sydney Rowing Club scullers that will progress through to the A final, and the rest will be meeting for the Battle Royale in the B final, Michael.
7:28, the unofficial time there, Pete. So a little bit slower than the first heat, but of course, all to play for in the final. I mean, these heats, it's hard to say what kind of, commitment is being kind of put down in the heats compared to the final.
It looked like they were probably taking it a little easy in that one, but who's to say?
So look forward to the A and B finals of the men's under 21 single sculls at 11:43 and 11:48.
Yep, and as we come through to race 25, the women's under 21 single scull. This is heat 1 with the first 3 progression rate to the A final. Next 3 will go to the B final. In lane 2, we have Penrith Madison Jones. In lane 3, UTS's Sarah Fard. In lane 4, Melbourne University Meg Cartwright. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club Megan Hadfield. And so we do have lane 6, Emily McHugh. We will have a scratching from Nepean's lane 7, Edie Brown. So also a scratching from lane 8, Annabelle Fuller. So it looks like this one is a bit of a 5-horse race with the first 3 progression rate. So the key with this one is to just not be in the bottom 2, and that will get you into an A final.
Yeah, that's right. So similarly, it's a 1, 2, 3 progression through to the A final, and the 4, 5, 6 will go to the B final. But certainly 3 places up for grabs for the A final.
Yep, and some competent coaching staff here as well in the first heat. We have Lindsay Callahan has been at Penrith for a number of years and doing fantastic work with the Penrith Rowing Club squads. Katie Healy and Matthias Ungermark, both newer members of the coaching staff at UTS, making some fantastic changes and doing some great things there with the UTS scullers. Connor McConville has been around for a number of years, as well as Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. So a fantastic coaching squad there. I'm sure following the race down on their bikes, cheering for their athletes.
So the A final of the women's under 21 single scull will be at 11:53, and the B final will be at 11:58. So again, as we've discussed earlier in the morning, a quick turnaround for all of our single sculls this morning.
And into the 250, maybe 300 metre mark of this race, Michael, it looks like it's Emily McHugh who is taking this one out. Actually, no, my apologies. I think it's Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University. And now, as we said before, these interstate scullers will have come from a long way away and will obviously have a lot on the line. So it looks like it's Meg Cartwright here from Melbourne University doing a fantastic job just edging out Sarah Fard from UTS. And Sarah Fard having a pretty good tussle here with the Sydney Rowing Club sculler Megan Hadfield. It looks like Sarah might just have length on Megan. But again, we've still got 100 metres of this race. They will be the first 3 qualifiers, barring a disaster, though.
Yeah, that's right. So can't be much doubt about our top three at this point. It is Meg Cartwright from the Melbourne University Boat Club, coached by Connor McConville, and she will go through the fastest qualifier at this stage through to the A final. Yeah, as you said, Pete, Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield in second place, and she's looking really comfortable, doing it quite easy coming across the line and conserving that energy for the A final at 11:53. So she takes second place, and third will go to Megan Hadfield of Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Diu. Just a little bit of a lift to the line for Madison Joins from Penrith Rowing Club, coached by Lindsay Callaghan, as you mentioned before, Pete. She takes fourth place, and fifth will go to Emily McHugh from Sydney University Boat Club.
Yep, and it must be said, Michael, watching Meg Cartwright take that heat out there, even in this quite competent field with some quite good scullers, she did seem to have quite an impressive amount of boat run, just really taking the catch quite cleanly and getting the finish out very smoothly. So
Fantastic.
Really not disturbing the boat run at all, and that I'm sure would be a big reason as to why she's taken out that heat.
And moving right along, race 26 is on the course. It's the second heat of the women's under-21 single scull. Similarly, the progression will be 1, 2 and 3 go to the A final, and 4, 5, 6 to the B final at 11:53 and 11:58 respectively. So we have the full load in this race, 6 scullers. So in lane 2, representing UTS Haberfield, is Paige Critchlow, coached by Katie Healy and Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. In lane 3, representing Sydney University Boat Club, is Lily Gavin, coached by Alfie Young and David Geely. In lane 4, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Talisa Knock-Driver, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Diu. In lane 5, representing the Australian National University Boat Club, Elena Moran, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 6, representing Sydney Rowing Club, Laura Seifer, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Diu. And finally, representing UTS in lane 7, it's Ali Waddington, coached by Katie Healy.
Thanks, Michael, and a pretty good lineup there in this second heat. So it looks like we've got some decent scullers here, mixed with some very competent coaching staff. So my guess here and what it looks like looking down the field is a little bit hard to pick, but it looks like that Sydney Rowing Club scully in lane 4 might have a pretty good lead. Again, it's probably a little bit early to pick. It looks like one of those middle crews, either Sydney Rowing Club or the ANU sculler, Elena Moran. And either way, 2 very capable scullers. So it'll be interesting to see. But it looks like it is lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club.
Certainly Talisa Knock-Driver and Laura Seifer over here in lane 6. Really, really strong scullers. Laura Seifer, I think, it classifies as a lightweight come state and national championships. I'm happy to be corrected on that. Might be her sister Grace who does that as well. But certainly both of those 2 Sydney Rowing Club scullers in the lead at this stage. Third place, I think it's Lily Gavin from Sydney University at this stage.
Yeah, it is looking like a pretty clear-cut race there. That's coming through the 1,500 metre mark. Again, we have the top 3 progression rates, so that all-important third spot will be what we're looking at. And just very quickly, as we are seeing this race coming down, just a quick reminder that there is no marshal at the bridge. So as you come through for the competitors to the lake, just go straight through and go up to the start. So don't wait to be called on like we have had for previous years. Just come straight through and don't wait for a marshal at the bridge, because you'll be waiting for a long time, Michael.
Yeah, that's right. They won't be there.
Very long time. Now again, Michael, moving back to this race, it does look like it will be lane 4 Sydney Rowing Club out in the lead. A pretty convincing lead here in this second heat.
Yeah. Knock-Driver certainly in the lead in lane 4, and she is pursued by not too great of a distance by Laura Seifer, her fellow club mate.
Finalising that qualification, I think, would probably end up being Lily Gavin. Again, barring a bit of a disaster or a very big push here from the ANU sculler. I think Lily Gavin will probably comfortably finish this last 200 metres of the race in third place. Again, Michael, it has to be said how impressive the fields are here in this small boats regatta. It is a selection event, so I'm sure there's a lot of athletes trying to make state and national teams, but very, very impressive so far what we've seen.
That's right, Pete. And like you said, you have crews, trailers, high performance programs coming from other states. We've got a Victorian trailer here, at least one Victorian trailer, and of course a trailer from Queensland and a couple of representatives from Western Australia as well. So a really good chance to get some runs on the board early in the season before we all pack our bags and roll on over to Perth for Nationals in March. So as we predicted, Pete, it's Talisa Knocker-Driver who took out that first heat of the women's under-21 single scull, followed by Laura Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club, and then Lily Gavin of Sydney University Boat Club. Elena Moran in 4th place from the ANU. 5th place went to Paige Critchlow from UTS, and 6th place to Ali Waddington, also from UTS.
Yeah, and Ali Waddington, having finished Learn to Row, I think 6 months ago, quite an impressive effort from her, so we've got to give her that. It's quite a steep learning curve, so she's done very, very well there. And moving to race 27, this is heat 3 of the women's under-21 single scull. So a good showing of under-21 female scullers here. Again, we have a 1-2-3 progression rate. So in lane 2, Fremantle, we have Charlotte Broad. In lane 3, Sydney University, Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 4, ANU, Philippa Gray, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Lizel Page, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. In lane 6, UTS's Millie Cooper, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 7, finalising our field, we have Sydney Rowing Club, Teve Tierney, and she's coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew also. Coming through the final 500 metres, it does look like this middle lane is getting a good amount of leads. That's probably some impressive heat ordering from the great Owen Nix. But at this point, it looks like it will be either ANU or Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4 or 5 leading Philippa Gray or Lizel Page. We will get a better picture of this as they're coming through the 250 metre mark. And it looks like it will be a pretty close race here between lane 3, Sydney University, Zoe Bond, and lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Lizel Page. At this point, I think it's the Sydney University sculler, Zoe Bond, who is coached by Alfie Young, who is just narrowly edging past the Sydney Rowing Club sculler. But it must be said there's a pretty decent race here for 3rd place between the extremities of the field, Fremantle, Charlotte Broad, and Sydney Rowing Club's Neve Tierney. So it looks like at this point it's the Fremantle sculler that is leading just to the 3rd place mark. But you can hear the grandstand going, and you can see lane 7, Sydney Rowing Club, absolutely raising the rate to try and edge her way into the A final. Michael, what do you reckon?
Yeah, looks like Charlotte Broad from Fremantle has just done enough to hang on. Actually, I'm not even going to call it. They're going stroke for stroke. It's going to be really close. Tierney and
That's
Broad.
a photo finish there, Michael. I'm not sure. That's for the final qualifying spot. So it says 0.06 of a second that Charlotte Broad has beaten Neve Tierney, but surely that's going to have to be a photo finish. So that's the unofficial result. Millie Cooper in 5th place there, but that's a fantastic race there for the final qualifying spot. So the winner of that will go through to the A final, and the 4th place sculler, unfortunately, to the B final.
Yeah, so Millie Cooper, certainly, and Philippa Gray from the ANU going through to the B final. But yeah, it'll either be Charlotte Broad or Neve Tierney that goes through to the B final as well, depending on where that official placings end up.
Yep, and we'll keep you updated on the official results of that, because that is a fantastic fantastic race to watch there. And as we are awaiting that final official result, unofficially, I believe it was Charlotte Broad that won that one, but we'll wait for the official result. As we are waiting, we'll move to the men's under 21 pair, Heat 1, with a top 4 progression rate to the A final, the rest to the B final. So in lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club, we have Jackson Gerson and Maxim Maloney. In lane 3 from UTS, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thomas. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Charlie Marshall and Rory Menzies. In lane 5 from University of Queensland, we have Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, MacArthur Bucknell and Charlie Hine. And in lane 7 from St Augustine, Dougal McKenzie and the great Joe Lynch. So at this point, Michael, I don't think we have the official result. It's still a photo finish, so we'll again have to come back to you with that one.
So Pete, race 28 is rapidly drawing to a close, and just looking at what a fantastic close race we have on our hands. Some big names in this race, of course, Joe Lynch, a very recent World Junior Champion in the Cox 4, representing St Augustine's, coached ably by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. Charlie Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, as you said, before, Pete, are up-and-coming oarsmen from the UTS Haberfield, coached by Matt Ungermark and Tim McLaren. And I think it's those two in the lead at the moment. They've just got their noses in front. Both of those boys raced in the first 8, representing St Ignatius College Riverview. So certainly familiar with this race course here. Yeah, so
great.
they're in the lead. Charlie Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson.
A great finish here, Michael, as well. This
And
top 4 progression.
That's right. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. So it really is anyone's race now. We've got Sydney Rowing Club, University of Queensland, Sydney Rowing Club, St Augustine's. It'll be really close. So UTS and St Augustine's will go through, and then Sydney Rowing Club. Gee, I don't know.
Both Sydney Rowing Club's crews will get through, but that was a very close one. It looks like University of Queensland narrowly missing out there by 0.38 of a second, I believe. 0.78.
Yeah.
So fantastic bit of racing.
So
there,
not much
Michael.
doubt about the first and second place getters. So that was UTS, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson. Second place was St Augustine's Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch. Third place, Sydney, I think it was Charlie Marshall and Rory Menzies.
Yep. And Michael, just moving very quickly back to race 27, that previous race we had, the unofficial results said Fremantle Charlotte Broad was the winner by 0.06 of a second. Now that's swapped around, and it's now the...
Neve Tierney.
Neve Tierney, by 0.14 of a second, just got over the Charlotte Broad sculler. So she will Neve will make the A final.
That's right, and Charlotte Broad will join Millie Cooper and Philippa Gray in the B final.
Yep. Moving to race 29 here, heat 2 of the men's under 21 pair, sorry. In lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club. Now on my list we have James Fredrickson and James Fredrickson. So what a coincidence that is, Michael. Tell you what, you're not going to see that twice, are you? Yeah, lightning doesn't strike twice, but here we are. You know, they would have searched for each other for years to get this pair combination going, and they've finally made it. So congratulations to both James Fredricksons. University of Queensland, Robin Atkinson and Nick Munro. Sydney Rowing Club, we've got Gabriel Carmody and Oliver Maroulis. UTS 1, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. University of Queensland, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. And Canned Composite, Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley from Canned Rowing Club and UTS.
Fantastic, thanks Pete. And I think...
Well, with the top 4 progression rate, it looks like...
I think it's St. Pierre and Wilson of UTS in the lead, I think.
Yeah, and
they've just got their bow ball, I should say, in front of that University of Queensland crew, Tucker and Martin.
Yeah, and for the 4th place there, it looks like it's going to be a real good race there between the UTS sweeper, Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley, and that Sydney crew of Fredrickson and Fredrickson. So it's anyone's call at this point.
So Atkinson and Munro, also of the University of Queensland, look as though they're well positioned at this stage to claim 3rd, but it's anyone's guess as to who claims that all-important 4th and final qualifying spot. So certainly Wilson and St. Pierre of UTS Haberfield in the lead, and they're looking relatively comfortable and unchallenged for the lead. University of Queensland, Tucker and Martin will claim 2nd. 3rd place, it will be that Canned Composite crew, Brandon Smith and Dan Horsley, who take 3rd. 4th place will be the University of Queensland, Atkinson and Munro. 5th will be Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2. And finally, to complete the field is Gabriel Carmody and Oliver Maroulis.
Thank you very much, Michael. And there will be another change in commentary team now as I depart and leave the ever-capable Lizzie Chapman in my place to go and compete in an all-important B final, Michael.
Fantastic. Good luck to you, sir, and thank you. We'll welcome back Lizzie shortly. Thank you to Peter Waldersey, who's just left the commentary tower. Welcome back, Lizzie Chapman, in time for race 30, the Para Single Scull.
Indeed, close to my heart. So in this race, Para Single Scull, I don't know if you've got a copy of the programme, peoples, but all of these competitors are in the PR3 category, which means they can use all three muscle groups, their arms, their trunk and their legs. We've got Sam Shalhoub in lane 1. He's representing Community Rowing Club and he's coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. We have Harrison Nichols in lane 3. He rows for the Hunter Valley Grammar School and he's doing
we saw him earlier on today.
Double.
Yes.
Yep. So and he's very new on the para scene. So this is somewhere that we really think there is a lot of para talent, and that is in your school and club programs. There are probably quite a number of people who will have an impairment and they won't know whether it qualifies them for para rowing or not. So we really encourage you to have a look on the Rowing Australia website at the definitions, and then come and talk to the development officer at Rowing New South Wales if you want further information. But you don't have to have a formal classification to race in a para race. You just need to think that you qualify. So if you meet the criteria, come on down and join in our vibrant para community here in New South Wales. In lane 4, Stuart John, who was sitting up here in the commentary seat at the beginning of the day, he's coached by Dion Grant and William Hatcher, and he represents ANU, the Australian National University in Canberra. In lane 5, Julia Story, coached by Kathleen Hextall and representing Drummoyne Rowing Club. You'll be very familiar with her because she hands out the bow numbers. That's our Julia. In lane 6, Lisa Greisel, who we saw race in the PR1, in the sort of 1,000 metre race earlier on. She represents Lake Macquarie. She's coached by Jeremy Smith, and as we said earlier, she's vying for a place in the National Double Scull this year. In lane 7, Bronte Marshall, representing Community Rowing Club, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James, Barbara Ramjan. Bronte, a fierce competitor, a winner of many gold medals, and also, like Lisa, has represented New South Wales as the state para single sculler in the past. Rebecca Jones, Beck Jones, daughter of Graham and Liz Jones, used to row at Pymble. She's now rowing at ANU, and she's coached by Edwin Bian and Nick Hunter there. And she represented ACT in the single scull last year. And finally, in lane 9, Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne Rowing Club, who's coached by Kathleen Hextall and was part of the Innis and Virtus Global Games squad earlier in the year, as was Bronte, I think, wasn't she? We've got Rob Glendenning up here now, so we've got actually, we've got insights from the experienced at Drummoyne Rowing Club.
And can I say, Lizzie, isn't it a fantastic thing to see a full nine crew race in a para single scull? It's
and
a
all
really,
in the one category.
That's
as well.
right, all
It
PR3 competitors. We were talking before, Lizzie, about Stuart John and Stephanie Rebecca Jones. I think Stuart is attempting this year to qualify to represent the ACT in the PR3 interstate regatta.
Yes.
This year.
I think that might be the first time they have a para single sculler in the PR3 interstate, which would be really exciting.
What about Nick Neals? Did he not
sorry,
compete?
you're absolutely right. Nick Neals last year, yeah. So Stuart's impairment is in his hands, where he's missing his fingers from his knuckle down from birth, and he has got a thing called an active hand that helps him actually secure his hands to the sculling oars. And active hands are really commonly used. Actually, here in the commentary box, we have a new para rower, Kai Sakakabara, and he also uses an active hand. His is slightly different. There's just one hand impairment, and it wraps around a sweep oar. So, active hands, really wonderful contraptions that help, and then, of course, modifying the oar handle helps as well. So, out in front is Harrison Nichols, our schoolboy rower who's new to the para scene, and I think he's making quite a resounding statement about his intent in this category.
Yes, indeed.
Leading by quite a long way as they went through the 1,000 metre mark, the 500 metre mark, and now he's progressing towards the last 250 metres of the race. And then it's back to Lisa Greisel in lane 6, and Julia Story next to her in lane 5, and then back to Rebecca Jones of the ANU in lane 8.
Yeah. And we spoke about Lisa Greisel earlier on this morning, Lizzie. Is it safe to say that many of these athletes will have just come fresh off the Rowing Australia Para Camp?
I think only Lisa was on that one. Yeah, only Lisa.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. So yeah, a much smaller national squad, but really looking at talent now. So the guys who are heading up the Rowing Australia development squad haven't yet seen Harrison, so they'll see him when they come to the New South Wales State Champs. And but I know that they've found some exciting schoolboy talent up in Queensland.
Yep.
So possibility of perhaps Harrison meeting that person and having a go together. But he looks really good, doesn't he?
Yeah, looking really strong. Harrison Nichols is going to take out this para single scull. Not under any pressure whatsoever from any of the other competitors, but it is Lisa Greisel in second place at this stage.
It is, and she in turn, actually, it's Stuart John actually coming in third, doing a great job there. So I know he's been training pretty hard with Rebecca and with the ANU squad. Again, Strava is my friend. But he's been really applying himself and thoroughly enjoying his sculling, as he was saying earlier. So he looks as though he will take out third position. So Lisa Greisel, second across the line. Congratulations to Lake Macquarie. Then it will be Stuart John from ANU, and not far behind, Rebecca Jones. So a real mix here of people who have impairments that they were born with and people who have an acquired impairment. So Lisa has an acquired leg impairment, as does Beck Jones, as a result of different things going on. That's a great race from Beck Jones, though. That's a really fantastic improvement in her sculling over the last year. Congratulations to both of those ANU competitors. Sam Shalhoub from Community Rowing Club will cross the line in fifth, across there in lane 1. And then back to Julia Story of Drummoyne Rowing Club. Great to see her back on the water, following a spate of back problems. Seventh will be our competitor, Bronte Marshall. I don't know if she's told our gym. We go to the same gym and they often live stream the rowing from the gym when she's competing. So hello, Vision in Drummoyne, if you're listening in. And then back to Stephanie Walker of Drummoyne Rowing Club, who will complete our field of 9 PR3 para single scullers. So 7:56.77 for Harrison Nichols there, and that'll be useful for him doing the under-19 single as well to get a feel for where he's going. 8:38.26 for Lisa Greisel in the female single scull, and then Stuart John a time of 8:56.79, and Rebecca Jones a time of 9:06.06.
So moving right along now, Lizzie, race 31 is on the course. It's the men's under 16 single scull. In lane 2 representing Redlands, Thomas Whitney. In lane 3 representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Angus Purdy. In lane 4 representing Nepean, James Baker, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5 representing Glebe, Luke Martin. In lane 6 representing Leichhardt, William Spuige. In lane 6, representing Redlands, Zachary Bournes, coached by Alec Price. And finally representing Nepean is Ezekiel Pratt, coached by Daniel Waddell. coming now into the final 250 metres of this men's under-16 single scull race. It's Ezekiel Pratt from Nepean Rowing Club, by the looks of things, in the lead. He's just floating with the boys on his stroke side and just straightening up, hopefully, as he comes into the final 100 metres as the boys turn red. In second place at this stage, I think it'll be Luke Martin from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 5. He's got a distinctive yellow-coloured boat, and he's doing really well. Third place is hard to call at this stage. It could be one either of the Redland scullers, Zachary Bournes in lane 7 or Thomas Whitney in lane 2. But certainly there can be no doubt Ezekiel Pratt in the lead and coming into the final couple of strokes of his race, doing really well. So congratulations, Ezekiel Pratt, to take out the men's under-16 single scull. Second place will go to Luke Martin from Glebe. Third place is going to be really tight. Zachary Bournes over here in lane 7 from Redlands. He's going stroke for stroke with his compatriot Thomas Whitney, also of Redlands, but it'll be Zachary Bournes in third place, Thomas Whitney in fourth place. Fifth place will go to Angus Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar. Sixth place to James Baker, also from Nepean. And to finalise our field will be William Spewage from Leichhardt in lane 6. So, Lizzie, we are now moving along to race 32 and the first of our finals for this morning's program.
That's right. It seems a million years ago, doesn't it, that we had the heats, but it was only a couple of hours ago. So, the final of the women's under-16 single scull for race number 32 on our program. We have Jessica Harris from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 2, Emily Boyes from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 3, and Vitty Young from Nepean Rowing Club in lane 1. How peculiar is that you'd have 3 clubs all together? Sabrina Koskar of Glebe Rowing Club is in lane 5. Sienna Mackenzie of Hunter Valley Grammar School, who just snatched the win over, no, that's not true. Over Vitty Young, is in lane 6, right in the middle there. In lane 7 is Grace Connery from Leichhardt. Then Kelly Clifton from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 8 and Chloe Hitchens from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 9. They've got a really vibrant junior program down there at Glebe Rowing Club. So we have Susanna McMahon coaching Sabrina and Kelly, and then Milan Parker coaching Chloe Hitchens with Susanna assisting him.
Yeah, and you can just see they're making their way down to, they're just edging down to the 1,000 metre starting block. Of course, this is a 1,000 metre race, being an under-16 single scull event. So our sculls will just have to do their best and line themselves up in a straight line before our starter calls the race underway.
Yes. So the winner in the winners in the heats were, as I said, Sienna Mackenzie, who just pipped, it was like 0.13 of a second between her and VT Young in the heats. So Sienna Mackenzie, one to look out for, and then Sabrina Koskar was the winner of the first heat. She did a time of 4:28 and Sienna did a time of 4:34. So on paper, you would think that Sabrina would be the fastest sculler. But who knows? I think probably Sienna Mackenzie surprised herself with taking out the win the way she did. So hopefully she'll go off a little harder and faster this time.
And just see the starter doing some work to get our scullers in a line, and they are underway in the women's under-16 single scull.
Nice calm start from the sculler in lane 8 there, Kelly Clifton from Glebe Rowing Club, and her colleague Chloe Hitchens next to her. On the live stream now, Grace Conry from Leichhardt Rowing Club is now in the centre of the screen.
Rowing fantastically, just like her auntie, I'm sure.
Exactly right. And then it's Sienna Mackenzie from Hunter Valley Grammar School, Sabrina Koskar of Glebe. Just coming into view now, Vitti Young of Nepean Rowing Club. Looks like she's really chucking everything at it in these early stages of the race. Emily Boys of Nepean Rowing Club. And then finally on the far side, Jessica Harris of Nepean Rowing Club. Still beautiful conditions, aren't they? There's just enough of a breeze to keep that humidity a little bit low. I've just ventured out to have a wander around the boat park and see a few people, and it's warm, but it's not stiflingly hot because of this lovely breeze. So
Yeah,
so
that's
lucky.
right. The cicadas are just coming out, I
They
think.
are, aren't they? Which means the heat's on the way.
Yeah. But really lovely conditions for rowing, as you say. Lizzie, make sure you are protecting yourself from the sun and the heat throughout the day. There will have been, I think, an automatic text message go out from Rowing New South Wales earlier on this morning about heat protection measures. So do make sure you pay attention to those protocols that'll have been sent out earlier on today. And also, I will take the opportunity just to remind everyone that there is no boat marshal down at the bridge where you come onto the competition lake off the training lake. So please don't wait. Please go straight onto the competition lake 5 minutes before the start of your race. So looking now at our scullers as they come through the halfway mark in the race, I think it's Sabrina Koskar from Glebe Rowing Club in the lead. I didn't quite catch who she was tussling with over
Grace Conry.
Grace Conry, yes.
Yeah. And then it was Vitti Young and Sienna Mackenzie, so there were good tussles in both of them. That's pretty close, isn't it? Given we're halfway through the race, we have really, we're just beginning to see people take the lead. Who is this on the inside? Chloe Hitchens from Glebe Rowing Club in the lane closest to the grandstand. She had a good start, but she's really pushed on in that first 500 metres, and I would hazard she's actually in the lead at the moment. And then
Could well be right, yeah.
Then across to Vitti Young, who was outstanding in the early part of the race in her first heat, and looks as though she's gone really well again now. Sabrina Koskar evenly pacing her at the moment, although I'd say Vitti is starting to get a lift. Now, the one who was dangerous was Sienna Mackenzie in lane 6, and she looks as though maybe she... well, I don't know. Maybe she'll wind it up again in the last 250 like she did last time. But at the moment, Grace Conry is sitting just ahead of her. At the moment, Chloe Hutchins in lane 9, closest to the grandstand. And then across to Vitti Young of Nepean. I think Vitti was a bit surprised to get overtaken in the first heat. And it looks to me as though she's pushing on a bit earlier in the race this time. Strategically managing it this time. And looks to me as though she's now managed to just get her nose in front of Chloe Hutchins. But if you're there from Glebe, give Chloe a call. If you're there from Nepean, give Vitti a call out. And if you're there from Leichhardt, let's hear it for Grace. 3 medals up for grabs. 4 people vying for them right now.
I think Chloe Hitchens from Glebe is just going to snatch the lead off Vitti Young from Nepean Rowing Club here. Chloe Hitchens going really, really powerfully for the line, and I think she's going to snatch victory off of Nepean Rowing Club. Chloe Hitchens takes up first place. Second goes to Vitti Young from Nepean.
Oh, look at Grace Conry. She's upping her rate of striking, and on the last stroke it will be Sabrina Koskar who'll snatch the bronze medal. Snatched from the jaws of defeat, I think. Grace Conry will have to settle for 4th, but wow, what a good scull from her.
Yeah, really gutsy performance to come back just in the dying couple of stages.
5th, I think, will be Kelly Clifton.
That's right. Well, first from Chloe Hitchens to come back and snatch the win off Vitti Young. It was all but guaranteed.
Yes.
She went out really fast and just fell off a little bit at the end there.
We've just got hit the finish on a replay here. I think just going through, so that would have been Vitti Young. Yeah, definitely. Grace Conry just being pipped to the post there by Sabrina Koskar.
Yeah.
And then really close again for those final placings. Look at that, 3 scullers on the line together. Oh, I think that was
Clifton,
Kelly Clifton, 5th. Looks as though it was Hunter Valley, Sienna Mackenzie 6th. Jessica Harris 7th and Emily Boyes 8th. What a great race! A great race. 4 minutes, 12 seconds there for our winner, Chloe Hitchens. Fantastic race. Congratulations to Milan Parker and Susanna McMahon. Congratulations to Glebe. What a strong, and Napier.
Yeah,
Strong.
really strong Glebe program shining through in this under 16s age, single scull age category.
And that time's just been readjusted, 4 minutes 11.9 unofficially. But those are the results of the women's under 16 single scull, very exciting final. It looks as though the future of New South Wales rowing is in good hands with those really competitive single scullers there.
And so you can see on the live stream, folks, race 33, the final of the men's under 17 single scull is just lining up down at the 2,000 metre start. We have in lane 1 representing Hunter Valley Grammar, Vaughan Henderson. In lane 2 representing Glebe, Carter Clifton. In lane 3 representing St Augustine's, Miles Nicholas. In lane 4 representing St Augustine's, Jason Cow. In lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Luke Purdy. In lane 6 from Redlands, Angus McInnes. In lane 7 from Canberra, Garvin Hayes. In lane 8 from Mossman, William Robertson. And finally in lane 9 also from St Augustine's, Max Tancred. Now, Lizzie, this is the event that we saw Luke Purdy just dominate earlier on this morning. And keep in mind, and spare a thought, the scullers in this race have most of them have raced less than 2 hours ago. And certainly some of them have raced sooner than that because they've jumped in the double as well.
And this race also had Angus McInnes, who was very dominant in the double scull as well. So he's already raced at least twice
So this
today.
is his third race of the morning, and it is 10:25.
So he did 8:16 in winning heat number 1. But Luke Purdy, as you say, was very fast, 7:53 winning heat number 2. And the third heat was won by Jason Cow, who's in lane 4 in a time of 8:21. So on paper, Luke Purdy first, Angus McInnes second, Jason Cow third. But as we know, people who just took it fairly easy and got themselves into the final will be coming out here all guns blazing in order to try and win a medal now. So there's
That's
no
right.
guarantee they'll be our first 3.
That's
No
right, cards are being kept close to the chest with these heat and final, I guess, arrangements. So, yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what happens. Does look as though at a preliminary gaze across the course, though, Lizzie, Luke Purdy once again stamping authority on this race, and by a significant margin already. He's probably got a boat length and a half advantage. Coming through the 500 metres is Luke Purdy. Remember the name? Second place at this stage, Jason Cow from St Augustine's, and then Angus McInnes from Redlands, and then the remaining scullers coming through in a bunch. So those are your 3 kind of podium perspectives at this stage, but 2,000 metres is a long way, and as we've mentioned, this is the first time, or the first season, that our under-17 scullers race over 2,000 metres. So plenty of learnings to be taken away from this race for many of our athletes.
So just coming up to the 1,000-metre mark, halfway through the race, and Luke Purdy is sitting in first position. He has 15-second lead over Jason Cow, who's in second place. He represents St. Augustine's College. Max Tancred is currently in third position, another St. Augustine's sculler. Garvin Hayes is sitting in fourth position. Miles Nicholas in fifth. Carter Clifton from Glebe is in sixth, and we look as though we have somebody having a bit of a swim in these lovely conditions. So the umpires will just, lovely conditions, so really nice to have a swim. And if you row, you are supposed to be able to row 100 metres fully clothed, so there shouldn't be any issue whatsoever in such nice conditions to just swim your boat off the course, and then the umpires and safety crews coming to give that young chap a hand. And he's done it in a very good position where he's very close to one of the timing huts, so there's a little pontoon that can be swum out. So definitely missing one person from the race now, but no doubt at all about our leader. 15-second lead at the halfway mark for Luke Purdy over Jason Cow from St. Augustine's and Max Tancred from St. Augustine's. So they're off to a good start in the St. Augustine's cruise. I think yeah, so it looks as though our swimmer was poor old Max Tancred from St. Augustine's, who was sitting in third, and that's given an opportunity to Garvin Hayes from Canberra, who was in fourth, had a look around, realised his fortune, and is now pushing his way up. He's in third position. He's got the Angus McInnes from Redlands, who was so fast in the first heat. He's side by side with him and having a good tussle. Angus trying to get back on terms. As we said, Luke Purdy well ahead. Then Jason Cow over in lane 4. He's just ahead of Miles Nicholas from St. Augustine's, who's in 3. And in turn over Carter Clifton of Glebe, who is in 2. And then it is back to Vaughan Henderson of Hunter Valley Grammar School in lane 1. And William Robertson of Mossman in lane 8. Here comes Luke Purdy. Through the last 250. Coming into the red buoys that signify the last 100 metres of the race, and he isn't winding down at all.
He's looking really strong, isn't he?
Yeah, looks very good indeed.
He's got very, very long arms.
So good on you, Hunter Valley Grammar School. Let's get out there and give them a cheer. And St. Augustine's, they need a cheer too. See if we can get Miles Nicholas into a medal position. Oh, it's a great finish coming here from Garvin Hayes and Angus McInnes. They're having a good old battle, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think they're going to overtake Jason Cow from St. Augustine's. In fact, I think they've already done that.
So a blistering time for Luke Purdy in first place from Hunter Valley Grammar, but the race is all on for second and third. At this stage, it looks as though Garvin Hayes has edged his way in front in lane 7 from Canberra Rowing Club. He's going toe-to-toe with Angus McInnes from Redlands in lane 6. But Hayes from Canberra will take second place. McInnes from Redlands in third place. Fourth place is going to be really close.
It's going to be St. Augustine's, but which one? Ooh!
That's right. So that was Miles Nicholas and Jason Cow both from St. Augustine's tussling for that fourth position. I think it was Miles Nicholas just by a short margin. Sixth place, I should say, to Carter Clifton. Seventh to William Robertson from Mossman, and finally Vaughan Henderson in lane 1. Yes.
Yeah. So you were right. Blistering time there for Luke Purdy. He did 7:53 in the heat and 7:40.
Wow.
In the final. 23 seconds over Garvin Hayes, who took the silver medal, and then back to Angus McInnes of Redlands, a further 2.41 seconds. Some great racing there in our men's under-17 single scull final.
7:40 in an under-17 race. Nothing to scoff at all. So, no, really, really fast time for Luke Purdy.
So I wonder what's going to happen now. We've got the women's under 17 single scull now, and again we raced heats earlier on this morning, and these are the people that progressed through to the A final. In lane 1 from Glebe Rowing Club, Poppy Hartley. In lane, that's lane 2. In lane 3 from Redlands, Jemima Hugman. In lane 4 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Josephine Egan. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley. In lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Annabelle Mackenzie. And in lane 9 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Zoe Armstrong. Grace Bennett from Sydney was in lane 7, but she's had to withdraw. So I remember Isabel Yardley taking out the first heat. She did that in a time of 9:23. Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club, who's in lane 5 now, was the winner of the second heat, and she did that in a time of, I must have something wrong here, I've got 4:28. She definitely didn't do that. Just 1 second. But she was the winner of the second heat, and she won that in a time of 9 minutes and 2 seconds.
Yeah. Certainly at this stage, though, looking at the live stream, Lizzie Yardley of Sydney Rowing Club in the lead in lane 6, followed by her club mate Georgina Stevenson in lane 5. So not much doubt about that at the moment. Third place at present was Annabelle Mackenzie from Newcastle Grammar.
So pretty close. So they're coming up, they're inside the last 250 now, coming up to the end of the race. Our leader the whole way, Isabel Yardley from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dure. Still sitting in second is Georgina Stevenson from, I think I might have that the wrong way round. It's Georgina Stevenson who's leading, and Isabel Yardley in second position. And then across in third position, a great race coming from Josephine Egan of Leichhardt Rowing Club. She's stuck like glue to these Sydney Rowing Club scullers the whole way down the course. A great showing also from Zoe Armstrong of Hunter Valley Grammar School there, and yep.
So Yardley crossing the line in second place, also of Sydney Rowing Club. Third place will go to Josephine Egan from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Fantastic effort from her in that distinctive yellow boat. Fourth place will go to Annabelle McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar. Really well done, and some really fierce battle being fought over the other side of the course between Jemima Hugman of Redlands and Poppy Hartley of Glebe. Hugman just throwing the rate through the roof in the last couple of strokes, and she is going to snatch victory from Poppy Hartley's hands. Fifth place to Hugman, sixth place to Hartley, and I think that finishes the race.
Yeah, I think we've got, Grace Bennett had scratched and no showing from Zoe Armstrong of Hunter Valley Grammar School. On the course right now, the final of the men's under-19 double scull is underway. On the far side, in lane 2, Glebe, Dawson, Damer and Wright. In lane 3, Hunter Valley Grammar, Nichols and Williamson. In 4, Mossman, Shield, Gamborg and Hanson. In lane 5, in the middle, Potts and Routley from UTS and Lake Macquarie. Lane 6, Darcy James and Jessie Rosen. In lane 7, Capital Lakes, Jallia and Jallia. In 8, Redlands, Woodward and Walker.
Well, what a race we have on our hands here, Lizzie, and it is the Mossman combination, Skill, Gamborg and Hanson, who I think are in the lead. This is the Northern Beaches secondary crew, but they are being challenged by James and Rosen from the ACT, and both crews are lifting their rate of striking, and this is going to be really exciting. Jessie Rosen and Darcy James throwing the rate through the roof, and they're going stroke for stroke in the last 100 metres. I think they're going to snatch a victory off that Mossman crew.
I think you're right. There they go. Well done, the visitors from Marist College, Darcy James and Jessie Rosen.
That was just in the last 100 metres. Third place will go to Potts and Routley from UTS Lake Macquarie. Fourth place to lane 7, Capital Lakes. Fifth place go to Redlands, Woodward and Walker. A sixth place will go to Glebes, Dawson, Damer and Wright. Seventh place to Hunter Valley Grammar, Nichols and Williamson.
Whew. What a race.
Well, that all happened very quickly. So confirming Marist College, Australian Capital Territory and the ACTHP in first place. Narrow victory over that Mossman crew of Oscar Skill, Gamborg and Dion Hansen.
The final of the women's under-19 double scull is now on the course. In lane 2, Alice McCready and Isabel Mitteff from Lake Macquarie. In lane 3, Georgia Verschoor and Katarina Kroll from Redlands, coached by Lucy Mason. In lane 4, Alexandra O'Brien and Imogen Gray from Queenwood School, coached by Kieron Glynn and Ray Boyle. In lane 5, Charlotte Botha and Chloe Driver from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 6, Imogen Lang and Lucy Searle from Canberra and Kinross Walleroy respectively. In lane 7, Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton from Hunter Valley Grammar School. In lane 8, Briar Carter and Alice Bennett from Redlands, coached by Ooze Beaton. And in lane 9, Zoe James and Phoebe Campbell from Queenwood School, coached by Kieron Glynn and Ray Boyle. Yeah, and in the heats, this is where we had a really fast composite of Imogen Lang from Canberra and Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy, who crossed the line in a really fast time of 7 minutes and 51 seconds, and that compared with 8:13 for Botha and Driver of Sydney University. They're the two crews in the middle. But Botha and Driver, I recall, were not pushed at all hard at the end there. So the other the Queenwood crew next to them, O'Brien and Imogen Gray, did a faster time of 8:10, but in a competitive race, whereas that first heat wasn't quite so competitive. There was 5 seconds difference between Botha and Driver and the second placed Dennis and Thornton from Hunter Valley Grammar School. So we would expect to look in a final to the middle lanes to see our fastest competitors, but as you can see, one of the crews has dropped back a bit. So it looks as though the Kinross-Walleroy crew are in the lead. And next to them, the Queenwood crew of Alexandra O'Brien and Imogen Gray. And then it's back to the Sydney University crew of Botha and Driver. So Alexandra O'Brien and Imogen Gray, I think they're doing both sculling and sweep at the moment in their school crews, and proving pretty fast at both of them. So we wish them well. They're clear competitors for our pathway, our pathway 8,
Yes.
I would say, and possibly even looking at going through to have a crack at junior representation, who knows. But looking at what's going on the course here, we've got O'Brien and Imogen Gray from Queenwood now challenging Imogen Lang and Lucy Searle from the Kinross-Walleroy composite. In fact, in this penultimate 250 metre stretch, they've taken a lead. And it looks as though Sydney University crew of Charlotte Botha and Chloe Driver are improving and drawing away from the remainder of the field and getting closer to Lang and Searle. That's a great finish there from Alexandra O'Brien and Imogen Gray.
Yeah, look, they're just looking really strong, lifting their rate of striking, not under much pressure from, who's that crew just to the left of them? I think that is...
The Lang and
that Lang and Searle, that's right.
Yeah.
But no, they're really practicing their racing protocol here, and they're just lifting the rate and keeping the form as they come through the final 250 metres.
So normally we would name the bow person first, so if that's right, then that's Alex O'Brien in the bow seat and Imogen Gray in the stroke seat, but I don't know them very well, but I'd have thought that's actually Imogen Gray in the bow seat, daughter of Nathan Gray, our fine rugby sportsman.
Oh, is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
indeed, yeah. So it comes from good physiological stock, and it's not perfect technically, so there's still more speed to come out of that before state champs and schools and nationals, but a great showing indeed there for Queenwood, and a great race from Imogen Lang and Lucy Searle together in that composite double. Fantastic racing from both of those crews, well done. And then a very composed race here from Charlotte Botha and Chloe Driver to take out the bronze medal in the women's under-19 double scull.
Fantastic, and coming into the 4th position now from Hunter Valley Grammar, Amelia Dennis and Annabella Thornton. And they are just being pushed to the line by Zoe James and Phoebe Campbell over here in lane 9, also of the Queenwood School. Sixth place now will go to Redlands, Georgia Vashua and Katarina Kroll. And 7th and 8th place, it's looking as though that'll go to Alice McCready and Isabel Matef from Lake Macquarie, and finally Briar Carter and Alice Bennett in that order.
Great to see Lake Macquarie bringing some junior girls up. That's fantastic.
That's great.
Well, that's a great race there. Just recapping, the final of the women's under-19 double scull was a win for Queenwood School, Alexandra O'Brien and Imogen Gray. Silver medal to the Kinross-Walleroy Canberra composite of Imogen Lang and Lucy Searle, and the bronze medal to Sydney University's Charlotte Botha and Chloe Driver. 4th, Hunter Valley Grammar School. 5th, Queenwood. 6th, Redlands. 7th, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, and 8th, Redlands. We've got a couple of minutes now, but on the start line there are the A finalists in the men's elite single scull, race number 37 on our programme. In lane 2, Alex Nichol from Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 3, Harry Curtin from New South Wales and from UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 4, Sean Murphy from UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 5, the University of Queensland, Blaine Heseltine. In lane 6, Marcus Delamata from UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane 7, Hamish Harding from ANU and the ACT High Performance Programme. In lane 8, Alex Rossi from West Australian Rowing Club, and we presume the West Australian Institute of Sport. And in lane 9, Johnson Daubney from Swan River and the West Australian Institute of Sport.
Thank you, Lizzie, and it's a really close race again, as we can be expected. At this stage, Marcus Delamata from UTS in the lead through the 1,000 metre mark in a time of 3:30.91. Johnson Daubney from Swan River Rowing Club, hot on his heels, and then back to Blaine Heseltine. Johnson Daubney's been reported twice, assuming a slight mix-up there, but then followed by Alex Nichol, Harry Curtin and Sean Murphy. Now, Lizzie, we've got a mix of lightweights and heavyweights in this race, so Curtin and Murphy, of course, pocket rockets, both of them.
Sure. Yep.
Probably be looking to move between about now and the 1500 or
I'd
the
have thought so.
1750.
And then on the other side, we've got Blaine Heseltine in 5 and Hamish Harding in 7, and they're both very seasoned international competitors. So we would expect them to be really taking it to the race as well. And then we've got Marcus and Johnson and Alex Nichol representing the heavyweights.
It really is. We are being treated to a fantastic calibre of racing this morning. But look, looking at across the competition lake from where we are in the commentators' tower, it really is indecipherable as to who is in the lead. Delamata in the lead by just such a short margin through the 1,000 metres, but Hamish Harding just finishes ever so strong, as will Blaine Heseltine from the University of Queensland, and Harry Curtin and Sean Murphy, both of UTS Haberfield, will be looking to get some runs on the board earlier in the season as well. And of course, they're both contending with Blaine Heseltine and Hamish Harding for that really, really competitive national lightweight spots in the double. So looking ahead to Paris. So really, really fantastic quality of race. And as we come to the 1,500 metres now, it is Blaine Heseltine with half a boat length's lead over Marcus Delamata, followed by Hamish Harding and then Alex Rossi in lane 8. So things are really heating up now as we come down to the business end of the park, ladies and gentlemen. So if you're not in the grandstand or if you're in earshot, do come down and watch as we witness the nation's best coming over the line, or towards the line, I should say, in the men's elite single scull A final. So it looks as though Blaine Heseltine really is stamping his authority on this race. He has lifted his rate of striking, and I think he's got his nose in front of Marcus Delamata from UTS. Hamish Harding now responding over this side, but what a push, Lizzie, from Alex Rossi of the West Australian Rowing Club. He's just to the left of Hamish Harding, but he is lifted his rate with a vengeance. He's the highest rating man on the course, that's for sure, and I think he might even be pressing Blaine Heseltine for the lead. He's got probably 100 metres to go. The question is, has he gone too soon? Alex Rossi, Blaine Heseltine, and Hamish Harding now responding as well. Look, he lifts his rate through the roof. What do you think, Lizzie?
Whoa, my goodness. I think that they kept their gunpowder dry in the first heat. That's what I think. Blaine Heseltine, he's so seasoned, and I've seen him race time and time again and do this. One of the things I really notice is he's lifted his rate and kept really long.
But I think it'll be Alex Rossi.
But I reckon Alex Rossi is going to row through him and actually on the line take it out. Actually, he's got half a length in the last few strokes. So Alex Rossi will win over Blaine Heseltine. Hamish Harding will have to settle for third. Fourth will be Marcus Delamata, who's emptied the tank. Fifth, by the looks of things, Johnson Daubney, a valiant race. And then it was across to Alex Nichol, the other heavyweight, in lane 6. Sean Murphy settling for 7th, and Harry Curtin will be 8th. What a race.
Wow. 7:05, the unofficial time. So really, really quick conditions and really quick racing. Very, very high standard it needs. So congratulations to each of those athletes. Alex Rossi, a monstrous last 250 in that race to snatch victory out of Blaine Heseltine, who had it firmly in both of his hands coming through the last 500 metre, and he himself took it off Marcus Delamata. So a really, really fantastic race. Fantastic to watch.
It was. Just confirming again the results of the men's elite single scull. A win for Alex Rossi of West Australian Rowing Club. Second, Blaine Heseltine of the University of Queensland. Third, Hamish Harding of ANU. Fourth, Marcus Delamata of UTS. Fifth, Johnson Daubney of Swan River. Sixth, Alex Nichol of Sydney Rowing Club. Seventh, Sean Murphy of UTS. Eighth, Harry Curtin of UTS. We have the B final now. Normally we'd have the B final before the A final, but because of the way things work, at this particular regatta, we've got the B final now. And in lane 2, Kane Grant of Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 3, Miles McQuillan of Swan River Rowing Club. In lane 4, Kieran Riak of Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 5, Jack Armitage of the Commercial Rowing Club. In lane 6, Harry Crouch of Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 7, Marcus Britt of Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 8, Mitch Blackmore-Cram of UTS Haberfield. And in lane 9, Peter Waldersee of UTS Haberfield. Talking of top results and top talent, our very own Peter Waldersee.
Top talent
Golden
and top
tonsils.
results. Well, if that doesn't describe Peter Waldersee, I don't know what does. He said that he would go out and win the first 500. I don't know if he's done that, but we'll hold him to it. Looks like Marcus Britt was in the lead in that race, just coming through the 500 metres, Lizzie. Of course, Marcus is a very, again, used this word a lot today, but a seasoned athlete and has been around the block a number of times with the Sydney University Boat Club and has at different times raced the pair and the single. He rode a pair for many, many years with Willow Shaughnessy.
Yes, he
of course.
did. Very good pair. And
Yeah.
he was with, I'm pretty sure he was with Lachlan Miles before that, and they did the Junior 4 years ago with Sarah Cook as their coach, Junior Coxed 4.
That's right. And
Then in the pair with Willow Shaughnessy, you're right, at Sydney University Boat Club. And he's finished his degree now, he's working now, and so last year he had to back off a little bit, went to Henley Royal Regatta instead, and he's back on training again now and going really well. And a B final in the men's elite single scull is nothing to be sneezed at. And as you say, leading right now over Harry Crouch from the under 23 men's 8 and who is also represented in both the double, the quad, the junior quad, junior 4. So yeah, he's a
and then next to him again as well, Lizzie, is Jack Armitage of Commercial Rowing
he's
Club.
going well, isn't he?
So Jack Armitage, of course, hails from Queensland, reformed lightweight.
Saw the light, ate some food.
That's right, yeah, ate some food, saw the light. No, and he's having, again, if Strava's anything to go by, a really strong, solid block of training this season. So he's certainly one to watch and one to look out for. And a really fierce competitor as well, having been at the blunt end of the stick myself. So
yes. So that's our top 3. Then it looks as though it's across to Miles McQuillan of Swan River in lane 3, sitting in 4th position, having a battle with Kane Grant of Melbourne University Boat Club, who's in lane 2. Then across to, well, then it's pretty much neck for neck, isn't it? There's Kieran Riak from Sydney University in 4, and then across to Mitch Blackmore-Cram and Peter Waldersee, both of UTS, in lanes 8 and 9.
And they're battling it out now. Just turning our attention back to the apex of the course now, Lizzie, I think Jack Armitage has made a move, and I think he's pushed up over Marcus Britt and over Harry Crouch. So he's just lifted his rate of striking. He's looking really strong. The question is whether he can keep the momentum going or whether Harry Crouch has an answer to this really late and really, really powerful surge from Jack Armitage, but he's just stretched out yet again. So a really strong race from the Queenslander in this race, and he's looking really good. So probably 10 strokes to go or so, but I think it'll be Jack Armitage who seizes victory in the B final of the men's elite single scull. Jack Armitage from Commercial. Second place will go to Harry Crouch from Sydney Rowing Club. Third place, Marcus Britt from Sydney University Boat Club. Fourth place, by the looks of things, will go to Kane Grant from Melbourne University. Fifth place to Miles McQuillan from Swan River. Sixth place to Kieran Riak from Sydney University. Eighth place to Mitch Blackmore-Cram. Seventh place to Mitch Blackmore-Cram from UTS. And finally, Peter Waldersee from UTS. And moving right along now to race 39, the A final of the women's elite single scull. And we've spoken about it, Lizzie, this morning. What a fantastic field of athletes we have to look at in this A final. In lane 2, representing UTS Haberfield and the National Training Centre, Laura Goulet. In lane 3, representing the University of Queensland and the National Training Centre, Caitlin Cronin. In lane 4, representing Sydney Rowing Club and the National Training Centre, Harriet Hudson. In lane 5, representing the University of Queensland and the National Training Centre, Ria Thompson. In lane 6, from Sydney University, the National Training Centre, Tara Rigney. In lane 7, from Canberra Rowing Club, Cara Graskowiak. In lane 8, from Sydney University and the National Training Centre, Rowena Meredith. And finally, in lane 9, from Sydney University, Ella Metzinez.
Yeah, and they were really close in times in the heats. Tara Rigney won the first heat in 7:48. Ria Thompson won the second heat in 7:49. Harriet Hudson was 7:49 as well in the first heat, where she came second. Then it's back to Cara Graskowiak. She was 7:52. Actually, no, it was Rowena Meredith then, who was 7:51.77, and Cara Graskowiak was 7:52.84. And close to them also Caitlin Cronin, who was 7:53. So in the heats, very similar, really, just spanning 3 or 4 seconds. And now here on the race course, as we would expect, Tara Rigney has really turned the screw and is sitting in the leading position from lane 6.
Yeah, certainly a dominant performance from Tara Rigney. She has stamped her authority on this race and has a many boat lengths advantage over her competition. Certainly, as we've described, a close race, a close times in the heats. Ria Thompson and Harriet Hudson were of a similar time, but certainly Harriet has come and blown them away in the final, and certainly just demonstrates the different tactics that go on between the heats and the finals. And certainly there's just such a short time turnaround, I guess, and so the heat's very much a warm-up.
Yeah, and it looks as though Ria Thompson, she did 7:49 in the heat, but she looks as though she's really dropped back in the final. Cara Graskowiak in lane 7 going pretty well, and Harriet Hudson in lane 4 going really well, and Caitlin Cronin and Laura Goulet are there on the far side, really cranking it up now in the 1,000. Ria Thompson dropping behind. Actually, I think Harriet Hudson is making her way through Cara Graskowiak, and Laura Goulet looking very strong indeed. And then Rowena Meredith and Ella Metzinez dropping back. Ella's dropped back quite a bit. She had a great heat. And she did well to make an A final with this calibre of athlete because she's younger.
Yeah, battle going over the far side with Laura Goulet and Caitlin Cronin.
Isn't it? I think Laura's winning it.
That's right. I think Laura's going to take it. Harriet Hudson, of course, over there in lane 4, I think it is. And she's pushing up as well. So she's looking pretty good for that silver medal. But she's herself is battling with... Who's at lane 7? With Cara, that's right.
I must say, Laura Goulet, she put in a really big push coming through the 250. She doesn't look as though she's pushing away any further, though. Harriet looks as though she saw the danger, lifted up her rate of striking, and has now looked across at Cara Graskowiak, and they're having a real battle for that second position right the way through to the line. At the moment, Harriet's just got her nose in front, but Cara is really pushing on and on the line.
Cara, I think
could
it might
be Cara, yeah. Yep, over Harriet Hudson. 4th will be Laura Goulet. Excellent finish for her. 5th, Caitlin Cronin. 6th, Ria Thompson. 7th, Rowena Meredith. And 8th will be Ella Metzinez. Now, I would say most of those girls are going to be competing for a place in the sculling group. Amanda Bateman's obviously missing from that group, so we're looking for a single, double, quad for the national team. Our national coaches, especially Ellen Randell, who is the women's sculling lead coach there, having a close look at how those girls finished that race. Good preparation for state champs, I would say, and for trials after that. Just confirming again the placings in the women's elite single scull A final, a win for Tara Rigney of Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre. 2nd, Cara Graskowiak from Canberra Rowing Club. 3rd, Harriet Hudson from Sydney Rowing Club and the National Training Centre. 4th, Laura Goulet from UTS. 5th, Caitlin Cronin, Uni of Queensland. 7th, Rowena Meredith, Sydney University. 8th, Ella Metzinez, Sydney University Boat Club. I missed out Ria Thompson, sorry. 6th, Ria Thompson, Uni of Queensland. got the B final now.
Yes, moving right along. Lane 3, representing the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport, is Lisa Marie Lutz. In lane 4, representing the Australian National University, Bonnie Andrews, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5, from Swan River, Leah Franklin. In lane 6, from Sydney University, Nicola Greenland. And finally, also from the Australian National University, is Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding.
I've just seen the time there for Tara Rigney, 7:38.58. Not bad. 7:48 for Cara Grezkoviak, so a 10-second gap, and 7:49 for Harriet Hudson.
It really is a world-class sculler, Tara Rigney, and she does compete with the very best. So
she absolutely does. And you can see
unsurprising.
she's really hungry for that slot in Paris in the single scull, and God willing, she'll get it. Certainly, putting the hard work in and getting the results at this stage is really important, isn't it? So, as we would expect, coming from the middle of the field, our leading position looks as though it's Leah Franklin of Swan River. Bonnie Andrews on one side of her, Nicola Greenland on the other side. Nikki Greenland, who was in the under-23 quad, I think, a couple of years ago. And I think last year in one of the under-23 crews. Sorry, that's a bit loose, isn't it? I need to find out. Catherine Kahn from the ANU, closest to the grandstand, level with Liza Marie Lutz of the University of Queensland on the far side. But at the moment, Leah Franklin in the lead.
So into the final 100 metres or so, and it is Leah Franklin that retains the lead in this, the B final of the women's elite single scull, and she's doing it without much pressure from those ANU scullers either side of her, Catherine Kahn and Bonnie Andrews, who are probably in second and third position. Nicola Greenland, I should say, as well, in that mix. She's probably in the second place position at this stage, but Leah Franklin unchallenged for the victory in the B final, making the long trip across the Nullarbor to take out the women's elite single scull B final at the New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. Congratulations, Leah. Second will go to Nikki Greenland from Sydney Uni Boat Club. Third will go to Bonnie Andrews from the Australian National University. We spoke about her earlier, Lizzie, former Australian representative. Yep, in the juniors. Fourth place to Liza Marie Lutz from the University of Queensland and the Queensland Academy of Sport. And finally, in fifth place, Catherine Kahn from the Australian National University in the ACT. So before too long, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have race 41 in front of the grandstand. It's the final of the men's elite pair. So we'll have 9 crews contesting this race. So this was the progression where we saw the fastest 4 from each heat go through it. In addition to that, the last qualifying place, I think, if memory serves. So in lane 1, representing Sydney Rowing Club's Declan Glendinning and William Downey. In lane 2, representing Cairns Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury. In lane 3 from Commercial is Tom Coates, and from Cairns, Angus McCasker. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Matthew Morgan and Tom Cregan. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh. In lane 6, the composite crew of George Finlayson from UTS and Jack Robertson from Mercantile. In lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Torrin Olsen and Matthew Rowe. In lane 8 from Cairns Rowing Club and Swan River Rowing Club, Riley Reese-Turner and Dylan Rhodes. And finally, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Matt Smith and Joshua Hewitt.
So this is an interesting one in terms of having very different heats. Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh from Sydney University Boat Club won the first heat in a time of 7:13. George Finlayson and Jack Robertson, who are in lane 6 in this race, won the second heat in a time of 6:51, so a considerable difference. And then those people that were in that second heat were significantly faster than the first heat. So I was interested to see how it plays out, but in fact it looks as though it's pretty even Stevens across the board, and in fact Torrin Olsen and Matt Rowe from Sydney Rowing Club, who came second in the first heat, look to have pressed ahead and taken an early lead, being challenged now by Angus McCasker and Tom Coates of Commercial and Cairns across on the far side, I think. Or was that Lord and Mitchell? Actually, it might be Lord and Mitchell, sorry, across there in lane 2. So, yeah, not the winners of our first heat leading at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly looks as though it's Olsen and Rowe in that lane 7 who are in the lead, but I think this it can be deceptive from up here.
I've not seen those two actually rowing a sweep boat together before. Torrin's certainly a well-renowned sculler.
That's right, yeah.
So interesting to see him in sweep. I mean, he's certainly very experienced because Sydney Rowing Club do that battle paddle every Friday.
Of course, yeah.
And, you know, he's a good sweep person. I'm pretty sure he was in the Youth 8 as well. Improving now as the race continues, George Finlayson and Jack Robertson from UTS and Mercantile in lane 6. But definitely Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury over there on the far side from Cairns Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport.
Yes.
I mean, given that they're out on their own, they're really having quite a good row.
Yeah, so I think those are certainly the top 3 without much doubt. So there's Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7, UTS and Mercantile in lane 6, and then Cairns and the QAS in lane 2. I think those are certainly the top 3.
Then there's a good battle going on between Sydney Rowing Club's Matthew Morgan and Tom Cregan in lane 4, and Sydney University Boat Club's Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh in lane 5. At the moment, Sydney Rowing Club looks as though they're getting the better of them. Then it's back to Riley Reese-Turner of Swan River, Dylan Rhodes of Cairns there in lane 8. Matt Smith and Josh Hewitt of Sydney Uni going all right, but so way out of the pace.
Yeah, Olsen and Rowe just throwing the rate through the roof as they come just to confirm their victory in the men's elite pair. Second place goes to Lord and Salisbury, but very fast finish from Finlayson and Robertson from UTS and Mercs.
Looks as though fourth will be Sydney Rowing Club's Morgan and Cregan, just pipping Miles and Walsh from Sydney University. Sixth across the line will be the Reese-Turner and Rhodes composite. Seventh will be Sydney University Boat Club's Smith and Hewitt. Eighth will be Glendinning and Downey of Sydney Rowing Club, and finally McCasker and Coates of the Commercial and Cairns composite.
So another big stacked race in that one. So just confirming a win for Torrin Olsen and Matthew Rowe of Sydney Rowing Club. Second place to Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury of Cairns and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Third place to George Finlayson of UTS and Jack Robinson of Mercs. Fourth to Matthew Morgan and Tom Cregan of Sydney Rowing Club. Fifth to Sydney University's Lachlan Miles and Devlin Walsh. Sixth to Cairns and Swan River, Riley Reese-Turner and Dylan Rhodes. Seventh to Matt Smith and Josh Hewitt of Sydney University. And eighth to Declan Glendinning and William Downey. And finally, in ninth place, Commercials, Tom Coates and Cairns' Angus McCasker.
The A final of the women's elite pair is now in progress, with the composite of Lily Alton of the University of Queensland Boat Club and Eleanor Price of the Sydney University Boat Club, both of the NTC, in lane 1. In lane 2, Ella Bramwell from Adelaide Rowing Club with Sarah Distel from the University of Queensland Boat Club and the QAS. In lane 3, Paige Barr from Mercantile and Georgie Gleeson from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 4, Jess Morrison from Mercantile with Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle and the Women's National Training Centre. In lane 5, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club and Georgie Rowe from UTS, both from the Women's National Training Centre. In lane 6, Kat Werry from Mercantile and Lucy Steffen from Melbourne University Boat Club, both from the National Training Centre. In lane 7, Jackie Swick from Swan River Rowing Club and Georgia Patton from West Australian Rowing Club, and both from the National Training Centre. In lane 8, Jamie Ford from Sydney University Boat Club with Olympia Aldersey from UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, both from the Women's National Training Centre. And finally, in lane 9, Bronwyn Cox from the University of Western Australia Boat Club, Molly Goodman from Adelaide Rowing Club, and both from the Women's National Training Centre. So we had Kat Werry winning the first heat. We had Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre winning the second heat. Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe winning the third heat. And they are in lanes 4, 5 and 6 in the middle of the course.
And Georgie Rowe and Sarah Hoare in the lead at the moment, as at the 1,000 metres. So, really strong pair, that one.
Yeah. Sarah Hoare, just such an accomplished rower. And Georgie Rowe holds world records on the ergo and so big and strong. Just a great person to have in your crew. And both of them such fantastic people, really lovely. I'd imagine they'd have a lot of fun in that pair.
But that said, really short margin back to Morrison and McIntyre, and then back to Steffen and Werry as well. So the top 3 place getters at this stage, it's anyone's guess.
Yeah, I mean, and they're just such good pairs combinations, aren't they? Morrison and McIntyre performed so strongly as a pair throughout the last Olympic cycle, and Kat Werry and Lucy Steffen, who are always in the 4 and in their pathways years were in the pair, such strong competitors.
Yeah.
Jackie Swick and Georgia Patton look like they're doing pretty well too, didn't they?
Yeah, and Bronnie Cox and Molly Goodman have just come across in 4th, I think. So
Right.
they're definitely pressing up against putting some duress upon the top 3. But I think coming through that 1,500 metre mark, we don't have any numbers, but I just saw them go through. Morrison and McIntyre had just snatched that pole position off of Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe.
Right, so it's so now is when we see everybody has got themselves to the 500 metres to go in good condition.
That's right.
And now they're really looking to step things up as they progress through the last 500 metres.
And I guess there's a sense in which this is where all your training takes you to, the last 500 metres of the race. You do all the work to get into the position, and now you have to fight for it in the final 250 metres. So
and
here we
fight
go.
that bloody lactate.
Strength of, power of wills, battle of wills, and
Yeah.
we'll just see what happens
And
here.
holding it all together when physiologically you're really, at the red line. That's a really, really good row from Bronwyn Cox and Molly Goodman, isn't it?
That's
They're
right.
really
In fact,
challenging.
they are really pressing up against these top 3 crews, and it might even be that they're pressing up to knock Steffen and Werry off of that 3rd bronze medal position at this stage. And they're finishing really strong, Cox and Goodman over this side of the course, but it is, without much doubt, Morrison and McIntyre in the lead, and they've really opened up probably a half a boat length lead over Rowe and Hoare.
So fast now. So, Rowe and Hoare look like they're going to hold on to second place. Is it going to be Molly Goodman and Bronwyn Cox? Is it going to be Kat Werry and Lucy Steffen? I think it's Kat Werry and Lucy Steffen. They're just going to hold them off.
Just hang on. But a fantastic effort from Bronnie Cox
finish.
and Molly Goodman. Really, really fantastic race.
5th, Jackie Swick and Georgia Patton. 6th, Lily Alton and Ellen Price, I'm pretty sure. 7th, I think, Paige Barr and Georgie Gleeson. 8th, Ella Bramwell and Sarah Tisdall. And 9th, Jamie Ford and Olympia Aldersey. Yes, that's right. Whew.
Another big one.
And it looks as though unofficial time 7 minutes 9.81 seconds, and a healthy margin of 3 seconds of Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre over second place Sarah Hoare and Georgie Rowe. So great race.
Yeah.
Great race. And again, I'm sure our national team coaches, I can see them there, they were following the cruise down, having a good look at how people, as you say, respond in that last five.
That's right, yeah. It really is about getting yourself into the position and then having to make that call and make that move to go where you need to go to put yourself in that top position. So.
And for those who don't know, I don't think you can underestimate the amount of pain you're in when you get to that last 500.
That's right, yeah, it really is agony. So you push through, you're already redlining, and then you have to do some more.
Yes, that's right.
Throw the kitchen sink and the rest.
Such a good feeling when you get it right, though. Such a good feeling. Well, we're in the B final of the women's elite pair now. We've got Taylor Caudle and Izzy Farah of ANU and Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1. Sophia Whiteman from Sydney University Boat Club. She came down from Queensland to go to university. She's with Rebecca Pretorius from Swan River in lane 2. So that's a fairly new combination. In lane 3, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 4, Laura Foley with Eliza Gaffney, representing Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 5, Lauren Graham and Lexi Northdurft of Sydney Rowing Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. In lane, I think probably NSWIS QAS, to be honest. Lane 6 is Jean Mitchell and Mimi Tuddenham from Melbourne Uni and Mercantile. In lane 7, Sarah De Ure and Sarah Marriott from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 8, Phoebe Robinson and Lucy Hope from the University of Queensland. And in lane 9, Jess Scott from Cand with Maddie Williams from the University of Queensland. Sure, Maddie Williams used to be a lightweight. She was in the under-23 lightweight women's squad. Yeah.
I think I actually think she may have competed in the Victoria Cup for Queensland at some point.
As well. Yeah,
if memory serves.
That's good.
Anyway,
good to see her back.
Speculation until confirmed.
So how are they going? So pretty close, I would say. Looks as though that Lauren Graham and Lexi Northdurft currently in the lead, looks to me. Closely followed by Foley and Gaffney of Melbourne University and McKellar and Shepherd of Sydney University Boat Club. So, Lauren Graham, been on the scene now for a good few years, was a great school rower, went to Sydney Rowing Club program in her junior years and represented Australia at the Junior World Championships in the women's coxed four, coached by Lachlan Carter, and was with Izzy Farah actually, who's in that Sydney composite in lane 1 in that crew, and they took home a silver medal. And she's continued rowing ever since then. Made the under-23 team, under-21 team, under-23s, knocking on the doors of the seniors in the trials last year, and looking as though she's going to have a very strong position in this B final of the women's elite pair at this regatta, which is good preparation for the state championships coming up, and obviously hoping for an invitation to trials. That pair of Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd, they're quite young, but looking very good indeed in this last 500 metres. They've looked to me as though they've pushed their way through into equal second with Laura Foley and Eliza Gaffney.
And Jess Scott and Madeline Williams doing a really good job over here in lane 9 as well. They just had some steering difficulties, but they're, maybe they've fallen off a little bit. But they were certainly up with the pack just through the 500 metres.
And there's last 250 really stepping up into the finish. Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius looking, it's a scratch pair, looking very good. Sophia, who was, I think, in the Queensland Youth 8, she's now down at Sydney University. Rebecca Pretorius, national representative, coached by Mark Beer over there in Swan River, and they look as though, well, I don't know, look, this is Maddie Williams and Jess Scott, they're going really well.
Yeah, that's right. Certainly it does appear as though Jean Mitchell and Mimi Tuddenham are going to just snatch the victory in this race. It's a really close race. And third place is going to be really hard to call, but I think it'll be Mitchell and Tuddenham who take the win. Second place was to McKellar and Shepherd, I think, and then I think it may have just been UQ. But we'll just wait and see what the judges have to say. I couldn't keep track as
me neither.
As
that
they
was
all
a blanket finish. Yeah, Jean Mitchell and Mimi Tuddenham taken out first. Judge is still looking at it, but it looks like Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd may have snatched second over Scott and Williams. That was such a good fight to the finish there. Pushed back into fourth place were Lauren Graham and Lexi Northdurft. Fifth across the line, Melbourne University's Foley and Gaffney in the end. That was, yeah, what a blanket finish. Melbourne University's Sarah Deure and Sarah Marriott sitting in sixth position. In seventh was, in the end, Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius, even though they had a great last 500. And then eighth, University of Queensland's Robinson and Hope. And ninth, Caudle and Farah from ANU and Sydney Rowing Club. So
Fantastic.
7:28.88 was the provisional finishing time there for Jean Mitchell and Mimi Tuddenham in the B final of the women's elite pair.
Yeah. And moving along to race 44, which is the men's elite lightweight single scull and the men's under 23 lightweight single scull combined into one race, and so I'm certainly looking forward to this race. In lane 2, representing UTS in the elite category, Matisse Ferrier, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. In lane 3, representing Canberra Rowing Club, is James Waldersey. In lane 4, representing Nepean Rowing Club, Jason Waddell, coached by Daniel Waddell. And now into the under 23 category, from UTS is Cam Ogilvie. In lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Jackson Boyd, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski and Tom Hayes. And in lane 7, finally, also an under 23 sculler representing UTS Haberfield, Jack Henderson, also coached by EB.
And Jack Henderson looking like he's going like a train, really. Careering his way up that inside lane, lane 7, closest to the grandstand, looking in a very good, strong position as he comes through the 500 metre mark. Then it looks as though it's across to Jason Waddell of Nepean Rowing Club, and finally Matisse Ferrier of UTS. So Matisse, I think, vying for a position in the French under-23 team. I know he's certainly sending his data back to France.
Yeah, he's certainly sending his time back to France, but he's over here in Australia and he's been rowing at UTS Haberfield for a while now, but heading back, I think, over there after the national championships. So
which will be a shame. It's been great having him here, and he's certainly been a very enthusiastic competitor in the coastal rowing as well.
Very enthusiastic, yeah.
Which is great.
But certainly looks as though Jason Waddell
yeah, now
very
this
much
is an
in the
interesting
mix.
story. So Jason, who's was a great pathways athlete in the years before we actually had an official pathway, and I'm pretty sure represented at under 23 level. And he has very recently turned lightweight. He also got married, so I hope the two aren't connected. And he's going really well as a lightweight. I mean, he looks like he's just skin and bone, but he's decided he wants to have a crack at the New South Wales men's lightweight quad for the interstate championships. And, well, certainly he's putting up a good fight here, and he's impressing the selectors because he's moved into second position. It's just a question of can he move past the young Jack Henderson and take out first. And
yeah, and Jack Henderson's lifting his rate of striking to respond to Jason Waddell, and it's going really close. Henderson lifting his rate, Waddell responding. I think Waddell's just going to snatch it over the line, and that's a really close race indeed. Third place will go to Matisse Ferrier, and this final place race going on between Cam Ogilvie and James Wallasey of Canberra Rowing Club, and a really close race. So what a fantastic race.
So in the open category, Jason Waddell was first, Matisse Ferrier second, and James Waldersey third. And in the under-21 race, Jack Henderson was first, Cameron Ogilvie was second, and Jackson Boyd, just coming through to the finish line now, would have placed third. So I'm just not quite sure whether there's one medal or two medals. So if there's whether there's one medal for each category or whether there's a gold, silver and bronze for the whole thing. Either way, Jason Waddell took out the win there in the men's elite lightweight single scull, and our fastest men's under 23 lightweight single scull was Jack Henderson. And time for Jason Waddell, 7:32.37. And the time for Jack Henderson, 7 minutes 32.83. So I hope they've both nominated for the state quad.
The state 4, yes, they have.
State 4, sorry. Yep.
Yes.
Good stuff. Race 45 is underway, and that's our men's under-21 lightweight single scull. Harry Dixon from Commercial is in lane 3. He's coached by Stephen Pozzi. Patrick Walker from Redlands is in lane 4. He's coached by Guy Morgan. Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain in the ACT is in lane 5. And Alex Tomanovitz from Canberra Rowing Club is in lane 6. He's coached by Mark Krakowski and Tom Hayes. So as they come through the 500 metres to go, Alex Tomanovitz, our visitor from Canberra Rowing Club, has a very close lead over Harry Dixon of Commercial in Queensland. Then it's back to Patrick Walker of Redlands and, Matt Rickard of Black Mountain, the ACT, and Pat Walker of Redlands, but they're all pretty close. So great race going on between Harry Dixon on the far side and Alex Tomanovitz on the near side. Quite good actually to have 4 under-21 single scullers in one race and not have to do a composite race with another event.
And to be honest, they're all fairly close together as well, so a good competition, a good chance for these guys to get out and test each other against light competition. So
this is also, I always think, a good regatta for lightweights to actually introduce themselves to each other and figure out some combinations for state championships and putting themselves forward for trials. Yeah. Just a reminder, competitors, there is no marshal at the bridge at this regatta, and coaches. So when you're on your way up to the start, please don't wait at the bridge for somebody to usher you through. Just keep on rowing up to the start. Make sure you're there in good time, more than 5 minutes before the start time of your race. Okay, so we had Harry Dixon and Alex Tomanovitz at the 500 metre mark worth really very close to each other. Harry Dixon had just got his nose in front. And as we come into the last 100 metres of the race, Harry Dixon really trying to extend his lead over Alex Tomanovitz, but it's not working. Alex not just holding on, but actually really coming back very strongly. And on the line, that's
too close.
That's
too close to call. Really fantastic
Wow.
finish to that race. Third place will no doubt go to Matthew Rickard from Black Mountain, and a fourth place to Patrick Walker from Redlands.
So unofficially, they're reckoning Harry Dixon has crossed the line in first position, but I would imagine if I was, they're just having a look at the photo finish there, and it is actually, there you go. So that's very interesting. Yep, Harry Dixon from So we'll just wait for the judges to have a look there at the photo finish, just to determine whether Harry Dixon really did get his nose just in front of Alex Tomanovitz or not. In the meantime, let's bring you the lineup for the women's elite lightweight single scull that's on the start now.
Fantastic. So in lane 1, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Annalise Isaacs, coached by Thomas Lorich. In lane 2, from the Australian National University, Alexandra Moylan, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 3, from Shoalhaven, Amy Underwood, coached by David Eddington. In lane 4, from Corio Bay, Maggie Foley, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. In lane 5, from Sydney University Boat Club, Georgia Mianzaro, coached by Tom Lorich. In lane 6, from Sydney Rowing Club, Grace Cipher, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dieu. In lane 7, from the Australian National University, Sophie Gerapatridis, coached by Nigel Harding. And finally, in lane 8, from UTS Haberfield, Sophia Aguirre, coached by Katie Healy and Matthias Ungemark.
Yeah, so we have some real experience in this crew. If we just start with Georgia Mansaro in lane 5, Georgia, again, somebody who competed strongly in the sport, represented and medalled at under 23 level, represented and medalled at senior level, both times in lightweight, double scull in the under 23s, quad scull in the Open World Championships, and then took some time out and went to cycling, where she was a really strong competitor, racing for Sydney University Velo, and has now come back to rowing the last couple of years, and she just laid down a phenomenal 5K ergo score, 18 something. So she's just going really, really well. She interestingly has discovered that she has a digestive disorder, and that sort of gives a lot of insight now into why she had some issues with weight management when she was a lightweight a few years ago, but really not having any problem at all, not at all this year, now that she's discovered that. And that's so often the case, isn't it?
Well, just one of those fierce competitors as well, and
Yes.
really determined. I mean, you're shaking in your boots if you're lining up against Georgia Mianzaro.
Indeed,
so
you would. And
yeah.
she's racing against Grace Cipher, who's a real young up-and-comer. She was fantastic at juniors, now into under 21, under 23 age range. Both of them at the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And Grace Cipher has an amazing future ahead of her. And I do believe later in the regatta we'll see the two of them team up together in a double scull, and it'll be really interesting to see how they go. But right now, Georgia Mansaro has clear water over Grace Cipher.
And a quick shout out to Sophia Aguirre from UTS, vying for selection in the under 23 Mexican side this year. So has moved to Australia to study at UTS, and is doing really well in her training and sending her scores, like Matisse in the men's side of things, sending her scores back to Mexico.
Fantastic. And I know some of our para-athletes have gone overseas, and one of them in particular is training in the UK right now, and just saying for him in sweep, it's just amazingly competitive and very different to being over here. And same thing, if you want to make it in sculling, coming over here to Australia, especially New South Wales, it's just fantastic. Across on the far side, we should mention Annalise Isaacs, a member of the New South Wales State Lightweight Women's Quad last year, been plagued by injury and illness, and is coming back from that, and she looks as though she's competing really strongly across there in the far side, just being left alone to stay inside her own head. She's managed to squeak inside Sophia Gerapatridis, who's in lane 7, another seasoned competitor, World University Games, represented at under 21 level in lightweight, and she and Annalise Isaacs on the far side having a real battle there to try and take third position. Sophie Aguirre going really well, and Maggie Foley from Corio Bay also having a really good pull there in lane 4. So first across the line, Georgia Mansaro. Grace Cipher managed to close up on her there at the end, so we're looking forward to seeing the two of them double up later. At the moment, Annalise Isaacs sitting in bronze medal position, but a fast finish from Sophia Gerapatridis. No, it'll be Annalise Isaacs. She'll snatch third place over Sophie Gerapatridis. Fifth will be Sophia Aguirre. Sixth will be Maggie Foley. Then we've got Amy Underwood from Shoalhaven, who's represented at state level for both Victoria and ACT, I think. And we have just
Alex
in front
Moylan.
of her Alex Moylan from ANU and the high performance program there.
Another big race.
Yeah, some good competition.
Yeah, fantastic. So just confirming a win for Georgia Mansaro from Sydney University Boat Club. Second place to Grace Cipher from Sydney Rowing Club. Third place went to Annalise Isaacs from Sydney University Boat Club. Fourth place to Sophie Gerapatridis from the Australian National University, formerly of UTS, of course. Fifth place went to Sophia Aguirre from UTS. Sixth place to Maggie Foley from Cryo Bay. Seventh place to Alex Moylan from the ANU, and eighth place to Amy Underwood of Shoalhaven.
And the winning time for Georgia Mansaro in the women's elite lightweight single scull was 7 minutes 46.09, and Grace Cypher 7:48.03, 1.94 between the two of them. Our next race is the women's under 23 and women's under 21 lightweight single sculls. In lane 2, Sydney University Boat Club, Phoebe Teal, who's in the under 23 category. She's coached by Alfie Young and David Geely and hails from Tasmania. She's in her first year at Sydney Uni doing architecture. In lane 3, from Canberra Rowing Club, Abby Richards. She is coached by Mark Krakowski and Jeff Brown, and she too is in the under 23 category. And our third and final competitor in the under 23 category is Gemma Campbell, also of Sydney University Boat Club and also coached by Alfie Young and David Geely. In the under 21s, UTS, Sarah Berritry, coached by Katie Healy. Newcastle Grammar in lane 6, Jemima Mackenzie. And in lane 7, Addison Rolls from Sydney University. Addison also rows at Queenwood School. And Amelia Cooper from UTS has sadly withdrawn. That's a shame. Always look forward to seeing her race, a great competitor.
Yeah, absolutely. And Millie Cooper off to the United States later in this year
Is
for
she really?
uni. Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah, but a really fantastic competitor, and did really well at school and has carried that on into uni. So that's a shame.
It is a shame. We'll miss her, but anyway, hopefully she'll come back like we've seen people like George Finlayson and Sarah Tisdall come back, and many others before them. So across on the far side there, Phoebe Teal from Sydney University Boat Club looks to me as though she has a lead over. I would expect it to be Sarah Berritry, is it? Or is it actually Gemma Campbell?
I think that's Gemma Campbell in second place.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so Phoebe Teal and Gemma Campbell in lanes 2 and 4.
And then back to the Sydney University sculler Addison Rolls. And sitting in fourth from UTS, Sarah Berritry. So what is the significance of under 21 if you're new to rowing? Well, in many sports we have juniors, which can be either under 19 or under 18. In the case of rowing, it's under 19. We have under 23s in a lot of sports to bridge the gap between juniors and seniors. But in rowing, there's physiologically a huge difference between an 18-year-old and an under 23-year-old. And under 23s often will make senior level. And so we've come up with under 21s, which a lot of sports have. Hockey's one of them. And our under 21s here in Australia takes the form of a friendly match against, well, I don't know that it's that friendly, but anyway, highly competitive friendly against New Zealand that takes place in the middle of the year each year. And so under 21 is what we call youth level, and it's also something that we race in our interstate regatta, although we race it in men's and women's eights, not in sculling. So Phoebe Teal, she is pushing for selection for the under 23 team. Gemma Campbell, her first year at under 23s, but doing the same. And Gemma really, she's new to being a lightweight, and she's doing a fantastic job. It's been really interesting to see her journey since the beginning of the time trials, and she looks as though her sculling is just getting better and better under the coaching of Dave Geely and Alfie Young there at Sydney University. Addison Rolls, coached by Kieron Glynn, and his crew down there at Queenwood School. She's currently sitting in third position, and she's drawing away now from Sarah Berritry of UTS.
Gemma Campbell, Lizzie, looks as though she's just pulled ahead of Phoebe Teal. And I think she's going to take this race out by half a boat length or so.
Yeah. Excellent work. So first, Gemma Campbell, Sydney University Boat Club. Second, Phoebe Teal, Sydney University Boat Club. They're both under 23s. And third, Addison Rolls, Sydney University Boat Club. First of our under 23s across the line. Fourth, Sarah Berritry, also an under 21. From UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Fifth will then be Abby Richards from Canberra Rowing Club. And she will be the third competitor in the under 23 category. And our final competitor from Newcastle Grammar School, Jemima Mackenzie, also in the under 21 category, and I would imagine she'll be doing a school or under 17 or something later down the line. So Jemima Mackenzie safely across the line there in our women's under 21 lightweight single to complete our field. And recapping on the results, first Gemma Campbell, Sydney University; second Phoebe Teal, Sydney University; third Addison Rolls, Sydney University; fourth Sarah Berretry, UTS; fifth Abby Richards, Canberra; sixth Jemima Mackenzie, Newcastle Grammar School. Winning time for Gemma Campbell, 8 minutes. 19.30 seconds, and the margin just 3.09 ahead of Phoebe Teal. Right, we're into some finals where there have been some heats before, and we'll kick off with the men's under 21 single scull A final.
Thank you, Lizzie. In lane 2, representing Sydney University Boat Club, Hugo Hobbs, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club, I should say, Nicholas Whalen. In lane 4, from the University of Queensland, Drew Waitman. In lane 5, from Sydney University Boat Club, Hamish Danks. In lane 6, from Toowong Rowing Club, Darcy Watter. In lane 7, from the University of Queensland, Harry Knott. In lane 8, from Sydney University Boat Club, Sam Bristow. And in lane 9, also from Sydney University Boat Club, Ed Nutt, coached by Don McLaughlin. And Lizzie, I was saying before, just as after you left the commentary box the first time, Drew Waitman can confirm is the son of David Waitman.
Indeed he is. And how great is that?
Yeah.
So I think Brisbane Boys, is it? He's at, or was at? So,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, now University of Queensland. So yeah, it's just so good, isn't it? I think, well, I know my entire family of my generation row. And all three, I've got 2 sisters, and we all married rowers who all rowed against each other.
Yeah.
So, and passed down that real passion for rowing to my nephews and nieces, who both have won Henley Women's and Henley Men's, respectively. So it's just one of those ongoing passions, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So, great sport to be involved in.
Yeah. And Drew Waitman, of course, fellow Queenslander Darcy Watter in the lead at this stage, hailing from Toowong. Just across the boat park down there in St. Lucia. And he had a really strong performance in the heat of this event, and looks as though he's in the ascendancy again in this A final.
Yeah, it really looks quite confident, doesn't he? And that's, is that Hamish Danks next to him, Sydney University Boat Club, who represented in the junior double a couple of years ago?
Yeah, that's right. So just to his right is Hamish Danks, and then Waitman of University of Queensland. I think he's in 3rd place, but it might be Hugo Hobbs over in lane 2, who's just pressing up into that 3rd position as well.
Oh, he is too, yeah. Ooh, that's a very good finish coming from Hugo Hobbs there.
Oh, but Darcy Watter has just thrown the rate through the roof as well in an attempt to just push away from Hamish Danks, and I think he's, although Danks is responding, I might just be eating my words here. Really strong response coming from Hamish Danks. Question is whether it's come too late. I think Darcy Watter might just have done enough to hang on, although both scullers are really giving it a red-hot crack in this final 100 metres. Darcy Watter, a fantastic race. He's having a great day here at the Regatta Centre. Congratulations to him. He takes out the A final of the men's under 21 single scull. 2nd place goes to Hamish Danks, a fantastic effort and almost comeback from him. 3rd place will go to Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University Boat Club. 4th place to Drew Waitman from University of Queensland. 5th place will go to Sam Bristow of SUBC.
Ooh, very close.
Yeah, 6th place, 6th, 7th. That was a very tight call. And so we'll go to a photo. I think that was between University of Queensland's Harry Knott and Nicholas Whalen of Sydney Rowing Club. And finally, just to finalise the field, is Ed Nutt of Sydney University Boat Club.
I've got to say, I'm really impressed that Ed Nutt made that final. He's only just started rowing at Sydney Uni and he's just left school. So that's a good, classy field to be part of there. Yep, great performance there from Darcy Watter. What an outstanding finish there for the Toowong Sculler to take out the A final in the men's under-21 single scull. Second, Hamish Danks of Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And third, Hugo Hobbs of Sydney University Boat Club and the New South Wales Institute of Sport. And then fourth, Drew Waitman, University of Queensland. Fifth, Sam Bristow, Sydney University Boat Club. Sixth, we think, Harry Knott, Uni of Queensland. And seventh, Nicholas Whalen of Sydney. Eighth, Ed Nutt of Sydney University Boat Club. And following the same pattern as earlier on, we now have the B final in the men's under-21 single scull. Liam Taylor of Penrith is in lane 2, coached by Lindsay Callaghan. Oscar Baregi of Sydney University Boat Club in lane 3. Don McLaughlin is the coach of the under-21 squad now, and good stable of lads there. And again, Oscar, a recent school leaver. In lane 4, Hugh Harold of Nepean Rowing Club, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 5, Harry Dixon of Commercial, coached by Stephen Posey. In lane 6, Gordon Applecrin of Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 7, Zinc Bosco of UTS, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. And in lane 8, Harry Birchmore from Tamar. He's a long way from home. Are there a lot of Tasmanians over here, or is he?
Harry Birchmore is rowing out of UTS Haberfield, actually.
He is,
Peter
is
and
he?
I were talking about this earlier on in the morning.
Yeah.
A lovely young chap up from Tasmania and studying at UTS.
Wonderful.
So
Let's hope we welcome him in these days.
That's
Yeah.
right. So may well be see him around the traps a bit more up here in New South Wales. So
Excellent.
yeah,
Get him bleeding teal before too long, no
bleeding
doubt.
teal and bleeding blue, hopefully, instead of
Oh,
purple,
really?
purple or whatever it is they bleed in Tasmania.
Right, so they're underway. Harry Dixon, you would expect to be in the lead, and it certainly looks to me as though he's going all right. Gordon Applecrin, a few years ago, is going very well indeed in the junior field. I think he might have taken some time to settle into university, but he's going pretty well. Looks as though he's settled back into it and he's starting to take his rowing more seriously again. So that's good, because he was a great competitor at school up in Townsville, up at the Cathedral School in his junior years. So let's hope that things are going well for him now at Sydney Rowing Club, and we'll see him in a more competitive results bracket in the under-21 level as he works his way up through the age brackets. So he's going all right at the moment. He's got Zinc Bosco from UTS and Harry Birchmore, who, as we've heard, is training at UTS but representing Tamar, on his left. Oscar Baregi from Sydney University Boat Club having a good row there in this last 750 metres. And then it's our Nepean sculler, Hugh Harold, who did not have a great first heat, but really looks as though he's sitting up and pushing on again now in this final. I know he did a lot of training on training camp and had quite a sore back and wasn't able to compete at the Nepean Regatta. Was that last weekend? The weekend before? Weekend before. So it looks as though he's coming back from that back injury now and certainly having a good crack here in the final, and looks to me as though he's actually pushing his way into third place. So our leader is Gordon Applecrin, second Oscar Baregi. We're in the B final of the men's under-21 single scull. Hugh Harold pushing his way into third position over Zinc Bosco of UTS. Harry Birchmore of Tamar still having a really good row, and then it's back to Liam Taylor of Penrith. I can't see Harry Dixon. Right, that's who we're missing.
Yeah, I don't think Harry Dixon's lined up there. Would be in the distinctive commercial colours.
Yeah. So I think he's a did not start.
But Gordon Applecrin certainly looking really strong in this race, Lizzie. We saw him just up on the live stream earlier, a close-up.
Well, he's got the ubiquitous bucket hat of Sydney Rowing Club on.
Yeah, that's right.
It's made a comeback from the early 90s and the early 70s. And it's serving him well.
Not much doubt about the leader at this point. Gordon Applecrin, Sydney Rowing Club. Yeah, and he's looking pretty good out the front. second place, it'll just be a little battle between Oscar Berardry of Sydney University and Hugh Harold from Nepean.
I really like what Zinc Bosco's doing there. That UTS sculler looks very controlled and relaxed. He's going to make 4th position.
Well done to Zinc in that distinctive red boat. And then Harry Birchmore of Tamar in 5th place. And 6th will go to Liam Taylor of Penrith Rowing Club.
7:37, the provisional time for Gordon Applecrin there in the men's under 21 B final. And it looks like we're straight into the A final of the women's under 21 single scull.
So just another change in the commentary tower up here as we say good morning again to Peter Waldersey, fresh off the back of the men's elite single scull. Did he win the first 500?
Mick.
I don't know.
I don't know. I think I might have just been pipped. Won the 250, so that's always good. That's what it's all about.
But more importantly, on the course now is the A final of the women's under 21 single scull. Just to quickly run through the crews because they're bearing down upon us. In lane 1 from Sydney, Megan Hadfield. In lane 2 from Sydney, Neve Tierney. In lane 3 from Sydney, Laura Seifer. In lane 4 from Melbourne Uni, Meg Cartwright. In lane 5 from Sydney Uni, Zoe Bond. In lane 6 from Sydney, Talisa Knocker-Driver. In lane 7 from Sydney, Liesl Page. In lane 8 from UTS, Sarah Fard. And in lane 9 from Sydney Uni, Lily Gavin. What do you make of it, Peter?
Oh, very good showing from Sydney Rowing Club there. So really good to see such a strong group of junior scullers.
But having a look at across the field now, I think Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield's in the lead.
I think she might be. Quite impressive there from Sarah Fard. She's been an athlete there at the club for about 3 years, narrowly missing out on the Youth 8 last year, I believe.
Yeah.
So she'll really want this one, I think.
But she's a very determined competitor, and she's actually looking fantastic in, well, what appears to be pole position. She is being challenged, I think, by, who's that? I think that's Neve Tierney or Laura Seifer over in lane 3, but she's looking strong as Sarah Fard.
It is Laura Seifer.
Yeah.
But then, it looks like those two Sydney scullers, so Laura Seifer and then as well Liesl Page, both trying to challenge Sarah Fard. And Sarah Fard...
She's done enough, I think.
Gracefully taking that Hudson over the line and lying down. She looks like she's had a bit of a rough one. So A grade A final there, UTS, Sydney Rowing Club, and then in 4th place there, lane 5, Sydney University, and that will be Zoe Bond.
Yep, so 4th place to Zoe Bond, 5th place goes to Talisa Knocker Driver from Sydney Rowing Club. 6th place goes to Meg Cartwright from Melbourne Uni. 7th place is tight between Lily Gavin over here in lane 9 and Neve Tierney. And then finally, Megan Hadfield from Sydney Rowing Club in lane 1.
Yeah, a good race there, Mick. That was a fantastic showing.
Unofficially, Sarah Fard from UTS Haberfield, a win for her. Fantastic to see as well.
She'll be very
well
happy with
deserved indeed. Yes.
And we have the B final now with the women's under-21 single scull, race 51. In lane 2, we have Ali Waddington from UTS. In lane 3, also from UTS, Millie Cooper. In lane 4 from ANU, Eleanor Moran. In lane 5 from Penrith, we have Madison Joins. In lane 6 from Fremantle, Charlotte Broad. In lane 7 from Sydney University, Emily McHugh. In lane 8 from UTS, Paige Critchlow. And in lane 9 from ANU, Philippa Gray. And through the 500 metre mark here of race 51, this is the women's under-21 single B final. It looked to me there like it was one of the ANU sculler that might have been just in the lead. I could be incorrect there. We'll see as they come a little bit closer through to the last 250 metre mark. But there is a bit more of a spread here of the athletes than there was in the A final. The A final seemed to be a little bit more tightly contested. This one, the athletes look like some of them are taking it down in rate just a touch. It is being pretty confidently led. So we'll get a bit of a better picture on this as they come through the last 250 metre mark. And sure enough, it does seem to be the Fremantle sculler, Charlotte Broad, who is in the lead of this race. She's in lane 6. She looks like she's probably there at a rate of striking of about 31, 32, so not quite what you'd expect in the final 250 metre mark, but that is the benefit of having a bit of a commanding first 1500. You're able to just observe the field and make decisions based on where you are. So the UTS sculler here, Amelia Cooper, coached by Katie Healy, will be pressuring her for second place, but she will be a little bit too far back by the looks of things, to have a proper crack there at Charlotte Broad. So it will, barring a disaster, be Charlotte Broad taking out the B final of the women's under-21 single. Second place will, barring a disaster again, go to Amelia Cooper. And then lane 4, ANU, Eleanor Moran will take out third place at this stage. And there is a little bit of a race going on here for the 4th through to 6th places. It looks like it will be lane 5 at this stage. Penrith Rowing Club, Madison joins, coached by Lindsay Callahan, who will probably take out the 4th place position. But she is being pushed by lane 9, ANU, Philippa Gray, who's raising her rate, and she's really having a crack there, trying to get that 4th place spot, but it will just go to ANU's, my apologies, will go to Penrith Madison Jones, and then followed by Philippa Gray, who is rowing through the line. And a great finish there. I can't quite call that between lane 7 and lane 2. So lane 2 there, Ali Waddington really pushing against lane 7 from Sydney Uni, Emily McHugh. So that will be another good one to watch.
All right, Peter, on the course now is the A final of the men's under-21 pair. So we saw the heats earlier on this morning. It's a really competitive field. So in lane 2, from the University of Queensland, Robert Atkinson and Nick Munro, coached by Randall Martin. In lane 3, from Sydney Rowing Club, Alec Hoskin, Rory Menzies. In lane 4, from the University of Queensland, Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. In lane 5, from UTS, Charles Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren. Also from UTS, in lane 6, Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. In lane 7, from St. Augustine's, Dougal McKenzie and Joe Lynch, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. In lane 8 is a Cairn Composite crew from UTS's Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley from Cairn, coached by Scott Rowe and Matthias Ungermark. And finally from Sydney Rowing Club, MacArthur Bucknell and Charlie Hine. I think just looking out over the course, it looks as though it's that crew in lane 5 from UTS, Mackenzie Thompson and Charlie Jewell, with a slight advantage. And this is a really competitive event, but I think it is those two in the centre lane in the lead. And Charlie Jewell just setting down a fantastic rhythm and looking really comfy and really chilled out in the stroke seat there.
Yeah, Michael, that looks about right. It is a fantastic event, this one. You can see really close racing, and all athletes are really just jacking the rate up to try and get to each other. It looks like it is at this point Charlie and Macca that will be leading this race, but
hang on,
they're getting pushed here. They're really getting
words.
pushed.
I think it might be Oliver St. Pierre and Josh Wilson, also from UTS.
Oh, it is. You're
in lane 6. So
younger blokes, and they're, I believe, the two of the junior world champions. So some fantastic pedigree there in that boat.
Yeah.
And they will lead this, even though they are really being pushed by that lane 4 Queensland crew, who are really trying to get them, jacking the rate up, but they're not going to be able to get them quite on time.
So Oliver St. Pierre and Josh Wilson take out that race, the A final, the 21 pair, followed by UQ, and then it's just that'll be a photo finish for the judges, that one. Sydney Rowing Club, I think, Hoskin and Menzies in 3rd place, but we'll just have a look at some official results in a moment.
Yeah, and it looked like it was between them and the St. Augustine's crew that were hot on their tails. So our unofficial time there is 0.11 of a second. I think that'll probably have to be a photo finish. We'll leave that to the judges. 0.11 of a second, followed by 0.32 of a second. So we can maybe say that Cairn UTS crew would be in 6th place, but between 4th and 5th, between the UTS 2 crew and St. Augustine's crew, that's anyone's game, I think. Mike? We now move to race 54, the women's under 21 pair. Now they're just coming through the 500 metre mark, so we do have some time before they get to us. But in lane 2, we have a scratching from Fremantle and Western Australian Rowing Club Composite. So they've scratched, but lane 3, we have Sydney University, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha, coached by Alfie Young and the great Dave Geely. In lane 4, Melbourne University, we have Robbie Cantwell and Zara Lavery, coached by Connor McConville. In lane 5 from Sydney University Composite, we have Freya Nevels from Sydney Rowing Club and Stephanie Preller from Sydney University. In lane 6 from UTS, we have Grace Burke and Lila Anderson. And in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Isabella Shepperton Wolfgam and Sarah Bebbington. And now, Michael, after all of that commotion, I've called out the wrong race. So we're at race 53, the men's under 21 pair, but that does give us something to get excited about after our race, doesn't it? So race 53, the men's under 21 pair B final. Lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, we have Jackson Gerzoy and Maxim Maloney. In lane 5, the fantastic Fredrickson and Fredrickson entered twice, so we'll, again, we see lightning strike 4 times today, Michael. In lane 6, University of Queensland, we have Bailey Clark and Finlay Harris. And in lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Gabriel Carmody and Oliver Maroulis.
Thank you, Peter. And just while we're waiting for the men's under 21 pair B final to approach the grandstand, just confirming the results now of the men's under 21 pair A final. So it was a win for Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson from UTS. Second place was Lex Tucker and Monty Martin from the University of Queensland. Third place was Alec Hoskin and Rory Menzies from Sydney Rowing Club. Fourth place was Dougal Mackenzie and Joe Lynch representing St Augustine's College. Fifth place was Charlie Jewell and Mackenzie Thompson from UTS Haberfield. Sixth place went to Cand and UTS Composite, Brandon Smith and Daniel Horsley. Seventh place was MacArthur Bucknell and Charlie Hine from Sydney Rowing Club. And finally, in 8th place, representing the University of Queensland, was Robert Atkinson and Nick Munro.
And Michael, through the 500, it does look like it's the pair from Sydney Rowing Club taking out the lead here. They look like they've got quite a commanding lead, so fantastic to see. Now that's, I believe, the pair of James Fredrickson and James Fredrickson, so they're doing very well there, both the Fredricksons. Actually, no, I apologise, Michael. I think that's actually the pair of Jackson Gersey and Maxim Maloney.
Well, we've certainly had one crew scratch. I just can't, there are 3. It might be the University of Queensland crew that hasn't started yet. So they were supposed to be in lane 6 and they haven't started. So we've got a 3-way battle between 3 Sydney Rowing Club under 21 pairs. So it could, I think you're right. I think it is Jackson Gerzoy and Maxim Maloney in the lead, and they're in lane 4. Lane 5 to their right is James Fredrickson and James Fredrickson. And then in lane 7 is Gabriel Carmody and Oliver Maroulis. So that's how it is at the moment. I think, so certainly Gurzo and Maloney in the lead. Second place at this stage is Gabriel Carmody and Oliver Maroulis, and of course the elusive Fredrickson pair in third place at this stage.
And the Fredricksons really trying to jack the rate there. It's funny, I thought they'd look more similar than they do, but I guess lightning can't strike 8 times, can it, Mike? But it looked here to be lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, Jackson Guernsey and Maxim Maloney, and they will take this race out quite convincingly.
Yep, not much doubt about the victors. It'll be Jackson Gurzo and Maxim Maloney from Sydney Rowing Club. Well done, chaps.
Yep.
They take out the B final of the men's under 21 pair. Second place will go to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 7, Gabriel Carmody and Oliver Maroulis. And third place, Sydney Rowing Club in lane 5, James Fredrickson and James Fredrickson.
Some great racing to watch, Mike.
That's right. So on the course now, Peter, is race 54, which you called earlier, but I'll call it again now, just for the benefit of everyone who wasn't listening before. So we've got a scratching in lane 2. That was a Fremantle composite crew. In lane 3 is a crew from Sydney University Boat Club, Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha. In lane 4 from Melbourne University, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery. In lane 5 from Sydney University Boat Club, Stephanie Preller, and from Sydney Rowing Club is Freya Neville. In lane 6 from UTS, Grace Burke and Lila Anderton. And finally from Sydney Rowing Club, in lane 7, Isabella Shepherd, Wolfgram and Sarah Bebbington. I think at this stage, it's that crew in the middle of the course, so Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller, I would have thought with just a slight advantage. But just looking at the live stream, I think I might be eating my own words. I think it's Cantwell and Lavery from Melbourne University. And Peter, Lavery is a surname that we're all too used to hearing out here at the Regatta Centre.
Yep, a fantastic family there, the Lavery family, both Rowan and Nick, doing a great job there at the training centre, the men's training centre, and some very solid guys. Very nice young men, if you ever get the chance to have a chat to them. And it looks...
Yep, and their sister's doing really well in this race, teaming up with Romy Cantwell from Melbourne University. Under the watchful care of Connor McConville. And a really strong program coming out of that Melbourne University Boat Clubhouse down on the Yarra. So it's great to be able to welcome so many interstate competitors here to the Regatta Centre today. So coming into the final couple of strokes, it is the crew from Melbourne University, Romy Canwell and Zara Lavery, that maintains the lead. So they're being slightly challenged over the line by Freya Neville and Stephanie Preller, who just left it a little bit late. And so they'll have to settle for second. Third place will go to Sydney University's Olivia Natty and Tiffany Botha. And fourth place will go to Grace Burke and Lila Anderton from UTS. And just to finish off this race, I think
it's lane 7 there, but it looks like they might have had a couple of steering issues there. I think they're coming through into lane 6.
Yeah, that's the crew of Isabella Shepherd, Wolf Graham and Sarah Bebbington. Yeah, perhaps some steering issues going on.
And it does show, Mike, how difficult these pairs are to steer and to control. Even in these very tough elite races, you still have some steering issues and things like that. So it puts it all into perspective, really, how difficult the pair is to row as a boat. We now move to race 55, the Women's Masters Pair Division 1. So now, Mike, we move from heats to divisions. So what this means is, whereas we previously had heats and the first 4 from the heat would go through and progress to an A final or a B final, the divisions are one straight race. So the winner of this will be the winner of Division 1 of the heat. Whereas before, with a progression system, we would all go through to a final. So the Women's Masters Pair Division 1 off 3 seconds, meaning they have to start the race 3 seconds later than the scullers off go. We have Soroya Mackie Colleen and Jacqueline Harris. In lane 3, all off go these next crews. We have Kristen Berry and Trudy McDonald. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, we have Jennifer Zonga and Danielle Bogart. In lane 5 from Glebe, we have Anne Skilton and Kate Wareham. In lane 6 from Mossman, we have Sarah Hill and Amy Clay. And in lane 7 from Leichhardt, we have Jane Hutchinson and Belinda Brigham. So they're all C-grade masters, so they will be going off go.
Thank you, Peter. And of course, the first masters race of the day. And we'll return to some underage stuff, I think just after the lunch break, or just after these races. But of course, these women's masters pair races, a masters category.
Yeah, Mike, and at this point, it looks like it's that Leichhardt crew out ahead. So that'll be Leichhardt 2, Jennifer Zonga and Danielle Bogart. And they're a C-grade average, so that's based off their age. They are just in the lead from Lake Macquarie there, Kristen Berry and Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. So it looks like they will have a lead there, and they should be able to retain that, bar a very good push there from Lake Macquarie.
So Daniela Bogart and Jenny Zonga, both are really competitive masters rowers, and they've been around the track a couple of times now. Both have represented New South Wales in the masters categories, in the masters 8, I should say. Sarah Hill and Amy Clay are over here in lane 6. I think similarly represented Sarah Hill, previous Australian representative in the lightweight category, move into masters categories. So they'll hold on to the bronze position. Second place, I think, will go to Lake Macquarie's Kristen Berry and Trudy McDonald. They're coached by Odin McIntosh. Fourth place will go to Glebe Rowing Club, Soraya Mackay-Colan and Jacqueline Harris. Fifth place to Jane Hutchison and Belinda Brigham from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And sixth place will go to Anne Skilton and Kate Wareham from Glebe Rowing Club. So race 56 is lining up at the start. It's the second division of the women's masters pair. In lane 3, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 4, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Tiffany Hutchison and Christine Foxton. In lane 5, it's a composite, Renata Ipmer from Balmain and Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne. In lane 6, from North Shore Rowing Club, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, coached by Kim Rudder. And finally, from Mossman, M. Barrack and Nerida Clinton from Lake Macquarie. So that's a composite crew, and that's an F grade crew.
Michael, and some great racing here in the Women's Masters pair, Division 2. It looks at this point like it will probably be that crew from North Shore out in the lead. It will be between North Shore or Mossman for sure. And that Mossman crew off 7 seconds. So very impressive to see them up already battling for the lead here in this Women's Masters pair, Division 2. And Michael has called previously in the race, it looks like it will be the North Shore crew that are leading through to the 500 metre mark in this Division 2 with the Women's Masters pair. They look like they're getting mildly pressured there by the Drummoyne composite crew. And perhaps they're Mossman, who started a little bit later, so might be able to see them powering through the field later on in the race.
Yeah, so certainly Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, representing North Shore, remain in the lead. But that North Shore crew in lane 6 and the Mossman crew in lane 7 both started on go. The Drummoyne composite crew of Renata Ipmer and Kath Hextall had 7 seconds, as did Tiffany Hutchison and Christine Foxton from Mossman. And then a 12-second handicap to Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland from North Shore in lane 3. So that crew in lane 3 has they're slowly inching their way back up the pecking order. But I think, as you say, Pete, that crew in lane 6 from North Shore, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, remain in the lead. Challenged, though, by Renata Ipmer and Kath Hextall in the centre of the field.
And Michael, at this point, it looks like it's that Drummoyne composite crew, Renata Ipmer and Kathleen Hextall, that might have just edged their way ahead of that North Shore crew. And as well as the North Shore crew, as the grandstand goes wild for this close finish.
Yeah, it's actually turning out to be a pretty tight race in this dying stage, Pete. We've got Renata Ipmer and Kath Hextall in lane 5, and I think they're just going to pull away just ever so slightly from Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland in lane 3 from North Shore. And so a fantastic lift just over the final couple of strokes for that composite crew, and they'll take out the second division of the Women's Masters pair. Second place will go to Helen Byrne and Catherine Boland from North Shore. Third place will go to Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, also from North Shore. And congratulations to them. They led most of the race, but just got that win snatched away from them by Renata Ipmer and Kath Hextall. Fourth place to Mossman composite, Nerida Clinton and M. Barrack. And finally, to finalise the field, Tiffany Hutchison and Christine Foxton from Mossman. So Peter, race 57 is on the course and we're just getting underway now. I'll run through the crews. It's a combined event. It's the para double scull and the women's under 16 double scull. So we've got two crews that are para double sculls, and they're both PR3 in categorisation. So from Community Rowing Club in lane 1, James Johnson and Stephen Lawler, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. Another crew from Community Rowing Club in lane 2 is Paul Grayson and Fiona Jackson, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. And now into the women's under 16 doubles. Sophia Whitelaw and Jessica Harris are representing Nepean in lane 3. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar is Heidi McKenzie and Annabelle McKenzie. In lane 5, representing Glebe is Kelly Clifton and Chloe Hitchens, coached by Susanna McMahon. In lane 6 from Nepean, Emily Boys and Viti Young. And in lane 7, representing Leichhardt is Grace Connery and Lily Bennett. Now, Pete, we've seen some of these women's under 16 scullers come down the course a couple of times already today. So this could potentially be the third race that they're lining up for. So certainly a long day for some of our scullers who are lining up in multiple events. So a fantastic kudos to them. It's heating up as well. So hopefully they've had plenty to eat and drink and are staying out of the sun as well.
Yeah, 100%, Michael. It is heating up, and so please do slip, slop, slap, and wear your hat out as you're racing. But yeah, on this field we've got quite a good group of sweep athletes. My apologies, sculling athletes. And Grace Connery there, I believe, is the niece of the great Angela Connery, who was the reason that both me and Michael started rowing. So good to see the family history staying in the sport. But it looks at this point, Michael, like it will narrowly be Nepean 1, Emily Boys and Viti Young, who are leading Grace Connery and Lily Bennett to the 1,000 metre mark. My apologies, the 1,500, which I believe, because this is a 1K race, that will be the 500 metre mark. And it looks here, Michael, like it will be either Nepean 1 that is leading, but it looks perhaps like Glebe now that is just edging past this Nepean crew. So in this second 500, they've had quite a good push against the Nepean crew, and they will just take that little lead. And the Leichhardt crew here is just hitting a couple of boys as they have a few steering issues. And there's a small crab there caught by the Leichhardt double, so hopefully they're able to recover that. But they will hopefully still retain that third place position as we have quite a fight on our hands here between Nepean and Glebe. It looks like Nepean has just brought back that lead from Glebe. So that last 250 they're able to muster something up. But will be Glebe Nepean just blow for blow.
This is going to be really tight coming over the line. Emily Boys and Viti Young from Nepean just going to push out and snatch the victory from Glebe Rowing Club. A really, really gutsy row from them, so fantastic effort. Third place will go to Leichhardt's Connery and Bennett. A good and quick finish from them. Fourth place will now go to Newcastle Grammar's Heidi McKenzie and Annabelle McKenzie. Looking long and strong as they finish. And then in fifth place, the other crew from Nepean, Sophia Whitelaw and Jessica Harris. And just remaining is the PR3 crew in lane 1 from Community Rowing Club, James Johnson and Stephen Lawler. So Peter, race 58 is underway and just coming through the 500 metre mark. And this is the first heat of the men's under 23 single scull. Progression is 1, 2, 3 and 4 to the A final and the rest through to the B final. So this is a really competitive event. Lots of people entered in this one. So just to run through the crews, in lane 1 from Commercial Rowing Club in Queensland is Sam Green, coached by Stephen Posey and Charles Green. In lane 2, representing Sydney University, is Elliot Simpson, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 3, also representing Sydney University, is Matt Smith, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 4, representing UTS Haberfield, Mitchell Caponis, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertonetti. In lane 5, representing Sydney University, is Tom Anderson, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 6, from Swan River Rowing Club, is Johnson Daubney. In lane 7, representing Canberra Rowing Club in the ACT High Performance Program, Cormac Hayes. And finally, in lane 8, representing Adelaide University, Nick Blackman, coached by Nick Mitchell and Sam Morton. So, Pete, a fair bit of pedigree lining up in this race. Just looking at the draw, Nick Blackman, under 21 Australian representative. Tom Anderson as well, under 21 representative, if I'm not mistaken. Cormac Hayes, a very, very strong competitor from the Australian Capital Territory.
Yep, Elliot Simpson there. He's been in the game for a lot of years. He's doing some very good things in the single, so you can expect good things from him as well. And of course, the ever-capable Mitchell Caponis.
Yeah, and he's had a really good season. I think this is what you would characterise as a breakout season for him. He's been at it around UTS and also Cranbrook for a number of years and is doing really well and starting to kind of find some form in and among the elite guys here. But certainly looks as though as they come through the 1,000 metre mark, that's Nick Blackman over here from Adelaide University. He's a long way from home, but he's doing a really good job out here in the men's under 23 single scull. And yeah, unsurprising as well, he's a very strong athlete.
Yep, and 0.25 seconds behind him, Sam Green. So nice close one between first and second. And Sam is on the other side of the field, so that does pose a challenge where you would expect Nick Blackman there to be looking around and seeing where he is. 0.95 of a second back to Mitchell Caponis, and then Tom Anderson and Cormac Hayes. So some impressive athletes there.
So it'll be interesting to have a look at the times when they come through the finish, Pete, because through the 1,000 metre mark in the elite single, they were 3:30, and they're only 2 seconds behind that in this race. So Nick Blackman threw in 3:32, and then yeah, a really tight assembly of scullers behind him, Tom Anderson and Mitchell Caponis as well.
Yeah, good.
Of course, Johnson Daubney as well lined up in the men's elite single scull earlier today and made it through to the A final. So this will be at least his third hit out of the day, so he might have a bit of jelly in the legs by this point. But yeah, certainly Nick Blackman commanding the lead at this stage.
Yeah, and with a progression rate of 1 through to 4, it will be interesting to see how those 4th and 5th place scullers handle themselves here. Especially in a heat, you would expect some of the leaders to maybe drop the rate down just a point or two, just not to overextend themselves here in the heat. But it looks to me like they're still all racing pretty hard here as they're coming pretty close to the 1,500 metre mark. So this last 500 will be a real telltale.
Well, certainly there's not a lot between them. I mean, you've kind of got to put yourself in that position and then you can take it down. But yeah, look, we're just getting some vision now. There's really not that much in it for the first 4, and they're certainly not safe yet. So
no, definitely not. Yeah, and it looks like there's still quite a tight race between 4th and 5th there. So. I could imagine, and even that 5th place sculler is quite close to the 1st place sculler, so I could imagine there would be a pretty decent race here to be had in the heat, which might disadvantage them come the final if the next heat is a little bit more clear cut, but we'll wait and see how that goes.
Certainly our interstate competitors, Nick Blackman from Adelaide University and Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club, looking strong, going head-to-head with the local boys, Tom Anderson and Mitch Caponis. I think that's, if I was a betting man, that's the top 4 going through at this stage, Pete. But we've got Johnson Daubney from Swan River Rowing Club looking strong as well in lane 6.
Yeah, we do.
He's got some work to do ahead of him if he's gonna push out and I think to knock Mitch Kaponis off from UTS.
Well, looks to me like Mitch Kaponis has dropped back a little bit there. And so he was third place through the 1,000, but
I haven't seen Sam Green from Commercial Rowing Club over in lane 1.
Sam Green, yes. So Sam Green's doing a fantastic job here to lead this race. Really rowing very well there. He's still raised his rate. He might be pushed a little bit by lane 8, Adelaide Uni, Nick Blackman. But at this point, it's looking like a pretty convincing 1, 2, 3, 4, as Mitch Kaponis backs back a little bit. So
close race for second indeed. So Nick Blackman, I think it was Cormac Hayes, who just got his bow ball in front to claim second. Third place to Commercial Sam Green. Fourth place to Tom Anderson from Sydney University Boat Club. Fifth place will go to Mitch Kaponis from UTS Haberfield, who's just taken it down a little bit. And the sixth place is going to be tight, but it'll go to Johnson Daubney over Matt Smith, I think it is, from Sydney University. So maybe we didn't get a start from Elliot Simpson.
It doesn't look like it, yeah. And it will be the progression rate there. Nick Blackman, Cormac Hayes, Sam Green and Tom Anderson will all go through to the A final. And a very quick side note, you can see the blades used by Mitch Kaponis. There are some prototypes by Darren Croker, I believe, who is experimenting with some blade shapes. And they're designed to give you a little bit more play at the front end. So
fantastic.
Fantastic
Well, of course,
blades and good stuff coming
Croker
out of
Oars, a very proud sponsor of Rowing New South Wales and Rowing Australia and all that does. So as a community, we're indebted to the Croker family for their continued support of rowing in this state and indeed this country. But turning our attention right along now to race 59, it's the second heat of the men's under 23 single scull. The progression is that the first 4 will go through to the A final and the remainder to the B final. In lane 1, representing the University of Queensland, Edward Miles, coached by Randall Martin. In lane 2, representing Adelaide, Adam Holland. In lane 3, representing West Australia Rowing Club, Alex Rossi. In lane 4, representing UTS Haberfield, Pat Burke. In lane 5, representing Adelaide University, Jeremy Beale, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. In lane 6, representing Sydney University, Nicholas Miro, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 7, representing Henry Blackwell, UTS, Henry Blackwell, I should say. And in lane 8, finally, representing Sydney University, Joshua Hewitt, and he's coached by Don McLaughlin. And so the guys have just come through the 1,500 metres. I just can't make out the placings at the one.
Yeah, I'm not too sure at this point either. It does look, however, like it might be that crew from the sculler from Adelaide in the lead. I can't tell you for the next 3.
So I think that's Alex Rossi in lane 3 on the far side, and we saw Alex Rossi take out the men's elite single scull earlier on today. So you would think that he would be a very, very strong contender for, of course, the under-23 event as well.
Yeah, Alex Rossi's been doing a fantastic job there in the single and very tough competitor, and he did take that out. Very impressive time, I think 7:05.
Or maybe that is Adam Holland, actually, in lane 2, in the lead.
But surely it's a 1 through to 4 progression rate. So either way, at this point, it looks like Henry Blackwell is doing a pretty good job there to remain in touch. But it does look like lane 2 there, Adam Holland, with that green bow number. Followed there by lane 5, I believe.
Yep, Jeremy Beale. So the South Australians in the lead, Pete.
Yep, and the great Henry Blackwell, who is the same weight now as he was in year 9, and he'll tell you that fun fact himself.
That is a fun fact.
That's a very fun fact. So, very impressive there from Henry Blackwell. Not many people can say they've done that. So it will be lane 2 there, Adam Holland taking that one out, followed by lane 5, Adelaide Uni, Jeremy Beale, the great and heavy Henry Blackwell, followed there by lane 3, Alex Rossi, and although he didn't win that one, surely he's someone to watch out for in the A final, where he will be progressing to.
Yeah, so he's just done enough to put himself into the A final and conserve some energy.
Yep, and then lane 1, Edward Miles, who will just miss out, unfortunately. And then a little bit of a race here between Sydney University's Joshua Hewitt and the ever fantastic Patrick Burke. Got a great mow on him as well. So finalising the B final there, we have Joshua Hewitt and Paddy Burke.
So moving right along now to race 60, which is on the course. It's the first heat of the women's under 23 single scull. The progression is 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the A final and the rest to the B final. So in lane 2, representing Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday. In lane 3, representing Sydney University, Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 4, representing the Australian National University and the ACT High Performance Program, Eloise Lambden. In lane 5, representing Sydney University, India Hobbs, coached by Alfie Young. In lane 6, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Abby Richards. In lane 7, representing Toowong Rowing Club, is Laura Chancellor, coached by Leo Karademetrius and James Doring. And in lane 8, from Mercantile, is Sophie Reiner, coached by Annabelle Eaton.
Thanks, Michael. And it looks like we will have a scratching from Abby Richards there, so she
Yes.
won't be participating. But the rest of the field is participating and going quite well. So they're coming through the 1500 metre mark now, in a time of about 6 minutes, 20 seconds. There's some decent names here. It is a first 4 progression rate. Noticed Laura Chancellor there, who is a sculler from Queensland, who spent a bit of time in New South Wales, quit rowing for a little bit and has come back to have a good crack at the 23 team, I believe. So,
yes, indeed. So through the 1,000 metres, Danica Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise was in the lead, and she had a handy lead over Sophie Reiner, who's from Victoria, from Mercantile. So India Hobbs was in 3rd place, Laura Chancellor was in 4th place, Zoe Bond was in 5th, and Eloise Lambden in 6th place. So very much a national race with representatives from all over. So
yeah, definitely an impressive heat here, Michael. It's not one to be scoffed at. I'm sure they'll have a pretty quick time here. And it looks like it will be Danica Free that is leading this one here from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise.
Of course, Christopher Holliday making the journey north to join the coaching team at Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Of course, Chris is previously a coach here at Sydney University Boat Club in Sydney.
Yeah, and with this first 4 progression rate, it looks like it will be Danica Free that leads this one, followed there by lane 8, Mercantile Sophie Reiner. But it will be a very good race here for the minor placings for 3, 4 and 5.
Laura Chancellor just pressing up to try and steal one of those qualifying spots. Jesus, they're going
She's
stroke
had
for
a
stroke.
good push there. Will she be able to get lane 5 or maybe on the surge? But I'm not too sure there. I can't quite call that. So that will be a photo finish there between the 3 scullers, 2 Sydney University scullers and Laura Chancellor there of Toowong. It looked like Laura's boat may have surged just a little to be close to lane 5, but it definitely was close. It will come down to the surge of the scullers.
We might wait for the official result, but certainly Zoe Bond and India Hobbs, both from Sydney University Boat Club, 3rd and 4th, I think. It was just that last place qualifying place, I should say. That was up
Unofficially,
for grabs.
we have point 0.1. We'll see on our large screen here a bit of a replay, but unofficially there's 0.1 and 0.14 of a second, I believe, between them. We're just cycling through races there, but I'm sure we'll get that on our screen at some point.
So just while we wait for official confirmation, we'll move right along to the second heat of the women's under-23 single scull. It's race 61. So in lane 2, representing Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program is Caitlin McManus-Barrett. In lane 3, from the University of Queensland, Phoebe Robertson. In lane 4, from ANU is Laura Kelly. In lane 5, from Sydney University's Grace Turner. In lane 6, from Mercantile is Louisa Bongrain. And from Swan River in lane 7 is Claire Netherway.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And it looks coming through the 1500 metre mark. Got there eventually. It looks like it will be the sculler there in lane 6, I believe. So that will be Louisa Bongrain. Looks like she might just be in the lead.
She looks like she's got maybe half a length lead over Claire Netherway from Swan River. I think those two are in the lead.
Yeah, and there is a push there from Caitlin McManus-Barrett. She might be pressuring that. It is hard to see here from this angle, but it looks like those three will probably be our first three to progress. There will be a bit of a race there for fourth, which at this point it looks like it'll be that University of Queensland sculler, Phoebe Robinson. But she may be pressured there by the Sydney University sculler, Grace Turner.
So just as we're waiting for this race to come to the line, and it'll be a close race for fourth again, confirming that India Hobbs qualified in that, snatched that final qualifying place in the first heat off of Laura Chancellor of Toowong by 0.07. So an extremely tight margin, the official result, just confirming the unofficial result there. So congratulations to India.
Yeah, very good racing there. That was fantastic to watch. But at this point, it looks like it will be lane 6 from Mercantile there. Louisa Bongrain will take that one out, followed by lane 7, Claire Netherway, and then lane 2, Caitlin McManus-Barrett. The final qualifying position will go to University of Queensland, Phoebe Robinson, with lane 5, Grace Turner just narrowly missing out, as well as lane 4, ANU, Ella Kelly. We do have a little bit of time now until race 62 comes past the grandstand. This is the men's under-19 single scull. Now we have an odd progression rate with this one. We have a progression rate of 1 and 2, then followed by the next fastest crew between the heats that we have, the 3 heats I believe that we have.
A very competitive event, this one, the men's under-19 single scull.
Yep, we do have a lot of crews here. So, a lot of heats, my apologies. So, in heat number 1, race 62, men's under-19 single.
In lane 1, we have Canberra, Angus Scott. In lane 2, we have Redlands, Daniel Close. In lane 3, from Mossman, Harry Coddington. In lane 4, from Redlands, Thomas Jackson. In lane 5, from Lake Macquarie, Patrick Stanley. In lane 6, from Hunter Valley Grammar, Hayden Williamson. In lane 7, from Marist College, we have Darcy James. In lane 8, from Mossman, we have Sam Merry. And in lane 9, from Newcastle Grammar, we have Kobe Young.
So Pete, these heats in the men's under 19 single scull we can expect to be fairly competitive given the qualifying rate. It's the top 2 only, and then the next fastest boat. So in each heat we can expect a pretty high level of competition. So it looks as though Darcy James from Marist College ACT is going to take this first heat out, and he's in lane 7. So congrats to Darcy. I think you will qualify, sir. And also Lake Macquarie's Patrick Stanley. So those are the 2 guys who will go through. In 3rd place, it'll be, I think that's Angus Scott in the far lane. Missing a bound number there. And then Mossman, Sam Merry will come 4th.
Yep, and it will be interesting to see Angus Scott's time there.
Yes.
See if he's the next fastest crew.
That's right, because as we say, it's dependent upon that, the next fastest crew across all heats will qualify. So everything to play for, I guess, for that 3rd place getter in each of these heats.
Yeah.
So we'll just pay attention. Crossing the line now is Daniel Close from Redlands. And just the remainder of this race, a little bit spread out now. Harry Coddington approaching the line in lane 3 from Mossman.
Yep. As well as lane 9 there, we also have, I believe that is Newcastle Grammar Kobe Young, and they're fighting there for a little bit for that.
Oh, that's close.
That final
I think
spot.
Young may have even just snatched that on the line.
I think he might have there. Yeah, that was a pretty good one there from Newcastle Grammar Kobe Young. You should be pretty proud of that one. And then finalising our field, I believe this is lane 4, really racing into the end. So
Thomas Jackson from Redlands.
Good bit of racing from the young chap. So well done.
So race 63 is underway, Peter. It's the 2nd heat of the men's under 19 single scull. And again, we'll have a 1-2 progression in this event with the next fastest boat to go through to the final. So I'll just quickly run through the crews. We have Finn Woodward from Redlands in lane 1. We've got Charles Carter from Marist College ACT in lane 2. Dion Hansen from Mossman in lane 3. Lachlan Collier from Redlands in lane 4. Carter Clifton from Glebe in lane 5. Gabriel Leishman from Newcastle Grammar in lane 6. Will Steadman from Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 7, Will Fowler from Sydney University Boat Club in lane 8, and Tane Potts from St Augustine's in lane 9. So we saw Tane Potts line up earlier on this morning, Pete, in UTS colours alongside, I think, I'm having a mental blank, but we saw him line up in the double scull earlier on today, and he had a really strong performance. But certainly on this side of the course in lane 9, and then also on the far extremities of the course, Dion Hansen and Charles Carter are putting in strong performances. So those three guys are going to be going stroke for stroke as they come into the final 100 metres.
Yeah, and it looks like it is a pretty good race here in the far extremities of the course for that second place position, which is all important. It must be said as well, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Michael, but I think the under-19 single is the first exposure to 2 kilometre racing that these sculls might have. I'm not sure about under-17 races, whether they're competed over 1K or 2K. But coming back to the race here, lane 9 is having a decent push here. St Augustine's sculler against lane 2.
So I think Dion Hansen is actually going to take this one from the hands of Tane Potts. So congratulations. So those will be your first, your qualifiers, your automatic qualifiers to the final. Tane Potts from St Augustine's and Dion Hansen from Mossman. Third place went to Charles Carter from Marist College ACT. Fourth place now goes to Will Fowler from Sydney Uni.
Now, it must be said here that official race time is slower than the previous heat. However, the margin between the third place sculler there and the third place sculler in the previous heat is less. So it will be interesting to see what those actual times are between the third place sculler here and the one in the previous heat. But for sure, it'll be an interesting one to watch. It's not clear cut there. And finalising our field here, we will have the sculler in lane 6. It should be Harrison Nichols. My apologies, that will be Gabriel Leishman. My apologies, finalising the field here from Redlands in lane 4, we have Lachlan Collier.
So race 64 is on the course now, Pete. It's the third and final heat, I believe. No, the penultimate heat of the men's under-19 single scull event. So in lane 1, from Marist College ACT, is Austin Benny. In lane 2, from Capital Lakes, is Luke Jallier, coached by David Bagnall. In lane 3, from Mossman, is Kobe Reeves, coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 4, from Lake Macquarie, is Kaylan Routley, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 5 from Leichhardt is Michael Hugh, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Harrison Nichols. In lane 7 from Redlands is Patrick Walker, coached by Guy Morgan. In lane 8 from St George is Callum Dunn, coached by Mark Featherston. And in lane 9 from Mossman is Owen Balharry, coached by Kieran Kabelke.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And again, as a 1-2 progression rate here with the next fastest crew going through. So the time that they finish in will be important, but at this point it looks like it will be a race for against about the top 4 scullers there. The Mossman sculler, Owen Balharry, on this near side. Looks like he might be pressuring the other blokes there in the middle. but we'll obviously see when they come through the 250 metre mark to go, when they're a little bit closer to the grandstand. And it looks to me, Michael, here like it will be lane 4 that is coming through in the lead. Now, I believe that is our Lake Macquarie crew, Kaylin Routley, that is taking this heat 3 out as he drops the rate just a little bit, but he will retain that lead, hopefully from lane 2, Capital Lakes, Luke Jallier. But lane 1, Austin Beanie, so he will need to get a decent time either way to progress. That Mossman Sculler here in lane 9, Owen Balharry, looks to just be off the pace just a touch. But the official time there, 8:02, which has been the slowest heat so far. And Austin Beanie there, we'll have to see where his time is compared to the other guys in 3rd place. But it will be Kaylin Routley, followed by Luke Jallier to progress. Austin Beanie, we will see what his time is like, and Owen Balharry will be in 4th place for the B final.
5th place to Callum Dunn from St George. Well done. And 6th place will go to Michael Hugh from Leichhardt. So a couple of scratchings in that race, Pete. And just to shout it as well, another text, an automatic text will have gone around from Rowing New South Wales. The temperature has reached 35 degrees out here at the boat park, so there's a level 2 heat alert in place. So rowers are advised to head directly to the start of their race and carry and consume 500 millilitres or more of water on the way to the start and minimise unnecessary heat and sun exposure. They should also be considering wetting caps and zoot suits before they get on the water. And if you are in more than 2 races, you should consider withdrawal from excess races, and withdrawals will be accepted where informed by officials without penalty within 60 minutes of the start. So they're just some measures that coaches and athletes should be considering as the heat, the barometers get up there, the thermometers get up there, I should say.
And some good advice there, Michael. It gets past a point there where it's just, slip, slop, slap, and you do want to stay safe, make sure you stay away from heat strokes. So when you're not racing, do get under some shade, sit down, get off your feet. When you are racing, even if you empty a drink bottle over your head or something like that, it's not excessive, it's just sensible. So make sure you're looking out for yourself and race smart.
Yeah, and for others as well in your program. Or in your cohorts. So moving right along, race 65 is on the course. It's the 4th and final heat of the men's under-19 single scull. So in lane 1 from Redlands is William Natilli. In lane 2 from Marist College ACT is Jesse Rosen. In lane 3 from Capital Lakes and the ACT High Performance Program, Elliot Jallier. In lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar is Max Blatchley. In lane 5 from Redlands is Matthew Fry. In lane 6 from St Augustine's is Oscar St Pierre. In lane 7 from Mossman is Oscar Schkiel-Gamborg. In lane 8 from Corio Bay is Charles Raden. And finally in lane 9 from Newcastle Grammar is Marcus Lumley. So some good talent in this race, Peter. We've got, for a start, we've got Oscar St Pierre, one of the 4 junior world champions in the 4, coached by Judith and Bjarni Ungermark.
Yeah, there definitely are, and I think Oscar St Pierre might be leading this race. Again, we do have that 1-2 progression rate, so it will be important to be the leader there, and I think he is leading this one.
But having said that, we saw Elliot Jallier line up with his brother earlier on, Luke Jallier, and they had a really fantastic performance in the double, so he will be out to make a statement in the single. He hails from Capital Lakes and the ACT High Performance Program. Another colleague of his on Lake Burley Griffin is Jesse Rosen, and we saw him put out a fantastic effort in the singles, in the double scull earlier on today as well. So those two guys are ones to watch out as well. To watch out for as well, in addition to Oscar Scheel-Gamborg from Mossman, who's been on form as well. So, yeah, a pretty high caliber of racing here.
Yeah, some tough competitors, and it looks as well like lane 8, Charles Radin from Corio Bay. Corio Bay always have some pretty tough scullers. It looks like he will be in the mix there.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, in lane 8, closest.
But obviously, we'll get a bit of a better idea as they come through the 500 metre mark, which we should probably see on the screen there. And it looks to me like that might be Corio Bay's lane 8 leading, Michael.
Yeah.
And then just narrowly behind, it looks like Oscar St. Pierre there might have just dropped the rate quite a bit. So he might be leading the third place sculler by quite a bit. So he had quite an evident drop of the rate. That might be a plan of his, that he was to race to the 1500, assess and see what he needs to do to make it through. But obviously we'll see. We'll see if the other scullers can catch up to him. And it looks like he's rating about maybe 24 there, so nothing too strenuous from him. We do hope that there's no issues there in his boat, but we'll see what his speed is like coming through that final 500. But it looks like it will be lane 8 Corio Bay leading this race. And again, we've got some very good scullers in this race, so it's very interesting to see this Corio Bay sculler doing such a fantastic job. Should be very impressed.
And we haven't seen Charles Radin race earlier today, whereas we have seen Scheel-Gamborg, St. Pierre, Jallier and Rosen, and as well as William Natilli in lane 1 from Redlands race as well. So it's worth noting that there's different levels of fatigue out there. Charles Radin looking fairly fresh and upbeat and really in command of this race.
Yeah, he really is. And that St. Augustine sculler now just taking the rate up a little bit again, but nothing too strenuous. It looks like he's just trying to fight off that battle there, or that push being made by lane 2. But
really strong row coming from Charles Radin now, finishing off really well.
Yep, Corio Bay there doing a fantastic job, and he should be very happy with that effort. In a very good time there, Michael, 7:31. 7:30, my apologies.
Yeah, fantastic.
Great time there. He should be pretty happy with that as a under 19 sculler.
Looks like Oscar St. Pierre from St. Augustine's is going to snatch that second automatic qualifying place. And it's just that all-important next fastest crew place we're now keeping an eye out for. So it may well be that Jesse Rosen over there in lane 2 from Marist College ACT has snatched that. But we'll wait and see what the final draw looks like.
Yeah, certainly the unofficial time for the leader was quite quick, and those margins don't look too spaced out. So that will be interesting. It's a bit of a mathematical game there, isn't it, Michael? And my brain's not good enough for that.
Yep, certainly above my pay grade. Looking now at William Natilli crossing the line. As we mentioned, William's been on the competition lake a couple of times today, so fantastic effort to you, William. Well done. 7th place looks as though it'll go to Marcus Lumley from Newcastle Grammar. 8th place will go to Matthew Fry from Redlands by the looks of things, and we've had a scratching from Max Blatchley from Hunter Valley Grammar.
We now move to race 66. Now this is the first heat of the women's under 19 single scull. We have the same progression right here. 1, 2 will go through to the final, and the next fastest crew, or the next fastest sculler, my apologies, amongst all of the heats
will also go through to the final. So if they're coming third, it will be quite important for them to race that third place hard. So in lane 1, we have Redlands 8, Emma Sullivan. In lane 2, from Glebe, Lucy Yabsley. In lane 3, from Redlands, we have Scarlett Thorpe. In lane 4, from Queenwood, we have Zoe James. In lane 5, from Leichhardt, we have Ciara Ortalani, my apologies. And in lane 6, Newcastle Grammar, Alice McCready. In lane 7, from Redlands, Annabelle Harmon. And in lane 8, from Sydney University, Charlotte Botha. And it is a little too close to call and too far away for me to call at this point. But it looked like it may have been that Newcastle Grammar crew, Alice McCready, that may have been in first place, but I'm happy to stand corrected when they come through the final 500. So heat 1, the women's under 19 single. We do have some results there through the 1,000 metre mark. In first place, Sydney University, Charlotte Botha, in a time of 4 minutes and 10 seconds. From Glebe there, we have second place, Lucy Yabsley. So they will be, at this point, our qualifiers, 5.43 seconds behind that. We have Leichhardt, Ciara Ortalani. So it will be very interesting to see how they progress through the second 1,000. As we've mentioned, this is some of the first exposure they'll have to 2 kilometre racing. And of course, 1,000 and 2,000 metre racing are very different animals and can offer very different challenges. So it will be interesting how these athletes handle this, this exposure to 2 kilometre racing. And through the 1,500, it looks like it will be this go down in lane 7, Redlands. My apologies, lane 8, Sydney University, Charlotte Botha, who still has a commanding lead. Charlotte looks like she's just dropped her rate just a little bit. She looks like she's probably rating there at about 27 to 25, so not straining too hard as she does have a pretty commanding lead. And she will want to save herself for the final. Especially if she is leading this heat. And it does still look like that Glebe Sculler will retain second place. So a pretty decent spread on this field. It is Sydney University, Charlotte. Both are still in the lead from Lucy Yabsley. However, both of them will qualify if they're to keep this progression, if they're to keep this positioning. Now, the important sculler here will be Leichhardt's Ciara, who will have to race hard to get that next fastest time to be able to qualify through.
Thanks, Pete. Does look as though Charlotte Botha from Sydney University Boat Club is going to take out this first heat and snatch one of the 2 automatic qualifying places for the final for the women's under-19 single scull. And she's looking really comfy. She comes over the line. Congratulations to you, Charlotte. Second place is going to go to, I think that, don't have my glasses on, is lane 2. Lucy Yabsley from Glebe. Fantastic performance. And that third place is going to be snatched up by Ciara Ortolani from Leichhardt. Oh, as we've described before, there's that next fastest qualifying spot that she'll be looking to seize. Alice McCready in 4th from Newcastle Grammar.
Yep, and then it looks like it will probably be lane 4 there that's coming through Queenwood, Zoe James.
And she'll take 5th place. And she looks like she's taking the rate down a little bit. She doesn't have any competition ahead or behind, so she's just making sure she gets over the line in this blistering heat.
And then finalising our field there, looks like it will be lane 3's Redlands, Scarlett Thorpe.
My apologies, Michael.
I'm not quite finalising the fields. We also have Redlands Emma Sullivan,
and she'll be racing against the other Redlands crew, Annabelle Harmon. So looks at this point like it will be Emma Sullivan just in the lead
of Annabelle Harmon.
Michael, that concludes the first heat of the women's under-19 single scull. We now move to heat 2, and they're coming through the 1750 now. So lane 2, and I believe she's in the lead here. We have Addison Rolls from Sydney University. Lane 3 from Glebe, we have Felicity Errington. She's also from Glebe. Lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, we have Mifina Bland. Lane 5 from Redlands, we have a Scratch. Lane 6 from Hunter Valley Grammar, we have Amelia Dennis. Lane 7 from Redlands, we have Alice Bennett. And lane 8 from Queenwood, we have Phoebe Campbell. And it looks to me, Michael, like it will be lane 2, Sydney University, Addison Rolls, very comfortably in the lead. And she's brought the rate down to about 18, 19. And this comes back to what we were saying before, Michael, in this heat, that's very sensible, especially if you've got a final coming up, racing that first 1,000.
Addison Rolls really looking in control of this race. Could even be lower than 18. This.
It is. I think it's almost a competition for her at this point, isn't it? But she looks like she's really comfortably doing this, as well as the lane 8 sculler Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell, doing
Yeah.
a very similar thing. Again, very sensible from these two athletes. They've gotten in the lead.
Yeah.
They know they're leading, and they've taken the rate down. It's hot. It's a hot day, so they're very sensibly taking the.
Yeah. So those are your two automatic qualifiers, ladies and gentlemen, from Heat 2 of the women's under-19 single scull. Addison Rolls from Sydney University Boat Club, and Phoebe Campbell from Queenwood.
And now the race will be on for the Glebe sculler here in lane 3, Felicity Errington, because she will be the final qualifying spot. And it looks to me, Michael, there might be something on her bow there that's just spraying a bit of water up, so hopefully that doesn't disturb the boat. But her time will be important because that might be the difference between qualifying and not qualifying. And then lane 4, that will be Newcastle Grammar, Mafina Bland. Followed there by lane 7, Redlands 3, Alice Bennett. And I believe that finalises our field, Michael. We now move to race 68, and this is heat 3 of the women's under-19 single. We have 2 scratchings. One scratching, Annabelle Thornton from Hunter Valley Grammar, and the second from lane 6, Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Bebbington. So our lineup for this race is Canberra ACT High Performance, Imogen Lang. Lane 4, we have Kinross Walleroy, Lucy Searle. In lane 5, Redlands, Briar Carter. In lane 7, Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien, my apologies. In lane 8 from Redlands to Katrina Kroll. And they're coming through to about the 1750 mark, maybe 1700 at this point. It looks like it is going to be the Kinross Walleroy sculler Lucy Searle in the lead. And she will be followed there by a bit of a race here now from Imogen Lang. And I believe that other sculler would be the Sydney University crew, Alexandra O'Brien. So we'll see who gets that. At this point, I think it might be Imogen Lang that will retain second place. But then again, that Sydney University sculler, Alexandra O'Brien, will have to race it to the end because her time will be important for qualifying.
Thanks, Pete. We often speak about the Kinross Walleroy scullers up here in the commentary tower, and Lucy Searle is living up to the really strong reputation of Kinross scullers that those that have gone before have set for her, and she's doing really well in this third heat of the women's under-19 single scull, and she will certainly take one of the automatic qualifying places for the final later on the Savo. So congratulations to you, Lucy. Second qualifying place is all but certain to go to Imogen Lang from the Canberra ACT High Performance Program. Unfortunately, just missing out is Alexandra O'Brien from Sydney University Boat Club.
Yep, that does seem like a bit of a quicker heat, I think, Michael, unless I wasn't paying attention to the other ones. But that'll be interesting to see Alexandra O'Brien, whether her time gets her through to the final. But then certainly missing out, we have these scullers coming through. Redlands, Katrina Kroll will most likely take 4th place. And then most likely in 5th, we also have the Redlands sculler, Briar Carter.
So race 69, Peter, is on the course. It's the fourth and final heat, I should say, of the women's under-19 single scull. So we've got a scratching from lane 3 Redlands in this race. But just to run through the remainder of the athletes, in lane 2 representing Sydney University is Josephine Armstrong, coached by David Geely. In lane 4, representing Sydney University, I should say, is Chloe Driver. In lane 5, representing Newcastle Grammar, is Melissa Carpenter. In lane 6, representing Redlands, is Georgia Vashua. In lane 7, representing Queenwood, is Imogen Gray. And finally, representing Lake Macquarie, in lane 8, is Isabel Mittoff.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And they're a little far down for me to really see where everyone is, but it looks to me like Queenwood's Imogen Gray might be in the lead, and that would make sense. Imogen has raced for a number of years quite competitively, so it wouldn't be a surprise to see her dominating this heat. And then the second place sculler looks to me like it might be Sydney University, Josephine Armstrong, and obviously coached by the ever-capable Dave Geely. He always does have one eye on the prize, doesn't he, Michael?
So Peter, as you suggested, it does look as though Imogen Gray, in lane 7 representing Queenwood, is in the lead, and she's coming through the 1500 metre mark now, and yeah, a very casual rate of striking, I think, just in recognition of the fact that she is, at this stage, leading the race to snatch the qualifying positions, 1 and 2, of course, in this event. And just, in recognition of the heat, certainly a strategic decision. So probably rating, in the low 20s, I would say.
Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it, Michael? And again, you know, that's I think, given the circumstances, that's quite smart. As long as you aren't, you're aware you're not going to be catched by the people and jeopardise your race, you know, it is very clever to take the rate down, get out in front, take the rate down and preserve yourself. So smart racing here. It does look though like the third place sculler there in lane 2, Sydney University, Josephine Armstrong, will be fighting there to retain his position or just get a good time, but we'll see as they come through that last 250. She might pressure these athletes.
I think it's those two Sydney Uni scullers that are going to go head to head for this final qualifying place. I think it's Chloe Driver in lane 4, who's just got her nose in front of Josephine Armstrong, her colleague from Sydney University. But not much doubt at this stage that Imogen Gray is in the lead, coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle.
Yeah, quite good from Imogen Gray. She looks like she will be pressured here by Sydney University's Chloe Driver, but probably not enough to really pressure her out of her quite relaxed rate that she's got there. Probably, looks like, what do you reckon, Michael? 16, 18?
Yep, certainly some very long and steady sculling from Imogen Gray.
Yep,
and also from Chloe Driver.
Looks like it might be a 1-2 dead heat, Michael. Oh no, it will be Imogen Gray that leads this race. Chloe Driver isn't raising her rate. She's seen the danger presented there by Josephine Armstrong. She's aware of it. She knows what's going on. She's retained that second place. And Josephine Armstrong racing hard to get that final qualifying time. So we'll see how she goes there.
Georgia Vashua from Redlands just finishing fast. Fantastic effort from Georgia. She takes 4th.
Yep, and it looks like just finalising our field here, Michael. We have the sculler in lane 5. That will be our Newcastle Grammar sculler, Melissa Carpenter, followed by the sculler in lane 8 from lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Isabel Mitiff. And we now come to the final race for the morning. So this is race 70, the Para Double Scull. After this race, we will have a short lunch intermission. This race is competed over 2,000 metres. This is the Para Double Scull. So in lane 4 from Drummoyne, we have Julia Story and Stephanie Walker. They're coached by Kathleen Hextall and Robert Glendenning out of Drummoyne Rowing Club. In lane 5 from ANU, we have Stuart John and Rebecca Jones, coached by Dern Grant and William Hatcher, as well as Nick Hunter. In lane 6 from Community Rowing Club, we have Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhoub, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjan. And Michael, through the 1,000 metre mark, as these scullers keep coming down the course, it looks like it is ANU in the lead. Stuart John and Rebecca Jones, they're leading this race very convincingly, so fantastic work from ANU. Lane 6 and lane 4, we have Drummoyne Rowing Club and Community Rowing Club. There was, I think, 0.9 of a second between them, so I think the race, barring a disaster, is very much between those minor placings there, second and third place. Lane 4 and lane 6, Drummoyne Rowing Club, Julia Story and Stephanie Walker, and Community Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall and Sam Shalhoub. So we will see as they come through the 1750, Michael, where they're sitting.
And at this point, Michael, it looks like it's the Des Moines Rowing Club double that will be just leading the Community Rowing Club double. That's through the 1,500 metre mark. So at this point, it is still ANU, Stuart John and Rebecca Jones having their commanding lead, and they've brought the rate down. Not too much, actually, probably just to about 28, 26 strokes per minute, or rate of striking. And it will be a bit of a lead there from Julia Story and Stephanie Walker over Bronte Marshall and Sam Shaloub. So we'll see through the last 100 metres how they're progressing.
Yeah, so Pete, that ANU boat, Rebecca Jones is the PR3, I suppose, candidate for the Interstate Regatta for the ACT, and Stuart John is also similarly vying for selection for the men's PR3 single for the ACT. So I suppose this para double scull comprising an interstate kind of pairing, so good on them. And yeah, a commanding performance in this race for the ANU double.
Yeah, very commanding. It's very impressive actually to see this much of a lead here, even in a 2 kilometre race. So they've obviously quite a well-drilled double, doing some
and
good
looking
work
really
there.
comfy as they come across the line. So congratulations to ANU, Stuart John and Rebecca Jones, coached by Dion Grant, William Hatcher and Nick Hunter. So it's actually, just looking back now, it's a race that's tightening up between Des Moines Rowing Club and Community Rowing Club. So Community on this side closest to the course in lane 6, that's Bronte Marshall and Sam Shaloub, and then Des Moines in lane 4, Stephanie Walker and Julia Story. So it's tightening up, and it looks as though the Community Rowing Club crew is just going to snatch a victory off the Des Moines crew, and a fantastic competition. So that's great to see, and well done to each of those crews, and a really hard-fought race. So congratulations to both of you.
Yeah, Michael, some great racing there to see. The para racing only recently has moved through to 2 kilometres, was previously 1 kilometre. So it's good to see we've still got some tight racing despite extending out that racing. Now, Michael, I think we're going to a short intermission.
Yes,
if I'm
so
not
that
wrong.
concludes
Not
the lunch
mistaken.
session. So we will see you back here shortly after the break.
Fantastic.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second session of the Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. Our first race of the session is over 1,000 metres. It's the Men's Masters Pairs, Division 1. In lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, Beau Fleming and Luke Walker. They're an A category and off 13-second delayed start. In lane 3 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Charles Buzzacott and David Raymond. They're a C category and off a 9-second delayed start. In lane 4, a Mossman Lake Macquarie composite of Mark Partridge and Andrew Horrigan. They're a D category off a 5-second delayed start, as are Sydney Rowing Club's Robert McNeil and Mark Binder. Shoalhaven in lane 6, Harry Davis and Chris Turner, also D category, 5-second delayed start. Lane 7, Mossman's Philip Graham and Richard Parry. And in lane 8 from North Shore, Simon Van Ryswick and Nick Johnston, coached by Kim Rudder. Both those crews in lane 7 and 8 off go. Coming up towards the finish, it's the distinctive light blue of the Sydney Rowing Club, who are out in the lead at the moment. They've got a little bit of space between themselves and the Mossman composite. So they look to be our 1 and 2 at the moment. Sorry, that's the Leichhardt Rowing Club coming through in second place, so it's a win for Sydney's Robert McNeil and Mark Binder. Leichhardt's Charles Buzzacott and David Raymond finishing in second place. Coming through in third will be Mossman's Philip Graham and Richard Parry. And then for fourth place will be North Shore's Simon Van Ryswick and Nick Johnston. Fifth going through to Lake Macquarie's Beau Fleming and Luke Walker, ahead of Shoalhaven's Harry Davis and Chris Turner. So the first race has been run and done. That was Division 1 of the Men's Masters Pairs. Division 2 is just about to get underway. We can see that they're just at the start line now, waiting for starters' orders. In lane 2 from St George Rowing Club, Christopher Jones and Stephen Harrison. They're coached by Bruce Williams. They're an E category and they'll be off a 24-second delayed start. Lane 3 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Bruce Egan and John Langford, also E category and 24 seconds. Lane 4 from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd, off 24 seconds. Lane 5 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Tetchin and Kenneth Major. They're an F category and off 18 seconds, as are Mossman's Harry Fine and Bruce Begbie, and North Shore's Eric Luck and Chris Walsh, coached by Kim Rudder. And then off go will be Glebe Rowing Club's Mark McCowan and Kim Mackney, and they are a H category, as Lizzie Chapman joins us this afternoon.
Hello, Stuart. How are you?
I am absolutely cooked. It is very warm out there at the moment, but it's also, ironically enough, the rowing conditions themselves are actually really, really nice. You can we've seen some really good times from a lot of the rowers at the moment, so you can actually fly through the water without really trying too hard. You're not hitting a headwind, maybe a little bit of a tail, although it is swirling down at the start of the 2,000 metres. You've got the northerly coming through, so you are being pushed a little bit across, but it is actually, so far as the rowing goes, if it wasn't 35 degrees and 1,000% humidity, then it would just about be perfect.
Well, yeah, the wind has certainly lifted from this morning, but it's still fantastic, as you say. So lovely rowing. So we've got the very experienced Kim Mackney with Mark McEwen in lane 8 there. And I'm pretty sure Mark and his wife Jenny have been over in Europe for quite some time. So great to see them back competing again. And as you said, they've got quite 18 seconds over the crew next to them in North Shore. And for those who are new to Masters rowing, the aim of the game is for everybody to be approaching the finish line at the same time. So the handicaps are given to you according to your age category. So you're bracketed in age categories A, B, C, D, E, F, G, etc. So we've got the oldies and the goldies. Mark McEwen and Kim Mackney from Glebe are in H category. The next three crews, North Shore in lane 7, Mossman in lane 6 and Glebe in lane 5 are F age category, so they had to leave it for 18 seconds before they started. And then E age category, the youngsters over on the far side, Lake Macquarie, Drummoyne, and in the furthest lane across St George. And the Glebe Rowing Club crew, Mark Tejan, one of our fellow commentators, doing pretty well there, right up with the North Shore crew, Mark and Kenny Major, with Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. And then Kim and Mark now being rowed through by Chris Walsh and Eric Luck. And the glebe pair, and St George doing pretty well as well. Chris Jones and Steve Harrison across on the far side, coached by Bruce Williams.
An exciting finish coming up here in Division 2 of the men's Masters pairs. We're sort of moving away from the single sculls and into the doubles and some of the pairs. So some good racing coming up a little bit later on today, and some good racing going on right here, right now. It's Glebe Rowing Club out in the lead, but being pushed very hard there by lane 7 from North Shore, and then back a little bit further to St George over on the far side. There are 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Head of Lake Macquarie sitting in 4th. We've got about a boat length between 1st and 2nd. Glebe are holding off North Shore. They're into the final strokes. North Shore are making up some big ground. They're down a half a length, but just not quite enough room there. So it's a win for Glebes, Mark Titchen and Kenneth Major. Second place to Eric Luck and Chris Walsh from North Shore, and then St George's Christopher Jones and Stephen Harrison in 3rd. A close finish there, Lizzie, but North Shore not quite. If they had another 50 metres, they would have got them.
And then in 4th position, Lake Macquarie's Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd. In 5th, it was Glebe Rowing Club. In 6th, it was Mossman. And in 7th, Drummoyne, Bruce Egan and Don Langford. And the winning time, 3:54.93. All right, now we are moving away from Masters rowing and away from 1,000 metre rowing to 2,000 metre rowing, where we have a final in the women's under-23 coxless pair. They're not due to start for another 5 minutes, but we have a crew from the University of Queensland in lane 1, Issy Drew and Carly Furman. They are coached by Phil Bourguignon. In lane 2, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Romy Cantwell and Zara Lavery, coached by Conor McConville. In lane 3, from Swan River, Lola Quinn and Georgia Hughes. In lane 4, from Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. In lane 5, from Sydney Rowing Club, Evie Thompson and Eliza Dunlop. In lane 6, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah De Ure and Sarah Marriott. In lane 7, a composite of Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius from Sydney Uni and Swan River, respectively. And in lane 8, from the University of Queensland, Ellie Reedy and Lucy Hope. And I don't know, it doesn't say that it's an A final, but I thought we'd raced these guys in pairs earlier. No, they raced in double sculls. That's why their names are so familiar. So some of these people were in a double scull earlier and have swapped their riggers for sweep to make up under 23 pairs. So this regatta, a good hit out, good preparation for these athletes ahead of a selection event, the New South Wales State Rowing Championships, which takes place in a couple of weeks' time. It's a massive regatta held over 3 days, so if you've never been to it before, strongly recommend you come. It's a real festival of rowing, and there's some very high quality competition indeed, and people from all over the country, because it is a selection regatta for seniors, paras and under 23s, and also an opportunity for under 21s and juniors to get out there and practice. We will be looking for volunteers to help us run the event, so if you are interested in getting involved in what happens behind the scenes, we'd love to hear from you. You can go onto the Rowing New South Wales website at rowingnsw.asn.au and fill in a form to let us know what you might be interested in, or you could just come and have a word with one of the Rowing New South Wales staff today. But certainly, one of the things we really would love to have are people sitting in the timing huts down the course. You don't need any experience to do that. We'll teach you what to do, but we need ideally at least two people in each hut, preferably 3, because what we do is we use 9 lanes for racing, and each person has 3 buttons to press. So, if you want to learn what goes on behind the scenes, we'd love to see you. Come and let us know.
And it's also, Lizzie, some of the best viewing that you've got, particularly as they're heading down the course. I remember doing it a few years ago when it was so wet that I expected Noah's Ark to come down the course in lane 3. And, you're just sitting there, you're watching all the racing come through, and all you've got to do is press a button and you get food and drink as well. So that's the other thing.
And I think you even get our dulcet tones piped into you at the hut.
Well, what else could you ask for,
so
really?
It sounds
it's
like
the
an
dream.
ideal day out for me.
Yeah,
Maybe we need to take a roving microphone down there press some buttons as well as talking.
Well, I've had a couple of people ask me if they ever want to go live while I'm racing, and going, you're not going to get much out other than perhaps a bad case of Tourette's.
So this is a bit like, say, in the cricket when they have
they mic them up.
Yeah,
You
that
know.
would be interesting.
Cross over at the start line. How are you feeling? Well, I believe that Jed is going to fly. It's okay. I've got rocket jets attached to my boat. It'll be fine.
What could possibly go wrong? Exactly. So we've got a great shot on the live stream and on the big screen right now of our athletes backing their pairs down onto the start line. One of the roles of the volunteers is boat holding. So you'll see we've got a few people there very kindly lying out in the sun, holding onto the boat. So they hold onto the stern, as demonstrated. And then they have an earpiece, and the aligner will say, lane number 1, can you pull it back in? Can you push it back out? You probably see them adjusting now. And what happens then is the boat is pushed out so that everybody's bow ball is at exactly the same point in a line from the aligner's hut across to the other side, just making sure that's of fairness. And then we can see there we've got the umpire's launch. So at this regatta, each race is followed by an umpire's launch. At some regattas, there is what we call static umpiring, where the umpires, in fact, it looks as though they might be doing that in this race actually, where the umpires just stay in one place and to make sure that no wash is created. So going through it again, University of Queensland in lane 1, Issy Drew, Carly Furman. That's on the far side. Melbourne University Boat Club in lane 2, Romy Cantwell, Zara Lavery. Lane 3, Swan River, Lola Quinn, Georgia Hughes. Lane 4, Sydney University Boat Club, Zoe McKellar, Emily Shepherd. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club, Evie Thompson, Eliza Dunlop. In lane 6, Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah De Ure and Sarah Marriott. Lane 7, Swan River and Sydney University Boat Club, Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius. In lane 8, University of Queensland, Ellie Reedy and Lucy Hope. And they're off. View there from the starter's hut. Starter on the balcony there, the umpire calling them into alignment. Now, one of the amazing things about 2,000 metres is how much things can change in the space of that distance. And as we can see, as they come off the start now, making their way through the first 100 metres, it's all about keeping straight, getting off fast, getting off clean. Yeah, it looks as though we are doing static umpiring. So the umpire is positioned in between each 500 metre mark and on the finish. And that way we're cutting the wash. So they're safely through the first 250 metres now. And this is where the placings will start to show, and it does look as though lane 4, Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd, if that is them, have taken a bit of a lead. Yep. And then lane 8's University of Queensland, Ellie Reedy and Lucy Hope.
Yeah, not a million miles between first and the rest at the moment. We can just see that that leading crew really just starting to pull away a bit. They've got about a boat length, and then the rest of our crews sort of sitting a little bit behind that. So Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd from Sydney University sitting quite nicely as they pass through the 500 metre mark. Then back a little bit further, it looks to back a little bit further then to the rest of the field. Sorry, I've just had an absolute blank as they've gone through. So 500 metres down, it is quite warm out there. Just a reminder that if you are heading out, to make sure that you are drinking a large amount of water beforehand, that you are heading straight for the start, and that you do have sufficient sun protection as well. If you're out on the water as well, maybe just take your hat off, dip it in the water. It does make it just a little bit cooler as you're out there. So stay sun smart, make sure that you're staying heat resistant as well.
So it looks as though it's Sydney University still in the lead, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd, but good lift there from Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius in lane 7.
And I think the heat's going to really start to come in here, Lizzie, as well, because we are sort of talking that mid-30s kind of a thing. People have already gone out. They've had a bit of a row. I know the second time through was a lot tougher than the first time through, so it's really just, who's got the extra fitness, I guess, all that hard work that you do over the time, over the pre-season, during the first part of the regatta season. This is where it all starts to pay off. If you're able to go through, maintain a steady speed through the heat after a couple of races.
Yeah, we were just talking about that in the grandstand on our way back to the commentary box, actually. I was just saying, really recommend that you at least wet your cap before you go out, because having a cool damp hat on your head is really helpful, but you can even just jump in the shower and get completely wet, because it just, even though it feels a bit weird rowing in wet kit, it certainly makes you feel a lot cooler, and then wet yourself down again when you come back in. But certainly need to drink plenty of water, don't you, in order to keep that core body temperature down. That looked as though Sarah Duray and Sarah Marriott was that them coming through in second position there, who've managed to...
Yeah, they're just sitting nicely in second place at the moment. We've still got the Sydney University crew of Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd, who are out in the leads, but Melbourne University starting to make their move through that second 500 metres.
We've got some good pairs in this race. It's great to see these under 23s coming through. So, yep, I can see it through the binoculars now. So... they're being pressed by that Swan River composite of Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius in lane 7, and Ellie Reedy and Lucy Hope of University of Queensland. And then we've got the Swan River pair, I think it is, with Lola Quinn in it. Yes, Lola Quinn and Georgia Hughes from Swan River on the other side of Sydney Uni, so in lane 3.
Coming up now towards the last 500 metres or so, it's still Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. They're out in the lead. And now you just feel like Melbourne University, Sarah Duray and Sarah Marriott. So a pair of Sarahs there, coached by Connor McConville. They are starting to put a little bit of pressure on. And I think in the next 250 metres, we're going to see whether or not Sydney University are going to be able to hold out Melbourne University through this last stage, or whether or not Melbourne University have done their run a little bit too early. Over on that, the rest of the crews at the moment, we can see the Swan River Composite, Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius sitting in third place at the moment, ahead of Ellie Reedy and Lucy Hope from the University of Queensland. And then back a little bit further again to Swan River's Lola Quinn, Georgia Hughes, Melbourne University's Romy Cantwell, Zara Lavery, University of Queensland's Izzy Drew and Carly Furman, and Sydney Rowing Club's Evie Thompson and Eliza Dunlop. Into the last 500 metres, Sydney University still out in the lead. Melbourne University sitting in second and pushing hard. How many times have they said that over the years, Lizzie, do you reckon? Melbourne pushing Sydney,
Yep.
particularly in the university space.
That's exactly right. And sometimes it's the other way around as well. They do look very strong, though, don't they? That Sydney University pair. It's... a combination that's found itself this year and is gradually getting stronger and stronger under the coaching of Alfie Young and the head coach, Don McLaughlin. Some nice rowing there. They're certainly not afraid to wind it up at the finish here, especially because it is a final. They will have prioritised this as under 23s. Melbourne University matching them now. Sarah Duray, Sarah Marriott, their coach Connor McConville.
And we can just see that rating starting to come up from both those university crews. So Sydney University, they've led from start to finish. They're into the final 150 metres or so. They've got just under a boat length, it looks like, between themselves and Melbourne University in second place. And then back again to the Swan River Composite, University of Queensland, Swan River, Melbourne University, University of Queensland in lane 1 and Sydney Rowing Club. But into the final stretches, and I think Melbourne University, they might just be a little bit in front. We're into the final 50 metres. Melbourne University, they've upped the rate. They've managed to pull ahead. They've got themselves about a quarter of a boat length ahead of Sydney University. A couple of big strokes left to go, and it will be. It's a win for Melbourne University. They timed that run to perfection.
They did.
A boat length between them and Sydney University. So Sarah De Ure and Sarah Marriott finishing ahead of Zoe McKellar and Emily Shepherd. Third place goes to lane 7, the Swan River Sydney University composite of Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius. University of Queensland's Ellie Reedy and Lucy Hope in 4th. Then Swan River in 5th, Melbourne University in 6th, University of Queensland in 7th, and Sydney Rowing Club in 8th. So a strong finish there from Melbourne University, managing to row through Sydney University. Looked like they had it in the bag for most of the race.
Yeah, excellent there. And Sydney Rowing Club crossing the line now in 8th position? Yeah, 8th position. So winning time there for Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah De Ure and Sarah Marriott was 7:26.56. In second position, Sydney University Boat Club by 2.15 of a second, and pushing the Swan River and Sydney University Boat Club composite of Sophia Whiteman and Rebecca Pretorius back into bronze by 6.55 of a second. Bronze medalists, as I said, Swan River and Sydney Uni. 4th, University of Queensland. 5th, Swan River. 6th, Melbourne University. 7th, University of Queensland. And 8th, Sydney Rowing Club. That concludes our final of the women's under-23 coxless pair.
And the racing is underway in the A final, the men's under-23 singles sculls, race number 74. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Tom Anderson, coached by Donald McLaughlin. In lane 3 from UTS, Henry Blackwell, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. In lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program, Cormac Hayes. In lane 5 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Adam Holland. Lane 6 from Adelaide University, Nick Blackman, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. Lane 7 from Adelaide University, Jeremy Beale, also coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Morton. In lane 8 from Commercial Rowing Club, Sam Green, coached by Stephen Potsy and Charles Green. And in lane 9 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Alex Rossi. So only the 2 from New South Wales in this race, in the A final for the men's under-23s.
I know. I don't know whether that's because they're prioritising sweep or rowing up or what it is. There we go. Bit of a surprise, I agree with you. Mind you, we've got some, do have some really good names there, so good to see Alex Rossi back again, having raced in the elite single scull earlier. Good to see Nick Blackman, up-and-comer from Adelaide University and the South Australian Sports Institute. Good to see him racing. Cormac Hayes, always fiery and firing up from Canberra and the ACT High Performance Program. Henry Blackwell, who's had a good season so far, as has Tom Anderson from Sydney University Boat Club, so it should be a good race.
And it just looks to be Adelaide's Adam Holland, who is out in front at the moment. There's not a lot between all of our crews going up towards the 1,500 metre mark. There's not a lot between, so we've got Adam Holland, Nick Blackman from Adelaide University, Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University, as well, sort of leading the pack, and then back a little bit further to, it looks to be Cormac Hayes, Henry Blackwell, Sam Green, Alex Rossi and Tom Anderson. So the arrow formation coming down the course at the moment with Adam Holland, Nick Blackman and Jeremy Beale, our 1, 2, 3, coming past the 1,500 metres, but still 500 to go. And then coming up after this is the men's B final of the under-23 single scull. So that one has just started. We'll quickly go through the names for that. Lane 3 from UTS, Patrick Burke. In lane 5 from University of Queensland, Edward Miles. Lane 6 from UTS, Mitchell Caponis. In lane 7 from Sydney University, Joshua Hewitt, and in lane 8 from Sydney University, Matt Smith. Coming back to the A final though, you can hear the cheers from the crowd as they're coming in towards the last 250 metres. It is Adelaide University's Nick Blackman who is out, looks to have his bow out in front at the moment ahead of Adelaide Rowing Club's Adam Holland. And then back again, we've got lane 2, UTS's Henry Blackwell representing New South Wales in this A final. And then Sam Green from Commercial, Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University ahead of him, Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club, and Tom Anderson from Sydney University, Alex Rossi sitting in 8th place at the moment. But into the last 50 metres or so, it's still Nick Blackman leading Adam Holland. They've come across from South Australia. Are they able to come through for the win? UTS's Henry Blackwell is also making a big push. He's moved up into 2nd place at the moment with about 50 metres to go. Nick Blackman, Adelaide University, he's out in front. He's put in some big strokes. He's going to go through and take the win in the battle for 2nd place. It's Adelaide versus Sydney, and with a couple of strokes to go, it looks just to be lane 5. Adelaide's Adam Holland ahead of Henry Blackwell, but that will very definitely go to a photo. So a win for Nick Blackman from Adelaide University. 2nd place will be between Henry Blackwell and Adam Holland. In that battle there. 4th going to Adelaide University's Jeremy Beale, then Sydney University's Tom Anderson, Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club, Sam Green from Commercial up in Queensland, and finally Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. Strong finish there for 2nd.
Yeah, what a great race. Absolutely fantastic.
So I think the initial results have Adam Holland just finishing ahead of Henry Blackwell, 0.25 of a second.
Ooh.
Not a lot. So the B final is coming down the course at the moment. So the B final, the men's under 23 single sculls. And out in front we do have UTS's Mitchell Kaponis leading that race. And then back to Patrick Burke, also from UTS, Edward Miles from University of Queensland, Joshua Hewitt and Matt Smith from Sydney University making up our field in the B final of the men's under 23 single sculls.
So they're come through the last 500 to go, and it's Mitchell Kaponis from UTS who is in the lead. He's coached by Elliot Shackloff-Bertonetti, has been going well all season, so leading with quite a distance between him and the next sculler, Matt Smith from Sydney University, and Josh Hewitt from Sydney University. Then we've had Edward Miles from the University of Queensland, didn't start the race, not quite sure where he is. From the Swan River Club, Johnson Daubney has withdrawn, and that leaves Patrick Burke from UTS across on the far side.
So into our final part of the B final, the men's under 23 single sculls. Mitchell Kaponis from UTS out in front and looking very, very comfortable for his win. He's got a lot of clear water between himself and 2nd and 3rd. So the two Sydney University scullers in lanes 7 and 8 look to be battling it out for 2nd and 3rd, and then Patrick Burke from UTS over in lane 3, just a little bit off. So Matt Smith from Sydney University. So Mitchell Kaponis will cross the line in first. Matt Smith from Sydney University leading his clubmate Joshua Hewitt. I would imagine there's a lot of bragging rights on the line. They're coming into the last few strokes. You can see Matt look out to his right. He's a half a boat length ahead of Josh and will go through and take second place. Third place going to Joshua Hewitt from Sydney University ahead of Patrick Burke from UTS. So a win. So first for UTS, second and third to Sydney University, and fourth to UTS.
And these guys looking a little bit jaded now in this heat, but also, I mean, they had a maximum ergo test on Monday, a 5,000 metre test. Yeah, so I think that would have taken it out of them a bit too. So no matter how well you try and recover, it's still going to put a bit of a dent in your reserves, isn't it? So we're well and truly into the selection period of the season. And that race important, and so Mitch Kaponis and his coach Elliot Shackcloth-Bertonetti over there in UTS will be happy to take the win in that B final over Matt Smith from Sydney University, Josh Hewitt from Sydney University, and their coach Don McLaughlin, and coming in fourth from UTS, Patrick Burke, coached also by Elliot Shackcloth-Bertonetti.
We're underway in the women's under-23 single scull A final in lane 2 from University of Queensland, Phoebe Robertson, coached by Philip Bergignon. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young. Lane 4 from Swan River, Claire Netherway. Lane 5 from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain, coached by Annabelle Eaton. Lane 7, also from Mercantile and coached by Annabelle Eaton, is Sophie Reiner. In lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, but also the ACT High Performance Program, Caitlin McManus Barrett. And in lane 9 from Sydney University, India Hobbs, coached by Alfie Young.
Danica Free from the well-renowned sculling family of Duncan Free, Marcus Free and their dad Reg. Actually has scratched from the race officially, so that explains the blank lane. And she's been doing increasingly well over the last couple of years. Lovely to see the next generation of Frees making their way in the rowing world. Sophie Reiner from Mercantile seems to be our leader then. She's coached by Annabelle Eaton, as you said, Stuart, and she and her clubmate Louisa Bongrain, we know their names. They've been around for a while, working their way up through the ranks, and they've now made it to under-23s successfully, and they look like they're having a great season. So a good start there for Sophie Reiner. But next to her in lane 8 is Sydney Rowing Club's Caitlin McManus Barrett, who of course is based in Canberra for her degree and is part of the ACT High Performance Program. And she's had a really solid race since that 1,000 metre mark, and she looks to me like she's cranking up as she goes. It's just a question of whether there's enough fuel in the tank and enough space on the river left for her to be able to catch up and overtake Sophie Reiner, but she's certainly doing her best. She's caught up Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile, and now she's having a stab at Sophie Reiner. Meanwhile, on the far side of the course, we have Phoebe Robinson sneaking up the inside in her yellow alpaca. She's University of Queensland and is coached by Phil Bourguignon. And then Claire Netherway, who did do the junior double scull for Australia a few years ago, representing Swan River here. She too having a really good last quarter. Sophie Reiner, she's seen the danger. She's up to rate of striking, and she is pulling away again from Caitlin McManus Barrett's challenge. And meanwhile, Phoebe Robinson going really well on the far side. Can she hang on in there and take third?
So we've got a win there for Sophie Reiner from Mercantile. Second place to Caitlin McManus Barrett from Sydney Rowing Club. And third place will go to Louisa Bongrain from Mercantile, finishing just ahead of the University of Queensland's Phoebe Robertson. In fourth place, Claire Netherway from Swan River in fifth. Sydney University Zoe Bond in sixth, and then India Hobbs also from Sydney University in seventh place.
And we believe the winning time for that to be 7:59.54. Not bad, inside 8 minutes. That's the main thing. We have a B final now in the women's under-23 single scull to sort out the ranking of our entrants. In lane 4 we have Elora Kelly from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 5, Laura Chancellor, representing Toowong, coached by Leo Karadimitris and James Doring. In lane 6, from Sydney University Boat Club, Grace Turner, coached by Alfie Young. And in lane 7, the ANU and ACT High Performance Programme, Eloise Lambden.
So actually 3 out of the 4 have a link to the ACT. Grace Turner did her initial rowing at Canberra Girls Grammar.
I didn't know that, thank you.
So she, so 3 out of the 4, and then Toowong Rowing Club's Laura Chancellor. And just as they're coming through now, it does look to be Grace Turner who is leading this B final in the women's under-23 single sculls. On the topic of all things ACT, Lizzie, we've got a few big regattas coming up down there in the next few weeks or so. We've got the ACT Head of the Lake and ACT Junior Championships. So they're our major school and junior regattas. They'll be held at the start of March. And then the weekend of the Head of the River up here in Sydney, we do have the ACT Open, Masters and Grade Championships being held on Yarramundi Reach. So
there's an alternative for those of us who want to race but aren't eligible to take part in the Head of the River.
Look, it's a great opportunity. You go from the Governor-General's residence up to Black Mountain Tower. Canberra in March is just absolutely stunning. The water's generally fairly flat. Now that I'm talking it up, it'll be absolutely, it'll be atrocious. But no, it's a lovely time of year to be down there. It's not too hot, not too cold. It's the third bowl of porridge. And no, it is a great opportunity, particularly for those that may not be going to nationals this year.
Yeah.
Obviously, with it being over in Perth, or for those that are looking for maybe something to do in the warm-ups before Tricket Regatta coming up in April. So
how can people find out a bit more about that regatta and maybe make an entry?
Yeah, look, so it's just on our regatta page, so you can go to regattas.rowingact.org.au, or if you go to the Rowing New South Wales page, you've got the tabs for National Regattas ACT Victoria. Go to the ACT ones, or the other thing that you can do is email the executive officer at eo@rowingact.org.au, and we'll be happy to pass on any information that we can. But we run off a very similar grade system to New South Wales, so there's a lot of crossover there.
Right, that sounds good. So you can be put with people that hopefully you'll be competitive with and may see again here at the Edward Tricket or the Masters Championships, whatever.
Looking forward to both of those.
Yeah. Canberra, I mean ACT out in front in this race, but
Laura
Grace
Kelly.
Turner's really challenging Laura Kelly now. Do you think she'll get it?
I think Grace Turner is just going to get it by a quarter of a boat length. She had a really strong finish at the end there. Laura Kelly finishing in second place ahead of Laura Chancellor from Toowong and Ellie Lambden from ANU and the ACT High Performance Program. So, and you can just see there a lot of our scullers at the end of their races taking in some deep breaths. So a win there for Grace Turner from Sydney University in the B final of the women's under-23 single sculls. Second place going to ANU's Laura Kelly, and third to Toowong's Laura Chancellor in a time of 8 minutes 6.09. The women's elite lightweight double sculls. So we do have a number of scratchings from this event. So the only crews that we have going down are in lane 5, Sydney University's Phoebe Teal and Gemma Campbell. They're coached by Alfie Young and David Gelly. And in lane 7, it's the Corio Bay and ANU composite of Alex Moylan and Maggie Foley, and they're coached by Nigel Harding and Lee Hall-Sullivan.
So yeah, as Stuart said, great to see these women's elite lightweights out there. It's a shame there have been quite a few withdrawals, but we do get to see Phoebe Teal and Gemma Campbell trying out their double, I think, for the first time, and we also get to see Alexandra Moylan and Maggie Foley, who have combined together. Now, I'm sure I've seen them do this double before, but I can't recall where. But a very neat-looking double indeed. So you've got the purple colours of Maggie Foley in the stroke seat there, representing Corio Bay, and then Alex Moylan from ANU in those distinctive blue zooties, sitting in the bow seat.
So Alex and Maggie actually competed over at Women's Henley last year. So
Oh,
they
that's
were,
where I've seen them. You're absolutely right. Thank you.
yes, so they were in that one, and then they also competed along with Eve Muir and Sophie Gerapatridis in the main Henley in the quad. So they won their first race in the main Henley, and then they were up against the Women's Open Quad, the US Women's Open Quad, and so they put up a very, very good fight. It was amazing watching it from back home in Canberra. But so it was a great experience. I think Eve, Sophie, Alex and Maggie all really enjoyed heading over there for the Women's Henley. They went over Hollenbecker, but I think there might have been a case of the spicy cough getting in the way when they went over to the Netherlands. But and then certainly gave a great account of themselves over at the main Henley as well.
And look, talking to some of the guys in the grandstand who are at more senior levels of club rowing here in New South Wales, and as we were talking about earlier, going to something like Henley Royal Regatta, just a fantastic alternative. It means you don't have to give away your rowing. You're still training and racing and aspiring to a really high level of rowing, but it gives you another outlet somewhere to go and race. And I know last year it was the highest entry from Australia they'd ever had at the Henley Royal Regatta and the Henley Women's Regatta, and hopefully it'll be the same again. A classy looking double here, Alex Moylan in the bow seat, Maggie Foley in the stroke seat. They're coached by Nigel Harding and Lee Hall-Sullivan, and certainly very worthy winners of our women's lightweight double scull. Just a bit of a shame there wasn't more competition for them, but there we go. They'll take the win, I'm sure, as they power across in the women's elite lightweight double scull, to be followed by the new double of Phoebe Teal and Gemma Campbell, coached by Alfie Young and David Geely.
And just as a final one on that Henley, that quad was the first time an ANU Zooty had ever competed at Henley.
Oh, really?
So we've had ANU people. So Caleb Antle was obviously in there and won the double sculls, but not as ANU BC.
There we go. And I know Cara Groskowiak isn't ANU, is she?
No, Cara's Capital Lakes and is now
Capital
Canberra
Lakes,
Rowing
that's
Club.
right, because I remember her going there a few years ago. Yeah. Oh, we've got men's under 23 pair now, and it's fast and furious, and we've got a big field. We've got Alex Wood and Torben Ungermark representing UTS and the New South Wales Institute of Sport across there in lane 2. In lane 3, from the University of Queensland, Ed Miles, and in that double with him, Ryan Gibson, who's recently transferred from Sydney University to the UTS. They are coached by Randall Martin. In lane 4, representing Cand and the QAS, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury, who did so well in the double earlier on. They're coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 5, a composite of Nick Pender from UTS and Bradley Graham from Sydney Rowing Club. Nick Pender, also an NSWIS athlete. In lane 6, from Sydney Rowing Club, Declan Glendinning and Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club. Or is I think Miles has transferred from Nepean to Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 7, Riley Reese-Turner from Swan River with Dylan Rhodes from Cand Rowing Club, coached by Scott Rowe. And in lane 8, Angus Aitken and Thomas Hart from Sydney Rowing Club. And again, some of these names are familiar because we've seen them compete already in the double scull. So 750 metres to go, and Ryan Gibson and Ed Miles having a good tussle there with Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury of Cand. Then it's across to the UTS pair of composite of Gibson and Miles. Is that right? No, it's the composite of Nick Pender from UTS and Bradley Graham from Sydney Rowing Club, and they're now sitting in second position. They're pushing hard against the Lord and Salisbury combination from Cand and the Alex Wood and Torben Ungermark crew in lane 1. And they've come through the 500 metre mark. They're now well on their way to the 250 metre mark, and it Still looks as though it's Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury battling it out with the others, but Alex Wood and Torben Ungermark starting to step it up now for the finish and ease slightly ahead of Nick Pender and Bradley Graham. And of course this is really interesting to see because Nick Pender, I think he's still under 21, but he was the pairs partner of Torben Ungermark across there on the far side. So they're now racing against each other, and Alex Wood and Torben Ungermark looking very good indeed as they power down with Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury of Cand. Battling it out for first place. Now back into third place, Nick Pender and Bradley Graham in fourth. Riley Reese-Turner of Swan River and Dylan Rhodes of Cand Rowing Club.
Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury out in front though at the end of the men's under 23 pairs.
That's
They've got a
good win.
boat length between themselves and second place, so it's a nice win there for the Queenslanders from Cand Rowing Club and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury finishing ahead of UTS's Alexander Wood and Torben Ungermark, and then back a little bit further to the Sydney UTS composite of Nicholas Pender and Bradley Graham. And you can see there, Lizzie, the heat is starting to take its toll. You've got some people sucking in some very deep breaths at the end of the race.
Yeah, I was just talking to the paramedic a little bit earlier, and he was saying they've had a very quiet morning, but I think they could be looking at having quite a busy afternoon. Oh, hello, Marcus Free. I was just talking about the Free family. Nice to know you're listening in all the way from sunny Queensland. And thank you for all your kisses. I'll send them back to you. And we're sorry to not see Danica here, but hopefully we'll see her at the state championships in a few weeks' time. She's very exciting talent coming through, I must say.
That's a lot nicer than the message I got from my father at the end of the para doubles race. The feedback on the rowing was fantastic, but I think that the bit at the end might have been a bit different.
Now, we just saw Ryan Gibson and Edward Miles cross the line there. So just recapping on the final results of the men's under 23 pair final, it was a win for Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury of Cand and the Queensland Academy of Sport. Second were Alex Wood and Torben Ungermark from UTS and NSWIS. And third, Nick Pender from UTS with Bradley Graham from Sydney Rowing Club and NSWIS, that composite. Fourth, Cand. Fifth, Sydney. Sixth, Sydney. And seventh, University of Queensland and UTS composite.
Race number 80 is underway. It's the men's under 17 double sculls. In lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club, Harrison Brathwaite and Garvin Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes. In lane 2 from Glebe Rowing Club, Edward Williams and Carson Prout, coached by Nicholas Galea. In lane 3, also from Canberra Rowing Club, Riley Dale and Riley Elliott, coached by Tom Hayes. In lane 4 from Newcastle Grammar, Edward Baker and Mitchell Chung. We have scratchings from Hunter Valley Grammar and Redlands in lanes 5 and 6. And in lane 7 from St Augustine's, Jay Taylor and William Pender, coached by Bjarne Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. Lane 8 from Newcastle Grammar, Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown. So Garvin Hayes is the brother of Cormac Hayes, who we saw in the under 23s, and also the son of Tom Hayes. Very big family and some fantastic rowers amongst them. So Garvin looking to match up Cormac, and if the Hayes are anything like the John family was, they're always trying to beat the older brother, you know, make sure they can go that little bit further. But all of them, some very exciting talents down there at Canberra Rowing Club.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Oh, that's really good to know. Really good to know. Of course, not surprising really that some of the schools have started to withdraw. I think if you're young, it's like, say there's 16, 15-year-olds, then really there's a requirement to really watch it once the heat gets over 34, 35 degrees. So not surprising, as I say, that they've withdrawn. A real shame. We're missing seeing them, but it was fantastic to watch them earlier on when it was a bit cooler, and we're looking forward to seeing them back again for all of the regattas that are yet to come.
And just a reminder too that if you are heading to the start, make sure you've got consume 500 mils or more of water on the way to the start. Minimise unnecessary heat exposure. Consider wetting your caps, particularly if you are waiting down towards the start. That does cool you down immensely. And if you're in more than 2 races, consider withdrawing from excess races. Withdrawals will be accepted without penalty should they arrive within 60 minutes of the scheduled start time. So it's basically, don't overcook yourself.
Yeah.
It's, in the greater scheme of things, it's not worth it.
And I think also if you're thinking of withdrawing, make the right decision for you. But if you could make it early and let the officials know, then they can redraw the races. And if that means that we end up finishing earlier or managing to avoid the heat, then so be it. So if you are thinking of withdrawing coaches, then please can you go to boat race number 1, I think it is, or come to the finish tower and let the officials know as early as possible so that we can readjust the racing. And talking of racing, as we continue the final of the men's under-17 double scull, we see Harrison Braithwaite and Garvin Hayes of Canberra progress really nicely there in lane 1. They look as though they're just minding their own business and getting on with it. And then across to the side closest to you in the grandstand in lane 7, second lane in, we've got Jay Taylor and William Pender, coached by Bjarni and Judith Ungemach, representing St. Augustine's School and going pretty well. Judith, of course, a very successful coach at junior level, having taken this year, or last year, 2022, the junior men's Coxed 4 to a gold medal at the World Rowing Championships. And always ferociously competitive, these St. Augustine's boys, but they love their rowing. They really love their rowing.
So it's Canberra Rowing Club out in front. Harrison Braithwaite and Garvin Hayes leading Jay Taylor and William Pender from St Augustine's. Newcastle Grammar's Lucas Burton and Ronan Brown sitting about a boat length behind them. Back a little bit further to Riley Dale, Riley Elliott from Canberra Rowing Club, and Glebes, Edward Williams, Carson Proud, Newcastle Grammar's Edward Baker and Mitchell Chung making up the field. But out in front from start to finish from Canberra Rowing Club, it'll be Harrison Braithwaite and Garvin Hayes.
Fantastic,
they'll go
right?
through, they'll take the win, they'll have a well-deserved little break there. In the battle for second, we've got St Augustine's just ahead of Newcastle Grammar. There's a couple of strokes to go. They've just managed to hold on, quarter of a boat length between St Augustine's and Newcastle Grammar. In for second, third to Newcastle Grammar. Coming through in fourth place will be the crew from from Canberra Rowing Club, finishing ahead of Glebe in fifth, and then Newcastle Grammar in sixth. So a nice little win there for Canberra Rowing Club's Harrison Braithwaite and Garvin Hayes. They are underway in race number 81, the women's under-17 double sculls. Again, few scratchings from this race. In lane 1 from Capital Lakes, Annabelle Kingston and Madeline Jallier. They're coached by David Bagnall. Scratching in lane 2. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. Scratching lane 4. Lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers, coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. Scratching lane 6. Lane 7 from Newcastle, Charlotte Holford and Asher Olsen, coached by John McLeod and Phoebe Sanders. And in lane 8 from Penrith Rowing Club, Elizabeth Drayton and Zoe Weissner, coached by Daryl Young.
Still got fantastic conditions. That wind has dropped a little, and that's just settled that water right down, and in some areas it really almost looks like glass. So fantastic conditions despite the heat and the humidity. But hey, it's Australia in the summer, so what can you expect, eh?
That's it. It's nice that summer finally made a guest appearance. It's just a shame it had to do it at a regatta.
That's so true. So true. So Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club, we saw her compete earlier in the single scull. She was very fast. She's doubled up with Amelia de Villiers for this race. They're racing in lane 5. And then Isabel Yardley, who just beat Georgina Stevenson in the under-17 single scull. She's teamed up with Grace Bennett in the double, and they're in lane 3. So both of those crews are coached by Lachlan Carter, the women's head coach at Sydney Rowing Club, and his assistant coach Felix Dure, very experienced, of course, in underage women's sculling from both Hunter Valley Grammar School and complete mental blank as to where he went next. He's recently been at PLC School in Sydney, and then in between those two he was at Molesey Boat Club over in Great Britain, along with Phil Bourguignon, who's now back coaching at the University of Queensland. We've got the Capital Lakes crew across there in lane 1, Annabelle Kingston and Madeline Jallier, coached by the stalwart coach there, David Bagnall. And then I believe in fact, they might even be in second position now. They look to me as though they've actually pushed through Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers. And then it's back to what looks like a good ding-dong battle between Newcastle and Penrith, with Charlotte Holford and Asher Olsen battling with Elizabeth Drayton and Zoe Weissner.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the Hayes family with Cormac, Garvin
Yeah.
and Tom, and then the Jalliers. You've got Madeline, Luke and Elliot, all coached by David Bagnall out at Capital Lakes. So
okay.
they're starting to come through quite nicely as well. We've seen some talent really come through Capital Lakes. I think Cara and Alex Gruszkowiak would probably be the most famous ones. But yeah, some nice little talent coming through the little club on the East Basin out near Kingston. Very handy for a coffee. Nikki
Ez
Ez
rose there as well, wasn't she?
was Capital Lakes as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so still racing. We may see her up for New South Wales Championships.
Excellent.
So
Looking forward to that. Yeah. Busy with her new career in midwifery. But always good to see those para competitors coming out here. As we are chatting here, Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett they've got a commanding lead now over the girls from Capital Lakes and over their colleagues from Sydney Rowing Club. In fact, I see Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers look as though they're struggling a little bit, perhaps in the heat, perhaps because they've done a few races already today, but looks as though the gap between them and Newcastle and Penrith is being eaten up slowly but surely.
yeah, they've only got about 250 metres to go, so it does look to be Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett out in the lead at the moment, ahead of Capital Lakes in second place, and then in that battle for third. So all of our crews I guess it looks like they're all just conserving a little bit of energy, and as I say, that Capital Lakes just start to up their rate a little bit. But still Sydney Rowing Club's Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers holding on over Newcastle and Penrith. Out in front, though, they've led from start to finish. Isabel Yardley and Grace Bennett from Sydney Rowing Club with a couple of big strokes left to go. They'll go through and take the win in the women's under-17 double sculls. So a strong win there for the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Second place with a nice little row over there in lane one. They've been left by themselves and been able to go through and take second for Capital Lakes, Annabelle Kingston and Madeline Jallier. And then in third place, managing to hold off, they don't have long to go, lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club's Georgina Stevenson and Amelia de Villiers. They'll come through and finish third, ahead of Newcastle's Charlotte Holford and Asha Olsen, and then Penrith's Elizabeth Drayton and Zoe Weisner. And on the topic of all things Jallier, Luke Jallier is in our next race. It's the final of the men's under-19 single sculls. A few people here from the ACT. In lane 1 from Marist College, Jesse Roshan. He's also part of the ACT High Performance Program. Lane 2 from Capital Lakes, Luke Jallier, coached by David Bagnall. Lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, Patrick Stanley, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 4 from Corio Bay, Charles Radin, coached by Lee Hall Sullivan. In lane 5 from Mossman Rowing Club, Dion Hansen, coached by Kieran Kabelke. In lane 6 from Marist College and the ACT High Performance Program, Darcy James. Lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, Kaylin Routley, coached by Amos Noon. In lane 8 from St Augustine's, Tane Potts, coached by Judith and Bjarne Ungermack. And in lane 9, also from St Augustine's, Oscar St Pierre, also coached by Judith and Bjarne Ungermack.
Right, well, we're sitting up here in the commentary hut trying to figure out what's going on. So I'm going to take a stab. I think Oscar St. Pierre from St. Augustine's in lane 9 might be in the lead against Charles Raden from Corio Bay across there in lane 4. And sitting in third, anyone's guess between Caelan Routley of Lake... No, that's not Caelan Routley, is that? Yep, Caelan Routley of Lake Macquarie, who's in lane 7.
Jesse Roshin from Morris College
yeah,
over in lane 1, so
think
they're all
Jesse
over.
Rossin would be up there because he's a good little scholar, isn't it? Corio Bay,
Charles Raden.
rate for Charles Raden has come up now and he's pushed his way through Oscar. So Corio Bay, they're going to take out the win in the final of the men's under-19 single scull. Second will be the wonderful Oscar St. Pierre of St. Augustine's. What a gutsy rower. I think Caelan Routley is going to take third. He is. Lake Macquarie, third across the line. Ooh, level with Jesse Rosen of Morris College in the ACT High Performance Programme. Lane 6, Morris College, Darcy James will place 5th. 6th from lane 8, our St. Augustine sculler Tane Potts. Pretty much level with lane 3's Lake Macquarie Patrick Stanley. I'm going to reckon he's 7th. 8th from lane 5 and Mossman Rowing Club Dion Hansen. And completing what looks like a pretty fast race from Capital Lakes, Luke Jallier.
Yeah, there was not... That was scattered. That was very much scattered across the line there, but a strong win, Charles Raden from Corio Bay. In the heat, he absolutely flew over those last 100 metres or so, really put the rate up, put a lot of pressure on the other scullers, and they just weren't able to keep up. Race number 83 will be underway shortly. It's the final of the women's under-19 single sculls. In lane 1 from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien. Lane 2 from Canberra Rowing Club in the ACT High Performance Program, Imogen Lang. Lane 3 from Sydney University, Chloe Driver. Lane 4 from Sydney University, Charlotte Bota. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Addison Rolls. In lane 6 from Queenwood, Imogen Gray, coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle. Lane 7 from Kinross Wallaroy, Lucy Searle. Lane 8 from Glebe Rowing Club, Lucy Yabsley, coached by Thomas Parker and Susanna McMahon. And in lane 9 from Queenwood, Phoebe Campbell, coached by Kieran Glynn and Ray Boyle.
Now, we've had a couple of people say they wouldn't mind volunteering today, which is very nice of them. We could actually do with a few more people pressing buttons at the 1,000 metre mark. So if you think that you would be able to help, maybe you could go and go to boat bay number 1 and ask if you could have a chat with our events manager there, Alico Tunney. So if you go to boat bay number 1, ask to speak to the events manager and she can sort you out, because if you would be prepared to do an hour at the 1,000 metre mark pressing some buttons, we'd be very grateful. It makes a huge difference to the coaches and the athletes to be able to see what the fade factor is over the second 1,000 metres when you're doing a 2,000 metre race. So a call out if anybody fancies doing a bit of volunteering and learning how to do the timing in the Midway timing hut. We would very much appreciate your help. Please go and see Alico Tunney in boat bay number 1. And if you can't do it today, but you'd be interested in doing it for state championships, we'd be really interested in hearing from you too. Now, just confirming, Charles Raden, winner of the men's under-19 single scull, went across the line in a time of 7 minutes and 19.57. The margin between him and Oscar St. Pierre was just 6.66, so 7.26 for Oscar and 7.29 for Caelan Routley. And back to our current race, and we've got Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club. Looks to me like we've had a huge number of withdrawals, but anyway, she's got a commanding lead over, who knows, Lucy Searle from Kinross Wallaroy.
Yeah, they look to be our only two.
Our only competitors. So please, if you're going to withdraw, can you remember that you need to withdraw nice and early? Let us know so that we can adjust things at this end. Congratulations to Lucy Yabsley and her coaches, Tom Parker and Susanna McMahon. Fantastic result there. And Lucy Searle looks to me like she's conserving a bit of energy there once she'd realised all the other competitors had gone. And she'll be coming in second place in the final of the women's under-19 single scull. So our next two races were to be heats of the women's under-21 double scull. We've had a few withdrawals, and so the race is being consolidated. So bear with us, and we will bring to you who we think is racing. We certainly know that Lang from Canberra and Horn from ANU have withdrawn from the second heat, and we know that the Sydney University crew of Zoe Bond and Sophia Whiteman have withdrawn. And we're just waiting to find out who else is still in the race. But it certainly looks as though Lang 7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. So we have a start in the race, and we definitely have on the far side, well I'm saying definitely, but I believe on the far side we have the composite of Meg Cartwright from Melbourne University Boat Club and Delana Moran from ANU, so they are in lane whatever they're in. We then have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right, they're in lane 3. Then in lane 4 we have Liesl Page and Laura Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, winners of the junior double at Henley Women's Regatta last year. In lane 5 we have a crew from Penrith of Alyssa Hotz and Madison Joins, coached by Lindsay Callahan and Brad Smith. So that means Zoe Bond and Sophia Whiteman have withdrawn. We then have Olivia Natty and Lily Gavin, and I think that they are in lane 4. We then have another, sorry, that would be lane 6. In lane 7, we have another Sydney University Boat Club crew, which must be Emily McHugh and Josie Armstrong. So they are, they've just come up to university from school. McHugh from, can't remember where, in Canberra, maybe Canberra Girls Grammar, and Josephine Armstrong from Pymble Ladies College. We then, I believe, then we have Nepean and Leichhardt. So that's Ciara Ortolani from Leichhardt with Olivia Harris from Nepean, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Daniel Waddell. We have a lane empty, and finally in lane 9, I think it is, the crew from UTS of Ali Waddington and Lila Anderton, coached by Katie Healy. Now, I might be wrong about one of those Sydney University doubles. It might be Steffi Preller and Tiffany Botha instead of Lily Gavin. Well, we'll check that and come back to you as soon as we can. All right, so yep, what I just gave you is correct. So we're missing Stephanie Preller and Tiffany Botha from lane 8. Okay, so just repeating that then, in lane 1 on the far side we have ANU, Melbourne University Boat Club, Cartwright and Moran Composite. Lane 3, so nobody in lane 2. Lane 3, Page and Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 4, Penrith Rowing Club, Hotz and Joins. In lane 5, Sydney University Boat Club, Natter and Gavin. In lane 6, Sydney University Boat Club, McHugh and Armstrong. In lane 7, Nepean Leichhardt, Ortolani and Olivia Harris. And then there's a blank in lane 8, and in lane 9, UTS, Waddington and Anderton. Sydney Rowing Club, Liesl Page and Laura Cypher, very exciting talents, both of them, and as we would expect, I think, based on last year's results and the time trial results from this season, we would expect them to be doing well, and they look like they're way out in front, which looks really good. I think, what have we got there? And that looks to me like it might be, is it Natty and Gavin? Look to me from Sydney University Boat Club as though they're going fairly well as well. Hard to tell, but they have reached the 1250 metre mark without too much, anything untoward happening, so we're on the way. 750 metres to go. Sydney Rowing Club in the lead, closely followed by Gavin and Natty from Sydney University Boat Club. And then sitting in third at the moment, the composite between Leichhardt and Nepean of Ortolani and Harris. Then it's back to the Sydney University Boat Club, the new combination of McHugh and Armstrong, and the crew from UTS of Anderton and Waddington. Now, in all of that, of course, I've done the usual trick of not keeping my eye on what's happening on lane 1, where we have Cartwright and Moran of ANU and MUBC trucking along quite nicely. They're coming up to 500 metres to go. They've lifted their rate of striking, and they're starting to close in now on Page and Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club. Sitting in third position then would be the crew of Natty and Gavin from Sydney University Boat Club. In fourth, the Leichhardt and Nepean composite. In fifth, the Sydney University crew of Armstrong and Hugh. In sixth, UTS. And in seventh, Penrith.
Coming into the final 250 metres, it's still Page and Cypher for Sydney Rowing Club out in the lead at the moment, being pushed hard by ANU, Melbourne University, Cartwright and Moran. And then sitting in third place, as mentioned before, the Sydney University crew of Natty and Gavin, ahead of the Nepean Leichhardt composite of Ortolani and Harris. So into that final stretch, as mentioned before, Liesl Page, Laura Cypher, we saw them down at Nationals in Nagambie last year. Very, very strong scullers, and they are still doing this quite comfortably. They have been pushed a little bit from the crew over in lane 1, Meg Cartwright and Ollie Moran, but still looking quite comfortable. And you can see there with about 100 metres to go, they are just lowering their rate, just making sure they're getting the maximum efficiency, which is probably what you want to be doing in this heat. And barring any disaster, they should go through and take this quite comfortably. So the women's under 21 double scull, both the heats combined into the one final, so no heats during the heat, thankfully. Liesl Page and Laura Cypher going through and taking the win. In second place from ANU and Melbourne University will be Meg Cartwright and Ollie Moran. Third place looks to be our crew from Sydney University. That will be Olivia Natty and Lily Gavin, coached by Alfie Young and David Gelly. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. The Nepean Leichhardt composite of Ciara Ortolani and Olivia Harris will go through in fourth place. So a strong row there for the composite, ahead of Sydney University's Emily McHugh and Josephine Armstrong. Over here on lane 9, we've got UTS's Ali Waddington and Lilla Anderton. And then back a little bit further to the Penrith crew of Alyssa Hotz and Madison Joins. So a nice complicated one, Lizzie, there for the...
Yeah, just to make sure we're awake after that pasta lunch. I think somebody did that deliberately to just tease us, didn't they? So yeah, Alyssa Hotz and Madison Joins. It looks to me like Alyssa's probably wearing a school zootie. Looks like a Newcastle Grammar one.
Just coming up towards the finish line now. Getting ready though, we'll be moving from the 2000 down to the 1000. We can see our Masters rowers getting lined up at the moment on the big screen for Division 1 of the Men's Masters Single Scull. Lane 1 from Glebe Rowing Club, Frank Scuchamara. He's an A category and will be off an 8-second delayed start, coached by Robin Mackney and Kenneth Major. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, B category and a 7-second delayed start, Juan Guames, coached by Steve Sherry. Apologies for the pronunciation on that one. Lane 3 from Glebe Rowing Club, C category and Andy Wigan. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, also C category, 4-second delayed start, David Raymond, coached by Steve Sherry. Lane 5 from Des Moines, Benjamin Fonts, coached by Robin Mackney, off a 4-second delayed start. Lane 6 from Leichhardt, Charles Buzzacott, 4-second delayed start. Lane 7 from Newcastle, David McCready, also C category. Lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Ivan Bonus, who is D category and off go. And in lane 9, also off go, Brad Smith from Glebe Rowing Club.
So you just mentioned in your roundup there that Robin Mackney's coaching a couple of these Masters single sculls. Robin, a lady who has coached around the sort of Sydney Harbour region for a number of years now. Just a fantastic individual. She's put so much into rowing, and she coaches also at Drummoyne Rowing Club. So a coach of Masters men right down to junior women and junior men. And it's people like that that really make rowing such a wonderful sport, and the amount of time that they put in to the performance of others. We're so grateful.
Coming to the end of the men's Masters single sculls, and it's Leichhardt's Juan Guames out in the lead at the moment. He's got some clear water between himself and Glebe's Andy Wiggin, sitting in second place. Then back to Leichhardt's David Raymond, and then over here in lane 9, Brad Smith from Glebe. So a win there for Leichhardt's in the Division 1 of the men's Masters single scull. Second place going through to Andy Wiggin from Glebe. Third to Brad Smith, also from Glebe. So a 2 and 3 for Glebe Rowing Club. Leichhardt's David Raymond in fourth place, ahead of Drummoyne's Benjamin Faunce. It looks like, as we just wait for the final results there, David Raymond from Leichhardt in fourth, Charles Buzzacott from Leichhardt in fifth, Newcastle's David McCready in sixth, Drummoyne's Benjamin Faunce in seventh, and then Glebe's Frank Scucimara in eighth, before it looks to be Lake Macquarie's Ivan Bonus in ninth place as Lizzie Chapman steps out briefly and Michael McRae joins us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Stu.
It's plenty warm out there for our Masters rowers.
Very plenty warm. Just really encouraging everyone to keep under some shade and to keep drinking plenty of fluids, because it really is getting up to that dangerously hot level if you're not looking after yourself. So do make sure that as soon as you're off the water, you're cooling down appropriately and keeping out of the sun. So, yeah.
Absolutely, and the hat in the water does work an absolute treat.
Absolutely. So race 87 underway now. The second division of the men's Master Singles Scull. In lane 1 representing Drummoyne is Nicholas Brown. In lane 2 representing Glebe is Nicholas Galea. In lane 3 representing St George is Christopher Jones. In lane 4 from Glebe is Christopher Niche. In lane 5 from Mossman is Alexander Doige. In lane 6 from St George, Alan Robertson. In lane 7 from Lake Macquarie is Jeremy Smith. And in lane 8 also from Mossman is Philip Graham. Hasn't he a guess at the moment, Stu? I would say it's Alan Robertson from St George in the lead at the moment. It's just those just that distinctive horizontal red stripe across the white. But I could be wrong. I think that a sculler from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith, in lane 7 is coming back at him pretty strong.
Yeah, Jeremy Smith coaches Lisa Greisel up at Lake Macquarie, the para rower. So obviously he's putting into action his own coaching tips there, but it is still Alan Robertson from St George out in the lead. He's just seen the danger off to his left and just pulling ahead of Jeremy Smith, then back a little bit further to Alex Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club. Then over in lane 1, Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne. He's made some big ground, was off a 5-second delayed start as a D category Masters rower. So he's looking to move up into 3rd place. May not have enough room left in the lake though. So out in front with a few strokes to go, Alan Robertson from St George. He's led from start to finish, coached by Bruce Williams. He's got about a boat length ahead of Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. It's down to half a boat length, but it'll do. It's a win for Alan Robertson ahead of Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie. 3rd place going to Alexander Deutsch from Mossman Rowing Club. Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne will finish in 4th place ahead of Mossman's Philip Graham in 5th. And then back a little bit further to St George's, Christopher Jones in 6th. And then the glebe pair of Nicholas Galea in lane 2 and Christopher Nietzsche in lane 4. As we wait for the start of the Division 3 of the Men's Masters Singles Sculls. In lane 1 from Lake Macquarie, Mark Partridge off a 6-second delayed start. Lane 2, Drummoyne's Gary Foster, coached by Robin Mackney, also off 6 seconds. Lane 3, Lake Macquarie, Stuart Boyd off 6 seconds. Lane 4, North Shore's Nick Johnston off 6 seconds. Lane 5, Drummoyne's Andrew Patterson off 6 seconds. Lane 6, Leichhardt's Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry, also off 6 seconds. And then off go Mossman's Harry Fine and North Shore's Eric Luck. How long till we see you in a Masters race there, Michael?
Mostly got a couple of years left, I think.
Couple of years?
Yes.
We'll get you out for them.
Oh, I'll be here. I'll be here.
It'll be the one way that I'll be able to get ahead of you in a single scull. C category, extra time. Fantastic.
C category. So this race coming up to halfway complete. Stu, by the looks of things, it's Richard Medway from Leichhardt Rowing Club in the lead in lane 6.
Yeah, he had the 6-second delayed start. So the rowers on the far side from the grandstand, so 6 rowers in lanes 1 through 6, they were off that 6-second delayed start with Harry Fine and Eric Luck in the lanes closest to the grandstand off go as F category rowers. So each of the rowers, as mentioned previously, they do have, if you are a little bit older, then you do get to have a little bit of a head start on the younger rowers. So Richard Medway from Leichhardt, though, he's absolutely blitzed out in front. He had that 6-second delayed start, but he is looking quite comfortable. A lot of clear water as they're coming up towards the last 250 metres, and then you could just about throw a blanket over the rest of the crew, over the rest of the scullers. So Mossman's Harry Fine probably just sitting in second place, but being pushed hard by Andrew Patterson from Drummoyne Rowing Club, as well as North Shore's Eric Luck. And then over on the far side, Mark Partridge from Lake Macquarie and Gary Foster from Drummoyne. So not a lot in the battle for the minor placings. Out in front, though, Richard Medway from Leichhardt Rowing Club, looking quite comfortable, but maybe he's just been getting caught a little bit. Over on the far side, Lake Macquarie's Mark Partridge starting to put in some big ones, as is Gary Foster from Drummoyne in what looks to be a very high-vis Zooty.
Yeah, very high vis indeed. No doubt, though, about the leader of this race, Richard Medway, in a very distinctive yellow boat in Leichhardt colours with the chevron on his back. It's a strong rowing heritage in the Medway family. Both Richard's children have competed at high levels.
Easy to see where they get it from as he
Yes,
crosses
indeed.
the line in first place. So a win there for Richard Medway. And then the battle for second has heated up. We've got Gary Foster from Drummoyne ahead of the Lake Macquarie double two of Mark Partridge and Stuart Boyd. It will be Gary Foster finishing ahead of Stuart Boyd, and then Mark Partridge in fourth place. So a very tight finish going on there. And then back a little bit further to Harry. We've got in fifth place Andrew Patterson from Drummoyne, Mossman's Harry Fine, Eric Luck from North Shore, and Nick Johnston from North Shore as well. Race number 89 is underway in lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, Carl Quitzow. In lane 3 from North Shore, Chris Walsh. Both those rowers off an 8-second delayed start. Then off go, we have in lane 4 from Drummoyne, Stephen Schneigel. In lane 5 from Penrith, Hugh McDonald. In lane 6 from Mossman, Bruce Begbie. Scratching in lane 7, and then lane 8 from Mossman Rowing Club, Mark Williams.
Coming back to the competition lake at the moment, and race 689, I should say, is in the final stages, and it's actually pretty close to coming down to the line. Lane 8, Mark Williams from Mossman is looking like he's got his bow nose in front. Just a slight advantage over Hugh McDonald from Penrith. So Mark Williams takes the win. Hugh McDonald and, I just can't quite see that, lane 1 over there. Carl Quitzow. I think he will have to settle for third. Stephen Schneegel of Drummoyne Rowing Club comes in 4th place. 5th place will go to Chris Walsh from North Shore Rowing Club. And to finalise the field is Bruce Begbie from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 6.
So Division 5 of the Men's Masters Single Scull is about to get underway. They are lining up. We do have some big delayed starts in this race though. Lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4 are all off 79-second delayed starts. So that's Glebes Mark Tetchin in lane 1, Lithgow's George Old in lane 2, Drummoyne's Richard Jones in lane 3 and Penrith's Steve Hill in lane 4. Off 69 seconds are the H category rowers of Andrew Sapansky from Nepean, coached by Lindsay Callahan, and Doug Young from Penrith, coached by Ian McRae. In lane 7, off just 38 seconds, is Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club. And then in lane 8, from North Shore, John James. So he's off go. He is an L category rower, so 86, which is why we have such a large gap delayed start to our J, H and G category rowers. So we're just waiting on the start of race number 90, the Men's Masters Single Scull, division number 5. After this, we'll move on to the Women's Masters Double Sculls. So we've got 3 divisions of that, and then we'll go back over to the 2,000 metre mark, and we've got some really great racing coming up, Michael. We've got the Men's Elite Lightweight and Men's Elite Double Sculls. So some good crews in that, and then move along to the Women's Elite Double Sculls. So looking forward to seeing Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman from ANU and Sydney University up against some pretty handy crews, including one from Canberra and ANU, Sophie Jerapatritis and Kara Grishkoviak, and then the Sydney University composite of Georgia Miansaro and Grace Cypher. So some high quality crews coming up a bit later on today.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think we'll see a couple of casualties because of the heat. I think a number of these people lining up in the doubles will have done a couple of single scull races already, so that should be great. Yeah, as you say, Stu, some really high quality racing. I'll personally be looking out for the men's elite lightweight double, which will be coming down Harry Curtin and Sean Murphy.
Check out the competition.
That's right, yes. So, Stu, we're well underway in race 90, Division 5 of the men's master single scull, and it's John James from North Shore Rowing Club in lane 8 ahead at this stage. Of course, John went off go, and there are 38-second handicap back to Graham Wern in lane 7, a 69-second handicap to Doug Young of Penrith, and Andrew Sapansky of Nepean in lane 5, and then 79-second handicap for Steve Hill, Richard Jones, George Auld and Mark Tejan.
Yeah, so John James making the most of that delayed, the head start really for him.
Yes.
But over there on lane 1, so it's going to be between lane 8 and lane 1. Mark Tejan from Glebe Rowing Club is making up some very big ground with just about every stroke. Graham Wern from Des Moines still sitting in second place at the moment with about 250 metres to go though. I suspect he is going to get overtaken by quite a few of our rowers. But John James, aged 86 from North Shore Rowing Club, he is still out in the lead and he's getting some good power through the strokes. Stroke rate not the highest that we've seen today, but certainly still getting in the power and making the most of that, up to 79 seconds head start over Mark Tejan.
I think he's done enough to hold Mark Tejan off here. I don't think Mark's going to be able to make up that distance.
So we're into the last 75 metres or so. It's still John James from North Shore. He's got a lot of clear water still between himself and Mark Tejan from Glebe Rowing Club. And with a few big strokes left to go, he will be able to go through and take the win in Division 5 of the men's Masters single scull. So it's a start to finish win for John James from North Shore Rowing Club. He's done well out there in some fairly oppressive conditions. In the battle out for second, Graham Wern from Des Moines has suddenly realised that he's been overtaken. He started to put in some big strokes, but it is Mark Tejan from Glebe Rowing Club will go through in second. He'll finish ahead of Des Moines' Graham Wern. So North Shore's John James, second to Mark Tejan from Glebe, third to Graham Wern from Des Moines Rowing Club. Back a little bit further to Richard Jones from Des Moines in fourth place. And then we've got a little bit of a gap then, looks to be Penrith's Steve Hill, who'll come through in fifth place. Lithgow's George Auld in sixth place. And then back again to Nepean's Andrew Sapansky and Doug Young. And we are underway as well in Division 1 of the Women's Masters Double Sculls. In lane 1 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bourget, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald, coached by Odin McIntosh. In lane 3 from Mossman, Sarah Hill and Amy Clay. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Jane Hutchinson and Belinda Brigman. In lane 5 from Glebe and Skilton and Kate Wareham, coached by Kenneth Major. Lane 6 also from Glebe, Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris. Now, all of those crews do have a 4-second delayed start. They are all C category double crews. In lane 7 from Des Moines, Jodie Pangopoulos and Marcella Cox. And in lane 8 from North Shore, Louise McCoach and Olivia Tong, coached by Kim Rudder. Those crews are D category crews and they are off go.
So Stu, we're just saying we've got a bit of a 3-horse race here in the first division of the Women's Masters Double Scull. At this stage, Sarah Hill and Amy Clay from Mossman in lane 3. They're going stroke for stroke with Heidi Lindahl and Jacqueline Harris of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 6. And also they're being pressed by Louise McCoach and Olivia Tong from North Shore. So it's really close at this stage, but I think it's that Mossman crew of Hill and Clay that are going to just press through. That's a very, very fast finishing Glebe crew, so it'll be really close down to the line. I think Mossman's just held on by the narrowest of margins.
Mossman by a bow ball, finishing in first place ahead of Glebe. And then the battle for third, we've got between lane 8 and lane 1. So between Leichhardt over in lane 1 and North Shore in lane 8, finishing just ahead of Lake Macquarie in lane 3, lane 7 Des Moines. coming in behind them, and then Glebe, Skilton and Wareham finishing ahead of Leichhardt, Hutchinson and Brigham. So all we're getting at the moment at the finish on the official results is photo, 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 photo. So what we can tell you, 5th place to Lake Macquarie, 6th to Drummoyne, 7th to Glebe and 8th to Leichhardt. But it did look to be Mossman over Glebe, and then it between Leichhardt and North Shore for the minor placings. We'll just wait for official confirmation on those results. But there was not a lot in it, and it's lane 1 and lane 8, so that'll be some fun for the photo finish operator to deal with. Division 2 is underway while we wait for the official results there. Women's Masters double scull. Lane 1 from Corowa and Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis and Julie Underwood. In lane 2 from Newcastle University, Kerry Blatchley and Alona Hudson. In lane 3 from Newcastle University, Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick. Lane 4 from North Shore, Zita Briones and Ruth Gibson, coached by Kim Rudder. They're all D category. They're off 5-second delayed start. Our E category and off-go rowers were Drummoyne's Bridget Austin and Colleen Chapman, Drummoyne's Sally Webbeck and Rowena Stewart, North Shore's Annalise Appleton and Joe Hodgkinson, coached by John James. Lane 8, Mossman's Christine Foxton and Tiffany Hutchinson. And in lane 9, a Drummoyne Balmain composite of Renata Impma and Kathleen Hextel. And it is that Drummoyne crew. Oh, they're sitting in 2nd place, the Drummoyne Balmain composite. Over in lane 1, it looks to be the Corowa composites of Katrina Davis and Julie Underwood, who are out in the lead. So again, 1 and 8 giving us some interesting times up here in the commentary box, but it's air conditioned and I wouldn't be just about anywhere else. North Shore, Zita Briones and Ruth Gibson sitting in 3rd place. You can hear the cheers coming through as everyone comes up towards the finish. But out in front from Corowa and Shoalhaven, Katrina Davis and Julie Underwood will go through, take the lead, take the win by half a boat length ahead of Renata Impma and Kathleen Hextel from Drummoyne and Balmain. In the battle for 3rd place, North Shore, Zita Briones and Ruth Gibson. Looks like they'll take 3rd just ahead of the Mossman crew of Christine Foxton and Tiffany Hutchinson. And then back a little bit further to North Shore's Annalise Appleton and Joe Hodgkinson, Drummoyne Sally Webeck and Rowena Stewart. The other Drummoyne crew of Bridget Austin and Colleen Chapman. And then back again to Newcastle University's Jules Bosco, Teresa Chadwick, ahead of Kerry Blatchley and Alona Hudson. So we've got the one more 1,000 metre race to come. So that'll be Division 3 of the Women's Masters double sculls. In lane 2 from Mossman and Lake Macquarie, Nerida Clinton and Em Barak. In lane 3 from Glebe, Catherine Maxwell and Jenny McCowan. In lane 4 from St George, Joanne Ward and Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. Scratching lane 5, North Shore's Mary Walsh and Sally Edwards in lane 6. And then Shoalhaven's Robin Wakefield and Linda Eddington, coached by David Eddington. Now, there was a crew, G category crew in lane 8. They are a scratching, so I would expect all of our crews to be off go for Division 3 of the Women's Masters double sculls. And then after that, we'll move back over to the 2,000 metre mark for the men's elite lightweight and men's double sculls.
Thank you, Stu. Yes, all crews are off go, and just as we wait for this race to kind of come back down to the grandstand end of town, the wind is just picking up and causing some dramas for our scullers out there this afternoon. Thankfully, if it's a tail breeze, so not too much disruption, one would like to think, but the wind's really picked up quite significantly just in the last 20 minutes or so, I'd say.
And I guess that'd be a nice little, the tail breeze, get you home quicker, and also nice to have something blowing sort of on your face as you're heading down the course in these conditions. Again, don't forget to do make sure that if you are going to scratch because of the heat, that you do so as early as possible. Also, too, make sure that you do have enough water before your race, and then that you are taking sun-safe precautions. So things like just making sure, dip your hat into the water before going out for the starts, and just making sure that you're as cool as you can possibly be. A reminder too that in a couple of weeks we do have the New South Wales Championships. It takes a lot of volunteers to make a regatta like this run, and particularly with New South Wales Championships, the Friday, the Saturday, the Sunday, there's going to be some great racing. I'm actually really excited to have the chance to be up here and to be watching some of the best rowers in Australia take part. But we cannot do it without your help. So if you are able to help out in 2 weeks' time on the Friday, Saturday or Sunday, you don't need to do all three of those. Head to the Rowing New South Wales website. That's rowingnsw.asn.au. They've got a volunteer sign-up sheet that you can complete there. Otherwise, get in contact with the team from Rowing New South Wales and they'll be able to help you out and point you in the right direction, get you signed up, get some free food, free drink while you're out here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, and you get the chance to watch some great rowing.
Thank you, Stu. Yes, we would love to see any and all volunteers at the state champs in a couple of weeks, but for the moment we turn our attention back to the the Women's Masters Double Scull Division 3. And the wind's really starting to howl down this end of the regatta park and hopefully giving a much needed boost to our Women's Masters scullers this afternoon. So it looks like it's Joanne Ward and Christine McCready in lane 4 who command the lead at this stage. They've got that distinctive horizontal stripe from St George on their backs. They're being pressed on the far side by the Mossman composite of Nerida Clinton and M. Barrack.
Coming across the line now in Division 3 of the Women's Masters Double Scull, Joanne Ward, Christine McCready from St George. They'll go through, take the win. The Mossman Lake Macquarie composite will finish in second place ahead of the North Shore crew of Walsh and Edwards, ahead of Shoalhaven's Wakefield and Eddington, and then back a bit further to Glebes, Maxwell and McCowan. Just a reminder that if you do... Start that again. Just a reminder to return your bow numbers back to the shed as you pack up. They are still needed for the racing, so if you can return those bow numbers as soon as possible after your race, then that will be greatly appreciated by the team at Rowing New South Wales.
Stu, we're underway in race 94, which is a combined event. It's the men's elite lightweight double scull combined with the men's elite double scull. And so we've really been looking forward to this race on the program. So in lane 1, representing UTS in the lightweight division, is Matisse Ferrier and Jack Henderson. They're coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. In lane 2, representing Canberra Rowing Club, also in the lightweight category, Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomanovitz. We've got a scratching from Sydney University in lane 3. So in lane 4 is another lightweight crew, but they're competing in the heavyweight category. That's Sean Murphy and Harry Curtin, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Tim McLaren. A scratching from West Australia Rowing Club in lane 5. Sydney University has a crew in lane 6. That's Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt. In lane 7 is a crew comprised of Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club and Nick Blackman from Adelaide Uni. In lane 8, a combined crew from a commercial rowing club, that's Jack Armitage, and the University of Queensland's Blaine Heseltine. And finally, in lane 9, from Lake Macquarie, Beau Fleming and Luke Walker. So Stu, looks like Heseltine and Armitage from commercial, I'm going to call them the Queensland crew, they're underway out of the blocks really well, as expected. They're also a lightweight crew. Oh, sorry, that's not them. That's Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt in the lead, I think.
Yeah, tricky to see from down when they're down the other end of the course, but yeah, certainly the commercial composites, Blaine Heseltine, Jack Armitage, the Adelaide University Canberra composite of Cormac Hayes, Nick Blackman, and Sydney University's Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt, and then Sean Murphy and Harry Curtin as well. Sort of our 1, 2, 3, 4, and I don't think there's all that much between our leading crews. Back a little bit further to Lake Macquarie, and then I think we've got a battle in 2 for the lightweight one, where I dare say UTS's Matisse Ferrier and Jack Henderson leading Canberra Rowing Club's Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomanovitz.
Looking at the wins, it looks like we're going to have some really fast times in this event. And I actually think I'm going to eat my own words. I think it's Cormac Hayes and Nick Blackman in lane 7 in the lead. So that's they're a young crew, but they're a heavyweight crew. And so they're in that, Cormac Hayes obviously in that distinctive Canberra Rowing Club Zooty, that the Galaxy Special, and Nick Blackman in Adelaide University colours with that distinctive black chevron. Just looking on the live stream now, it's Murphy and Curtin are pressing up and putting some pressure on the young guys from the interstate, and they are competing against a Walsh and a Britt from Sydney University as well. And I think Murphy and Curtin have moved up into second. They've certainly put half a length over Heseltine and Armitage from Queensland.
Yeah, so we've got Adelaide University and Canberra a second ahead of the UTS crew, then back just under a second to the Sydney University crew, and then the Queensland crew in 4th place. But I would take any of those 4 crews to be able to come through and take the win. Back a little bit further to the UTS lightweight crew, who are leading Canberra Rowing Club's lightweight crew by about 5.5 seconds. So you can just see the importance there. If you have a look up on the big screen, you've got the 1,000-metre splits. We can see who's leading and by how much. Our thanks to the guys that have gone down and volunteered at the 1,000-metre mark. This is the kind of role. It's really simple. You get to sit there, you press some buttons, you watch some races, and you help everyone understand exactly what's going on. That's the kind of role that they are looking to fill for New South Wales Championships. But out in front, it is Cormac Hayes and Nick Blackman from Canberra Rowing Club and Adelaide University. The pressure's on, though, with the Sydney University crew over in lane 6, Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt, and then Commercial and University of Queensland's Blaine Heseltine and Jack Armitage. And then I suspect, again, UTS, Sean Murphy, Harry Curtin, also putting the pressure on, but it's still lane 7 out in front. We're back a little bit further then to the 2 elite lightweight crews. So that's UTS over in lane 1, Ferrier and Henderson ahead of Canberra Rowing Club's Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomanovitz, and then back again to Lake Macquarie's Beau Fleming and Luke Walker.
So we've just seen the crews come across the 1,000 metre mark, so the halfway point in the race. And Blackman and Hayes are still in the lead, and Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt have actually crept up on Curtin and Murphy, and so they're now in second place, and Curtin and Murphy still have a narrow lead over Heseltine and Armitage. So that's how they stack up at the moment.
And I think, Michael, we're in for an exciting finish. We're coming up towards the last 500 metres or so. Well, they're well past the 500 metre mark, coming up towards the last 250. We've seen Cormac Hayes and Nick Blackman from Adelaide University and Canberra Rowing Club lead from the start, but now we're seeing the Sydney University crew of Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt. I suspect they've now managed to get their bow within the stern. There's about a boat length between the two. And then also the UTS crew, Sean Murphy and Harry Curtin, starting to push up strongly as well, pushing ahead of the commercial composite.
And certainly these conditions are absolutely going to favour the lightweight crews. So Harry Curtin just throwing the rate through the roof in the final 100 metres or 150 metres or so. This is going to go really close. Sydney University pushing up really hard against that crew from Adelaide Uni Composite.
Into the last 100 metres or so, it's still Hayes and Blackman who have the lead. They've got a boat length. Have they done enough? They're starting to pull away a little bit. You can see the rate go up. They've managing to get away. So Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club, Nick Blackman from Adelaide University, they'll go through. They're going to take the win, start to finish. A strong win then for them. Strong win then for them. Sydney University's Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt finishing in second ahead of Sean Murphy, Harry Curtin from UTS. Commercial and University of Queensland's Blaine Heseltine and Jack Armitage finishing in fourth place. So not a lot between our first, second, third and fourth. And then in the battle for the lightweights, we've got Matisse Ferrier and Jack Henderson from UTS finishing ahead of Canberra Rowing Club's Jackson Boyd and Alex Tomanovitz, and then back a little bit further again to Beau Fleming and Luke Walker. So a strong finish there. They led from start to finish, but Cormac Hayes and Nick Blackman, very deserving winners of the men's elite double sculls.
Well, what a fantastic race that was. That really went down right to the line, and even that commercial crew really pressed up hard against UTS for that bronze medal position, but not to be, unfortunately. So a fantastic effort from Cormac Hayes and Nick Blackman, that composite crew, to take out. I'm not sure I can't remember now if they led from start to finish, but a really strong performance from them. And certainly no mean feat to get over Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt, who are certainly very experienced athletes as well.
And the fun's going to keep coming, because coming down the course now, up past the 1,000-metre mark, it's the women's elite double sculls. In lane 2 from Swan River and the University of Queensland, it's Litza Marie Lutz and Leah Franklin. In lane 3 from ANU, Taylor Caudle and Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 4 from Sydney University and the ANU, Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman. We have a scratching lane 5. Lane 6 from Sydney University and ANU, Bonnie Andrews and Annalise Isaacs, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 7 from Canberra and ANU, Sophie Gerapatridis and Kara Grushkowiak, coached by Nigel Harding and James Waldersee. And in lane 8 from Sydney and Sydney University, Georgia Miansaro and Grace Cipher. So this is going to be an exciting one. It does look to be, we were talking a little bit earlier, the lightweight crew of Reardon and Coleman from Sydney University and ANU, the Sydney University double of Miansaro and Cipher, and then the Canberra ANU double of Gerapatridis and Grushkowiak are probably our 3 front runners at the moment, and it is the team from the National Training Centre, Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman, who are well out in front at the moment, ahead of Miansaro and Cipher, and then Gerapatridis and Grushkowiak.
I was just saying to Stu, these conditions really are primed up for lightweights. The tail breeze means that you can just kind of flick it along, and without much weight in the water, not as much, relatively less weight in the water, it's much easier to pick up and let go and maintain a higher rate of striking. And so obviously the more technical crews can kind of carve the blades out of the water really easily and just tick the boat along, and that's exactly what Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman are doing this afternoon. They're putting on a clinic for those of us in the grandstand this evening. And yeah, looking really strong. Their closest competitors are this crew, the Sydney Composite, Georgia Mianzaro and Grace Cipher over this close side of the course.
And then they're ahead in third place, Sophie Gerapatridis and Kara Grushkowiak from Canberra and ANU. So, but out in front, it is the double from the National Training Centre. They represented Australia in 2022 in the women's lightweight doubles. They are looking to qualify that boat for next year's Paris Olympics. And if this is anything to go by, then certainly they'll be very hard to beat come national titles in both the lightweight and the open doubles. It is a win for Sydney University and ANU's Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman. A lot of clear water between them, and second place crew of Georgia Mansaro and Grace Cipher from Sydney and Sydney University. Coming through in third place will be the crew of Sophie Gerapatridis and Kara Grushkowiak from ANU and Canberra Rowing Club, respectively. Coming through, and then over in fourth place will be the Swan River University of Queensland Composite, Litsa Marie Lutz and Leah Franklin from Swan River University of Queensland. Bonnie Andrews and Annalise Isaac from ANU and Sydney University Boat Club will finish behind them, ahead of ANU's Taylor Caudle and Catherine Kahn. So that was the women's elite double scull, and certainly Anika Reardon and Lucy Coleman living up to the second word of that, very much elite with the double scull. Moving on to the under-23s, they are starting to come down the course. They are getting up towards the 1,000-metre mark. In lane 2 from ANU, it's Ellie Lambden and Alora Kelly, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 3 from Sydney University, India Hobbs and Grace Turner. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Talisa Noak Driver and Caitlin McManus Barrett, and they're coached by Lachlan Carter and Felix Dew. In lane 5 from Mercantile, Louisa Bongrain and Sophie Reiner, coached by Annabelle Eaton. In lane 6 from Toowong and Swan River, Claire Netherway from Swan River and Laura Chancellor from Toowong. And in lane 7 from UTS, Sophia Aguirre and Sarah Fudd, and they're coached by Matthias Ungermack and Katie Healy. Couple of reminders. Don't forget, if you do still have your bow numbers, please return it to the boat shed so as that they are able to be used, and also so as that they know they've got all their bow numbers back. Also, check your pockets. If you drive a car and your car keys are no longer with you, then you may want to come down to the team at the finish tower, as we do have a set of car keys handed in. So if you are suddenly minus a set of car keys, then head to the finish tower. So in this, the women's under-23 double sculls. So we do have a few scratchings in this event. It does look to be the Toowong Swan River that are scratched from here, as well as we've then got another couple of lanes. So Sydney Rowing Club is scratched. Does look to be Mercantile are scratched as well. So, Mercantile are in. So we've got ANU over in lane 2, Ellie Lambden and Alora Kelly. We've got Mercantile's Louisa Bongrain and Sophie Reiner from there. And then UTS's Sophia Aguirre and Sarah Fudd in that race. So Mercantile out in the lead. They've got a couple of boat lengths ahead of UTS, and then back a little bit further to ANU's Lambden and Kelly. With a few strokes to go, the last 20 metres or so, Louisa Bongrain and Sophie Reiner from Mercantile Rowing Club will come through and take the win quite convincingly in the women's under-23 double sculls. Finishing in second place will be UTS's Sophia Aguirre and Sarah Ford, ahead of Eloise Lambden and Laura Kelly from ANU. So a little bit of a gap in the program. The women's under-21 double sculls was a combined race. So the two, after some late scratchings, that was combined. So it was just done into the one race. No point running the heats through the heats. Just a reminder again, couple of regattas coming up, not in Penrith. So down in the ACT in the early part of March, we do have the ACT Junior Championships. So that's from the under-15s through to the under-19s. And so that's open to all clubs, all schools, and then the ACT Head of the Lake, which is a major schools regatta down there. So we are hoping to have, we've got a couple of new trophies for the point score, schoolboy and schoolgirl point score, that were donated by Their Excellencies, the Governor-General and Mrs Hurley, in their roles as patrons of Rowing ACT. After that, a couple of weeks later, we've got the Head of the River up here in Sydney, so the major schools regatta. No club regatta in Sydney. Down in Canberra, though, we do have the ACT Open, Masters and Grade Championships. So they'll be running in mid-March for those guys that are looking for a nice little warm-up before the Cricket Regatta in early April, back here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, or for even for those people that may not be going to Nationals this year over in Perth, looking for a nice little way to finish up their season. We do have a number of events, all sweep, scull, Masters events, great events, so there is still the chance to be rowing people at a similar level to yourself. So you're not going up against A-graders, you're not going up against the absolute elite of the elite. But March in Canberra, I can guarantee you, is a very pretty time to be down there, and definitely well worth a look if you get that opportunity. So a couple of regattas coming up. If you head to the regatta page, so even if you go to the Rowing New South Wales regatta page, there's some tabs there for ACT and national regattas. Just head to the ACT one, or head to the Rowing ACT website, rowingact.org.au. So the men's under 19 pairs are coming down the course at the moment. You'll see them just coming up towards the 1500 metre mark shortly. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie, Patrick Stanley and Caelan Routley. They're coached by Amos Noon. And in lane 6 from the University of Queensland, Finlay Harris and Bailey Clark, coached by Randall Martin. Coming up after that, we've got the women's under 19 pairs. Then we've got some under 21 and under 23 double sculls in the men's. And then we've got some Masters racing just to finish up for the day. A reminder that if you do have some bow numbers, to return them to the Rowing New South Wales team down at the boat shed. And also too, if you do want to volunteer for the New South Wales Championships, you can never have too many volunteers. Make your way to the Rowing New South Wales website, rowingnsw.asn.au.
Strong finish and even stronger support coming for this University of Queensland under 19 pair. Finlay Harris and Bailey Clark as they come across the line. They're looking really great as they do so, aren't they? Really taking advantage of this tail breeze. Coming across the line, and a fantastic claim from the University of Queensland boys. Congratulations, fellas. It's a really strong race.
I haven't heard that much cheering from Queenslanders since Game 3 of Origin when Ben Hunt grabbed the ball.
Fantastic support coming from the University of Queensland there. And just to finish off this race, we'll have Patrick Stanley and Caelan Routley in their pair, just they're coached by Amos Noon, just to finish off race 99. Race 100 is on the course, Stu. It's women's under 19 pair, and so it looks as though we've had a scratching from Newcastle Grammar in lane 5. So we just have a crew from Cand in lane 4 and a crew from the Ascombe School in lane 6. And it was evident on the live stream just a moment ago, the crew from Cand are a significant advantage in this race, and so under no pressure whatsoever as they come down towards the 1500 metre mark in this race. Yeah, and they're looking really strong and handling this tail breeze really well. So as Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury approach the final 100 metres of the race, there's plenty of support down on the finished pontoon for the Cand Rowing Club crew. They're handling the conditions really nicely. Putting on display for the grandstand.
Display for the grandstand and display for the pontoon.
That's right.
They are absolutely
Yep,
cheering them
that
home.
is one for the folks back home.
But I think if you're 1,000 kilometres from home, you've come down, a warm day, make the most of, well, just celebrate every success, really.
That's right. Now, congratulations, Lillian Slatter and Molly Salisbury. They take out the women's under 19 pair in race 100.
And then they'll finish ahead of the Ascombe crew of Kitty Elias and Sabrina Koshkar, coached by Susanna McMahon. We'll be underway shortly for the men's under 21 and under 23 double sculls. In this race, lane 1, Newcastle Grammar, Marcus Lumley and Gabrielle Leishman, although they may have scratched there, so we may have some crews not competing due to the heat. Lane 2 from Sydney University, Alexander Page and Leo Burkett-Doyle, coached by Don McLaughlin. Lane 3, also from Sydney University, also coached by Donald McLaughlin, Oscar Beregi and Charlie Carr. Scratching lane 4. In lane 5 from Sydney University, Sam Bristow and Hamish Danks, coached by Don McLaughlin. So they're the under 21 double sculls. So Sydney University, 3 out of 4 chances there. In lane 6 in the under 23s, UTS's Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponis, coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti. Scratching lane 7, Adelaide University and Canberra Composite. Lane 8, Adelaide University and Adelaide Composite of Adam Holland and Jeremy Beale, coached by Nicholas Mitchell and Sam Mawson. And in lane 9, UTS, Tate Van Heemst and Cameron Ogilvie, and they're coached by Elliot Shackcloth Bertinetti.
So that's right, Stu. Men's under 21, under 23 double on the course now, and looks as though leading the pack at the moment is Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponis from UTS Haberfield Boat Club, and I think they've just got their noses in front of Adam Holland and Jeremy Beale from Adelaide University and Adelaide, respectively. Just off to their right, as well as Sam Bristow and Hamish Danks. So they will also be putting some pressure on that UTS crew. But certainly I think those three are in the lead. Blackwell, Caponis from UTS, Holland and Beale from Adelaide, and Bristow and Danks from Sydney University. And then the remaining UTS crew of Tate Van Heemst and Cam Ogilvie in lane 9. And then the Newcastle Grammar School, Marcus Lumley and Gabriel Leishman, and then Sydney University's Alexander Page and Leo Burkett-Doyle. In fact, I think it might be the Newcastle Grammar School might have scratched, I think.
So coming into the last 150 metres, it is still UTS, Blackwell and Caponis out in the lead. They've got themselves about half a boat length ahead of the Adelaide University composite over in lane 8, and that's extended out now to a full boat length. So Blackwell and Caponis leading Bristow and Danks and Holland and Beale in the battle for the minor placings. Coming into the last few strokes, they've done well. Henry Blackwell and Mitchell Caponis, they'll come through. They'll take the win, not without being challenged by Adam Holland and Jeremy Beale from Adelaide and Adelaide University, who in turn finish ahead of Sam Bristow and Hamish Danks in third place. So Bristow and Danks will win the under 21 double sculls. First for the under 23s will go to Blackwell and Caponis. Second in the under 21 will go to the Sydney University crew over in lane 2, Alexander Page and Leo Burkett-Doyle. And then UTS, Tate Van Heemst and Cameron Ogilvie finishing ahead of Sydney University's Oscar Bareggi and Charlie Carr. That is the last of our 2,000 metre races for the 2023 Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. Don't forget to return your bow numbers after you have heading back to the training lake and you've got your boat off the water. We're now into the final section. It's the Men's Masters Double Sculls. So we've got 3 divisions of the Men's Masters Double Sculls before heading on to 3 divisions of the Women's Masters Double Sculls. 5 divisions. I looked a page too early. But the Men's Masters Double Sculls are our next race going down. That will be at 5:18. So coming up very soon, just as soon as they get those ready to go. In lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, Beau Fleming and Luke Walker. They're in A category. They have a 13-second delayed start. In lane 3 from Leichhardt, Quan Guillermes and Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. They're a C category with a 9-second delayed start, as are Glebes, Andy Wigan and Brad Smith, and also Leichhardt's Charles Buzzacott and David Raymond. In lane 6, with a late substitution, now an E category, are Gary Foster and Andrew Patterson from Drummoyne. They're off go. Lane 7 from Shoalhaven, Joseph Basher and Mark Thirlwall, coached by Andrew Parry. And in lane 8 from Mossman and Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Mark Partridge and Andrew Horrigan. Into the final stretch of Division 1 of the Men's Masters Double Sculls, race number 102 on your program. Leichhardt in lane 3. Juan Guillemez and Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. They're out in the lead. They've got some nice clear water between themselves and Glebes, Andy Wigan and Brad Smith sitting in second. Big push coming here from Gary Foster and Andrew Patterson from Drummoyne, as we see Leichhardt to take the win in race number 102. Glebe, Wigan and Smith will come in second place ahead of, looks to be Foster and Patterson from Drummoyne. In third ahead of Leichhardt's Buzzacott and Raymond in fourth. And then between Fleming and Walker from Lake Macquarie, Basher and Thirlwell from Shoalhaven, and Partridge and Horrigan from Mossman and Lake Macquarie. So that was Division 1 of the Men's Masters Double Scull. Heading on to Division 2, race number 103. Lane 2 from Shoalhaven, Chris Turner and Harry Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. They're off a 10-second delayed start. In lane 3 from Drummoyne, Bruce Egan and John Langford with a 5-second delayed start, as are St George's Ayrton Grania-Ramos and Alan Robertson, coached by Bruce Williams. Mossman's Alexander Deutsch and Mark Williams, also E-category, 5-second delayed start. Lake Macquarie's Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd off 5-second delayed start. And then Glebes, Mark Tetchen and Kenneth Major, they're off go. And speaking of go, it's all systems go. So you would expect here that the Glebe crew will be very hard to beat. We've already seen Mark Tetchen manage to not quite row through in the single sculls, but he did have a 79-second delayed start to John James from North Shore. So a very tricky one, but he did manage to go through, make it into second place in the Men's Masters single scull. So whether or not that's taken a bit out of him, they are out in the lead at the moment, but it does look to be St George's Ayrton Granja-Ramos and Alan Robertson also challenging in for that first place.
Yeah, that's right. So Tejan and Major from Glebe, it was only a 5-second. Well, they had an advantage. Only by 5 seconds, mind you. But that, as you said, Stu, they're a really accomplished crew, and it'll take a lot to kind of knock them off their winning streak this afternoon, I would think.
We're into the last 150 metres. St George's Ayrton Granja-Ramos and Alan Robertson have managed to pull ahead nicely of the Glebe crew of Mark Tetchen and Kenneth Major. So they're sitting in second, and then Mossman's Alexander Deutsch and Mark Williams sitting in third place. This has been a really strong row from the St George double. We didn't see Ayrton Granja-Ramos in the single scull, so it might well be that little bit of extra time has managed to allow him to go through. They've taken the win, a win for St George. Second place going to Mark Tetchen and Kenneth Major from Glebe, ahead of Mossman's Alexander Deutsch and Mark Williams. And then back again to Lake Macquarie's Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd, ahead of Shoalhaven's Chris Turner, Harry Davis and Bruce Egan and John Langford. Getting ready for the start of race number 104, Division 3 of the Men's Masters Double Scull. Lane 2 from Sydney and Penrith, Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzel. In lane 3 from Mossman, Harry Fine and Bruce Begbie. Lane 4 from North Shore, Eric Luck and Chris Walsh. Those three crews, 61-second delayed start. Lane 5 from Drummoyne, Stephen Schnagle and Richard Jones, 54-second delayed start. Lane 6 from Glebe, Mark McCown and Kim Mackney, 44-second delayed start. And in lane 7, the North Shore Drummoyne Composite of Graham Wern and John James off go. So that crew are a K category crew. Graham Wern 80, John James 86. And so again, we saw John James row really well in the single scull a little bit earlier on today, so you would have to make them favourites with that head start. 44 seconds over the crew in lane 6, 54 over lane 5 and 61 over lanes 2, 3 and 4. Final part of Division 3 of the Men's Masters double sculls. It's still Graham Wern and John James out in the lead, being pushed hard by Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club and Penrith. They've got it's about half a boat length between lane 7 and lane 2, and it's going to stay that way as they cross over the finish line. In fact, it's out to a boat length. It's a win number 2 for John James from North Shore. Partnering up with Graham Wern from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Sydney's and Penrith's Hugh McDonald and Carl Quitzow finishing in second place, and then back a little bit further to Drummoyne, Stephen Schnagle and Richard Jones ahead of looks to be the Glebe crew of Mark McCowan and Kim Mackney, and then Mossman's Harry Fine, Bruce Begbie, and then North's looks like we might have had a scratching from North Shore in lane 4. So 2 from 2 for John James, the men's Masters single scull and also the men's Masters double sculls. As we move on now to the women's Masters single sculls, lane 1 from Mossman off 5-second delayed start, Jem Lambert. In lane 2 from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti, coached by Jeff Patterson, off 3 seconds. Lane 3 from North Shore, Olivia Tong, coached by John Gournay, also off 3 seconds. Scratching lane 4. Lane 5 from Glebe, Heidi Lindahl, also off 3 seconds. Then off go Newcastle University's Teresa Chadwick, Drummoyne's Jodie Pangalopoulos, and Glebe's Jacqueline Harris.
So Division 1 of the Women's Masters Single Scull is in the final stages. Looks as though it's Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt Rowing Club in the lead. And she's done plenty of work early on in the race to have a commanding advantage over the rest of the field. So she looks as though she's going to take out this race without much pressure at all. In lane 3, we've got Heidi Lindahl from Glebe, and she's looking as though she'll take second place. She's under a little bit of pressure from her clubmate Jacqueline Harris, her clubmate and doubles partner, I should say. And that was a close one. They look over at each other and just give each other a nod. Olivia Tong from North Shore in 4th. And then Jodie Panagopoulos from Drummoyne in 5th. And Jem Lambert from Mossman over in lane 1 will finalise this event. So race 106 now on the course, Stu. It's the second division of the Women's Masters Singles Scull. In lane 1, representing Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Katrina Davis, coached by Andrew Parry. With a scratching from Community Rowing Club in lane 2. In lane 3, representing Glebe, is Anne Skilton. In lane 4, from Leichhardt, is Daniela Borgert. In lane 5, from St George, is Amanda Barent. In lane 6, from North Shore, is Zita Briones. In lane 7, from Lake Macquarie, is Trudy MacDonald. And finally, in lane 8, from Glebe, is Kate Warham.
Into the final part of the Division 2 of the Women's Masters Single Sculls, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven. She's out in front. She's got a boat length ahead of Amanda Berendt from St George. And with a couple of big strokes to go, it does look like she will come home and take the Rowing New South Wales Small Boats mug, we'll call it. Second place going to St George's Amanda Berendt. Third place will go through to Leichhardt's Daniela Bourget. So she'll finish in third. Fourth going to Lake Macquarie's Trudy MacDonald. Ahead of North Shore's Zita Briones and Glebe's and Skilton. And then Kate Wareham also from Glebe, making up our field in Division 2. So the win for Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven Rowing Club. Division 3 of the Women's Masters Single Sculls, so we've got 3 races to go left in the day. Our thanks to everyone, and particularly the volunteers who've been out in the sun quite often. It goes without saying, it has been a little bit warm out there, so we thank all the people who have volunteered their time to help out in the timing huts, the guys that are holding the boats, our boat race officials, to help make the regatta a success. Race 107. So we've got in lane 1 from Corowa, Julie Underwood, coached by Wesley Canny. She's off 5 seconds. Drummoyne's Janine Donovan, coached by Robin Mackney, also off 5 seconds, as is Edith de Boer from Mossman, and North Shore's Joe Hodgkinson, coached by John James. Off go, we've got Newcastle University's Jules Bosco, Drummoyne's Kathleen Hextell, coached by Robert Glendenning and Robin Mackney, and then Drummoyne's Carolyn Vernon, coached by Robin Mackney. And we're just waiting for the start of race number 107. A reminder too, as you come off the water, to make sure that you do return your bow numbers to the team at the boat shed for Rowing New South Wales. And if you have won a race, go down and see Melissa down at the Rowing New South Wales tent in front of the grandstands, where you can pick up your commemorative glass mug. I'll be down to pick up mine in just a few moments when we get through to the end of race number 109. So 3 races left to go. Division 3, 4 and 5 are the Women's Masters Singles Sculls. Division 3 of the Women's Masters Single Scull, lane 1 from Corowa, Julie Underwood, lane 2 from Drummoyne, Janine Donovan, lane 3 from Mossman, Edith de Boer. And it is at the moment Corowa out in the lead, Julie Underwood having a nice little battle with Drummoyne's Janine Donovan. They're our 1 and 2, and then down to, looks to be Drummoyne over Kathleen Hextall. Out in the lead though, it is, well, it's between the two, and I think Drummoyne's Janine Donovan has just managed to get her bow ball in front with the last stroke to get over Corowa's Julie Underwood. There was not a lot between the two. We've got Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne finishing in 3rd place ahead of Carolyn Vernon, also from Drummoyne. We'll wait on the official confirmation. It's come up with photo between Drummoyne and Corowa in that battle out for 1st place. Lanes 1 and 2, they were looking at each other the entire way. They were neck and neck, bow ball to bow ball, and I think just at the end, Drummoyne with the win. As we just see Edith de Boer from Mossman cross the line ahead of, that is Jules Bosco from Newcastle University and Joe Hodgkinson from North Shore. So we'll just wait on the official confirmation of the winners of Division 3 of the Women's Masters Single Sculls. So we're up to the final 2 races now, race number 108, and that is Division 4 of the Women's Masters Single Sculls. In lane 1 from St George, off 7 seconds, Joanne Ward, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 2 from North Shore, Annalise Appleton, coached by John James. In lane 3 from Shoalhaven, Robin Wakefield, coached by David Eddington. Lane 4 from North Shore, Louise McCoach, coached by John Gourvenet. In lane, so all those off 7-second delayed start. Lane 5 from Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart. Lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Nerida Clinton. Scratching lane 7 and lane 8 from Osman M. Barak, coached by Ashley Finch. So just confirmation of a couple of scratchings there. Drummoyne's Rowena Stewart and Shoalhaven's Robin Wakefield. Just a couple of scratchings there. So they are underway, and it is the Mossman rower M. Barak from out in the lead over in lane 8. I know words, I can use them. Lane 1, St George's Joanne Ward, looking quite good over there on the far side from the grandstand. And then back a little bit further, it looks to be Louise McCoach from North Shore ahead of Lake Macquarie's Nerida Clinton and North Shore's Annalise Appleton.
So at this stage of the race, Stu, it looks as though M. Barrack from Mossman Rowing Club in the lead. She's over here in lane 8, the closest side to the grandstand. 2nd and 3rd, if I were to hazard a guess, would be Mary Walsh from North Shore in lane 1. And then I think in lane 4, that's Linda Eddington from Shoalhaven. Oh, so I'm looking at the wrong race. Don't mind me. M. Barrack from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 8, and then Joanne Ward from St George in lane 1.
Yeah, M. Barrack just holding on nicely to take the win in Division 4 of the Women's Masters Singles Sculls. That's ahead of St George's Joanne Ward, and then back a little bit further to North Shore's Louise McCoach in 3rd place. They'll finish ahead of Annalise Appleton from North Shore, and then Lake Macquarie's Nerida Clinton. And we're now, Michael, into the final race. It's race number 109, Division 5 of the Women's Master Single Sculls. They are underway. Lane 1 from North Shore, Mary Walsh off 22 seconds. Lane 2 from St George, Christine McCready, coached by Bruce Williams. Lane 3 from Glebe, Catherine Maxwell. Lane 4 from Shoalhaven, it's Linda Eddington, coached by David Eddington. They're all off 22 seconds delayed start. Lane 5 from Glebe, Jenny McCowan, 13-second delayed start, as is Leichhardt's Kerry Thorne, coached by Frank Thorne. And then Mossman's Sally Maspero is off go, H category rower there. Division 5, the Women's Masters Single Sculls. Again, a big thanks to all the volunteers that have come out today to the Sydney International Regatta Centre on what has been a very, very warm day here. All of our competitors that have gone out have braved the heats. It has been an absolutely wonderful regatta. It certainly won't be the last time that I'm up here for this particular one. And all the people that have come in from interstate as well. We've seen a lot of people up from Canberra, Brisbane, Melbourne, Adelaide, Perth, even getting that nice little warm-up in before the New South Wales Championships in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, it really is a fantastic occasion and a great day to see so many people from all over the country converging on the Regatta Centre to try their hand before, I guess, the pointy end of the season with the state championships coming up in New South Wales here, also the Victorian state championships in a couple of weeks' time as well. And then, of course, before we all flock over to Perth to have the 2023 Australian Rowing Championships.
Yeah, very much looking forward to those. There's just some great rowing coming up the entirety of the next couple of months, so they're a very exciting part. And don't forget, here in Sydney, June 1, it is the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. That is going to be a heck of a lot of fun. Before that, though, we've also got the Cricket Regatta, as well as the New South Wales Masters Championship. So even if you're not at that elite level, there is still a lot of great racing to be had in Sydney, and also, can't mention it enough, but also down in the ACT for the people that want to duck down to Canberra at the start of March for the ACT Junior Championships in the head of the lake, as well as the ACT Open Masters and Grey Championships in mid-March. Out in front, though, our final race of the day, we've got St George's Christine McCready. She is looking very strong. There is a lot of clear water between herself and the chasing pack. We've got Leichhardt's Kerry Thorne, head of Sally Maspero from Mossman Rowing Club, and then back a little bit further to, it does look to be Glebe Catherine Maxwell, I believe, that's sitting in third place in our final race of the day. But coming across the line, it will be Christine McCready, our final winner for the 2023 New South Wales Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. To come through in second place, it does look to be Kerry Thorne from Leichhardt. She's got a boat length between herself and Sally Maspero from Mossman Rowing Club, and then back a little bit further to Glebe's Catherine Maxwell. Michael, fantastic having your company again once more.
Thank you, Stu.
Shall we do all this again in a couple of weeks for New South Wales Champs?
Oh, absolutely. We'll see you again in a couple of weeks. It's been a really great regatta, and good to see, as we've said, so many people out here for the Small Boats Regatta just to hone their skills. And it's been a really great community day, I think.
Our final rower has crossed the line. We'd like to thank you for watching, listening, streaming, and we'll catch everyone in 2 weeks' time for the New South Wales Rowing Championships.
Thank you.